Chapter 101 The world reacts. Not only the outside world reacted to the loud chime of the Akashic records. In the Weaverheart estate, Celine and Luminara raised their heads at the exact same moment the chime resounded. Their eyes were serious. They had lived long lives, especially Luminara, so they understood just how unusual this situation was. Something drastic occurred, Luminara said, her purple eyes narrowing in thought, but Celine tilted her head. Why do I feel like my dear baby might be responsible for this? She didn't know why, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Luminara shot her a glare. You idiot. Can't you stop thinking about your son for once? This situation is more important than you think. Celine looked at Luminara like she'd just been betrayed. I am serious, Luminara, she really was. How dare she accuse me of always thinking about my son? She paused, then smiled softly. Well, actually, you might be right. Luminara looked at her like a cat about to pounce after its tail got stepped on. Celine laughed, free and happy, after acknowledging her feelings. Now, let's go meet Noah. I mean, we'll think about this together. It's not like we can do anything anyway, we have no information about what this means, Celine said. She changed her outfit into a beautiful silver dress, patterned with purple lotus flowers. Luminara sighed, returned to her cat form, and hopped onto Celine's shoulder. Let's just go. I'd love to see how you declare your feelings to Noah, she said in a mocking voice. Her cat face seemed to smirk. It was oddly amusing. Celine flinched. I forgot about that part. Luminara's smirk widened. I will enjoy this. It wasn't only them. The elves reacted. The beasts reacted. They didn't know what the chime meant, but their divine backings did. Yet none of them deemed it necessary to explain it to their champions, as if it didn't matter, because none of them believed the being who caused this event could possibly exist in this weak world, even though finding a world without gods was rare, and every divine force wanted to claim it for themselves. They all thought long-term. A world could be slowly evolved to higher stages, and then used as a new source of resources for their younger generations. To them, that's all this world was, just another project. But what a mistake, and they would realize it too late. The world's will sat in the air, legs crossed. Calm, he too had heard the chime. And like Celine, why do I feel like my lucky star is responsible for this? He asked himself, head tilted. It was strange. But after so many miracles, all tied to Noah, how could he not suspect him? Lay smiled. Well, doesn't matter. What matters is that he's meeting that sneaky demoness. That's good. Hopefully he can pull her in. So she can at least help him, because he still thought that defeating the other champions wouldn't be easy. Even if Noah was exceptional, having a being of a higher level on his side, not like Illyra, would be a huge help. Well, we'll see. Either way, we succeed together or we die together, he said with a small smile. After all, he had linked his own life to Noah. Basically, Noah now carried the weight of an entire world on his shoulders, a heavy burden, but necessary, if he wanted to succeed. Goddess Justitia heard the chime too, and unlike others, she had some information about it, and suddenly, she felt nervous. A goddess, a celestial at her level, nervous? Almost impossible. She used all her means to find the source. Because if a god felt even a little bit of this kind of disturbance, it meant something terrible was on the horizon. But she couldn't find anything, and how could she? She was feeling this because of Noah. And she couldn't trace him, not with his title, True Anomaly. He couldn't be tracked. Not even by fate or destiny, so no matter how much she searched, she would find nothing. But she could act, and acting meant accelerating her plans to take over the world of Lay. She gritted her teeth. Do I really have no choice? She didn't want to go this far, it would weaken her considerably, but first, she had to make an agreement with the other factions. She waved her hand, and 4 golden crows appeared. Go to the demons, dragons, elves, and divine beasts. Tell them I have a proposal. In 5 years, the battle for this world will begin. Until then, each of their champions may train to their fullest. It's the best way to handle this without unnecessary losses. The crows chirped and flew off toward their destinations. Justitia raised her head. If they agreed, then she, a goddess, would personally train her champion. She would make him a monster, even if it cost her greatly. Her eyes hardened, no hesitation. If I take over the world, I'll gain more than I lose, and so her decision was made, and the other factions soon followed. They accepted. In 5 years, the battle would begin, and at that time, no mercy would be given. Noah smiled. He looked at Echidna, who stood before him. Well, 5 years, Noah muttered. He had just received the news of Justitia's proposal and that all the other factions had accepted, the dragons and demons, because they still hadn't chosen champions, the elves and beasts, because they believed 5 years of training would give them an overwhelming edge, so it was confirmed, 5 years, that's quite a bit of time. Enough to do a few things, Noah said casually. Echidna nodded, yes. And now we're partners, you'll give a fire talent to one of my companions. In return, you want a portion of this world's resources once I claim it, Noah summarized. You'll also support me, and warn me of any actions taken by the other factions, that's it, right? Echidna nodded. Indeed, she tilted her head. I still don't know why you don't want me to give you the fire talent directly. I have my reasons, Noah replied simply. Echidna decided not to press further. Time was short, they sealed the deal with a contract, one given by Echidna herself. Oh, I forgot to tell you, she added with a smirk. The dwarves are already in my hand. So no need to worry about them. Just tell Lucy she'll control them and give you what you need. Oh? A pleasant surprise. 2 birds with 1 stone, and with that, the meeting ended. Noah disappeared, returning to his world. Echidna stood alone, then a little smirk appeared on her face, to think. I'm the only one who knows the third abomination. She smirked wider. She would never tell, she would stay close to Noah, as close as possible, because that's how the abominations were. Anyone near them lived in eternal glory, and who wouldn't want that? This might be her only chance to climb to the higher floors of hell, and become a true ruler. One who embodies a sin, she shivered, already imagining it. She couldn't wait. Chapter 102 Shifting Hearts. Noah reappeared at the shattered temple only now. It was completely destroyed. Nothing remained but broken stones scattered across the ground, the devastation absolute. Even Echidna's avatar had been wiped out, and in the middle of that ruin, a figure stood silently, calm, composed, indifferent, the crow. But now, Noah knew her name. Lucy, right, he said softly. The crow. Lucy flinched. It had been a long time since someone had spoken her name, and more importantly, she could feel it, her master's authority surrounding Noah. He was now the champion. Relief washed over her. She reached up and removed her mask, revealing her beautiful face, golden and red eyes glowing with stunning intensity. Yes, it's me. Now that you're my master's champion, I'm at your service, she said, bowing slightly, not to Noah, the man, but to Noah, the champion. You don't have to do much, Noah said, approaching her. I heard you have the dwarves under control. Just manage them. And if you happen to find a female dwarf with excellent forging talent, I'd like to know her. Lucy nodded. I will, champion. Noah tilted his head. That title felt awkward. You can just call me Noah. I don't mind, but Lucy shook her head firmly. No. That would be too disrespectful to you and to my master. The status of a champion is no trivial thing. What if I order you to call me Noah? He asked playfully. Lucy froze. She struggled visibly. She didn't want to disobey her champion, but she also couldn't bring herself to casually speak his name. Not anymore, so many conflicting emotions. Noah chuckled softly. All right. Do whatever you want. Call me champion if that makes you comfortable. He stepped closer, an inch from her face. But I hope that, someday, you'll call me by my name. Champion sounds a bit too distant, don't you think? He smiled gently, and for some reason, Lucy started blushing. She looked away, flustered, unable to meet his gaze, and honestly? That was understandable. Noah's appearance hadn't changed much, but his beauty had. If it could be quantified. His beauty now approached divine levels, nearly equal to the most handsome mortal to ever exist, very, very close. His majestic purple hair, his silver eyes that held truths, and now, he was S-rank. A being with intent, coupled with his traits and title, Noah's aura and presence were simply overwhelming. Why yes, I understand. Lucy stammered. What the hell is happening to me? Why am I acting like a shy little girl? She screamed internally, crying at her own embarrassment. Any news for me? Noah asked, needing to return to his team quickly, especially now that Zara's affection had dropped to 30%. He was anxious. Lucy steadied herself. Yes. My spy reports that the princes of Castria, from the human domain, have contacted Demon Lord Belzebuth. Noah raised an eyebrow. So they contacted Belzebuth, huh? Do you know what they talked about? Lucy shook her head. No, but Belzebuth's power is extremely dangerous, champion. He can consume anything, and when he does, he gains what he consumes. Noah frowned. What? Lucy gave an example. If he kills a beast with a dragon bloodline and consumes it, he can obtain that bloodline for himself. Noah's expression darkened. There has to be a limit. Otherwise the talent would be beyond even SSS rank. Lucy nodded. There is. He has a fixed number of things he can consume per rank. And he can only consume beings up to 3 ranks above his own. Noah tilted his head. And what rank is he now? SS rank. Noah nodded, then sighed. A bit troublesome, huh? But the old Noah was gone. Now he had new power. He had transcended himself. He was one who was all. He smirked. Would have been better if Belzebuth was a woman. In silence, awkward silence, Noah stiffly looked up and saw Lucy staring at him like he was some kind of insect. Damn. Did I say that out loud? He muttered, forcing a wry smile. Lucy didn't respond. Cough, cough, okay. Time for me to go. Thanks for your work, and goodbye. With that, he teleported away, face flushed with shame. Damn. How did I mess up my first impression this badly? And Lucy, all men are perverts. She muttered. Honestly, she wasn't wrong. Noah reappeared in front of the inn. Open your pussy. He didn't waste time and went straight to Zara's room. Knock knock. He knocked. No response. He opened the door. Inside, he saw Neko asleep, her head resting peacefully in Zara's lap. Zara sat there, gently stroking Neko's face with quiet affection. Noah's gaze fell on Neko and saw dried tear stains on her cheeks. His heart skipped a beat. A sharp pain struck his chest. Zara looked up at him, her voice cold and biting. Oh, look who finally decided to grace us with his presence. Noah said nothing. He simply walked forward, stopping just a step away from them, and as if sensing him, Neko's eyes opened. Despite the pain, fear, and sorrow she held, she jumped up and hugged him tightly. Noah. You're here, I missed you, she said, full of love. Noah stood frozen, his heart aching. He reached out, and for the first time in a long while, his arms trembled. He wrapped them around Neko, tightly. He didn't need to be a genius to figure out why Zara's affection had dropped. He only had to see Neko's state, and what hurt even more was that Neko's affection had never once gone down. Even after everything, she still greeted him with pure love. I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. I'm sorry I didn't take better care of you, my dear Neko. My first companion. And at those words, Neko broke down again. She cried hard. Meanwhile, at the academy, Patricia and Aiden sat together in Aiden's room, facing a holographic screen. Their father, Oliver Stoneheart, stared back at them. His expression was dark and furious. What did you just say? He demanded. Patricia remained silent. But Aiden, he was done holding back. We said we've decided to join Noah. We're going to help him fight Elijah. So no, father, we're not doing what you asked. His voice dripped with contempt. And how dare you ask us to get close to Elijah after what he did to Patricia? Red fire glowed in his eyes as he continued. He tortured her. In front of the whole world. Nearly shattered her mind. He paused, glaring at the screen. And now you want us to go to him? To serve him? Have you lost your mind, father? It's you who's lost your damn mind. Aiden, Oliver snapped, his tone authoritative. You forget you're speaking to your father, not your friend. Watch your tone, he sighed, then leaned forward. You kids have no idea what it means to oppose a chosen one. You're not just fighting Elijah, you're fighting a divine being. He paused, looking at his children. He did love them, which is why, go to Elijah. Bow to him if you must. But don't oppose him, and if you can't do that, just come home. I'll protect you. There was silence. They understood. They knew he cared, but still, we can't, father, Patricia said softly, even her voice trembled. Even if it means our death, we'll walk this path. Yes, we ignored him before. But, her body shook. Did I ever deserve what Elijah did to me? She asked, voice raw with pain. Aiden pulled her close, hugging her tightly. They'd grown closer since Elijah's attack, and now, he was deeply protective of his sister. He looked at Oliver. We've made our choice. We appreciate your concern, but it's unnecessary. You only say this because you don't know Noah. He paused, smiling faintly, because if anyone can stand against a chosen one, it's him. He's a monster. Father. A real one. You have no idea what he's capable of. Oliver was silent for a moment, then he sighed. So be it. If that's your path, walk it. Just, don't regret anything. They both nodded, eyes full of resolve. Oliver sighed again. He may have failed as a father to Elijah, but to Aiden and Patricia, he'd been a good one. Lustful, yes, but still, a good father. Chapter 103, Training. Aiden and Patricia looked at each other. The call was over. Their father, Oliver, had given his reluctant blessing, allowing them to do as they wished even though every word had dripped with unwillingness. But really, how could Aiden and Patricia accept that, after everything Elijah had done to Patricia? It was beyond clear Elijah would torture them. Or worse, kill them if they dared to approach him, so siding with him, never an option. It's time to use the skills Noah gave us, Aiden said quietly. Their faces were hard, conflicted. Even now, even with Noah backing them, the thought of relying too much on him left a bitter taste, because the cost would be steep, a debt too heavy to bear. That's why, when Noah had handed them those powerful skills, they hadn't touched them until now. The skills were too much. Too advanced. Too overwhelming. Of course they were, each one was a fusion of multiple high-level abilities. Naturally, they were monstrous, but now, no more excuses. We have no choice. We can't stay weak just because of our pride, Patricia said, her voice solemn. We have to face reality. We are weak. Yes, we're SS rank talents, but in this academy, she laughed bitterly, shaking her head, it means nothing. Even other SS ranks like Rouge and Malric are miles ahead of us. They could crush us or worse, kill us if they really tried, her fists clenched, golden, holy light starting to flicker around her hands. I've had enough, Aiden. I can't stand being this weak anymore. I want to be strong. I want to protect myself and my family. She took a shaky breath. You know it too, Aiden. Father might not see it, he never really talked to Elijah and it became worse after he became the chosen one. But we know. We know. Elijah won't let our family off the hook, and she faltered, trembling as her words broke off. Aiden stepped forward and hugged her tightly. We won't let him, he whispered. We'll become strong too, Patricia. Their golden eyes met, filled with quiet fire. We will prevail. Together, they summoned their skill scrolls. For Patricia, holy territory, SSS rank, a skill that lets her create a vast territory of light that heals anyone and anything within its bounds, as long as she wills it. For Aiden, blade of destruction, SSS rank, a skill that conjures a sword wreathed in pure, destructive fire. Devastating, overwhelming, they exchanged one final look. And activated their skills. From that day forward, their lives were consumed by training. Endless, relentless training to master their new powers to perfection. Meanwhile, Elijah sat quietly in his room, his expression calm. Kitsune curled up asleep in his lap. He stroked her fur gently, his fingers moving in a soothing rhythm. I'm glad I met you, Kitsune, he murmured. Leona can't be with me yet, but with you here, the weight feels bearable. Kitsune purred and nuzzled closer, her golden eyes fluttering shut. Elijah smiled faintly, lost in thought. He wasn't far from reaching S rank. All he needed now was to evolve his aura into intent. He had 3 auras: aura of fire, aura of space destruction, and aura of the phoenix. Evolving his aura of fire would be easy. He could do that today if he wanted. But space destruction and phoenix? Those would be another story. The other path to rank up was to achieve something remarkable, something that would force the system to reward him. But right now, I have no chance to do anything big, he muttered, frustrated. And then, right on cue, ding, you have received a task. You have no right to refuse. You will now be transported to the small realm created by the celestial Justitia. For your task, train. Train. And train, duration, 5 years, rewards, based on performance, penalty, you will incur the disappointment of the celestial Justitia. Elijah's eyes went wide in shock, but before he could even think, space twisted around him. In an instant, he was gone. He reappeared in a realm of shimmering gold. Kitsune clung to him, her eyes wide with awe and confusion, and then the voice came, cold and mechanical, echoing all around them. Your first trial, create a light-based aura. The time here moves differently. 1 year outside equals 2 years inside. Work hard, chosen one, and prepare yourself. Soon, you will face your equals in battle. Do not disappoint us. Silence. Elijah's gaze hardened. If there was one thing he couldn't stand, it was the thought of disappointing his goddess, the one who had given him everything. Even when he hadn't deserved it, he refused to let that happen. So, a wild golden aura erupted around him, crackling like a storm. I don't know who I'm going to face, he muttered, gripping his blade as golden light gathered in his hand. But if you're going to these lengths, it must be important. He raised the blade, a weapon forged of pure light. Don't worry, my goddess. A spark flared in his golden eyes. I won't disappoint. And just like that, Elijah's brutal training began. Elsewhere, deep in the elven domain, inside the royal palace, in a secluded, forbidden area off limits to all but a chosen few, in a quiet chamber, a young woman stood by the window, gazing up at the sky. An elf, her skin pale as moonlight, her long hair shimmering silver, But her eyes were something else entirely. Stars, her eyes were filled with swirling silver stars, glittering like galaxies. Mesmerizing. Unworldly, then a voice echoed through the chamber, in 5 years. That's the date. When you will finally step outside these walls, you'll need to train. The temporal chambers are ready, use them. Gain as much time as you can, you'll have all the resources you need. And we've received a potion, one that will perfect your starlight physique, prove our bloodline, my child. The voice faded away, the young woman stood still, her lips curling into a small, sly smile. Finally, I get to leave this damn place. The harshness of her words clashed with her graceful, dignified appearance. I wonder how my sister is doing. Her eyes gleamed with mischief. Wait for me, Aphasia. Your beloved sister is coming to find you. And then she smiled, and the sky above exploded into a brilliant storm of stars, silver light flooding the entire royal capital. Stop releasing your power, Nephis, the voice returned, sharp with irritation. Oops, Nephis Elfborn, little sister of Aphasia Elfborn, laughed, sticking her tongue out playfully, and elsewhere still, in the beast domain, the queen of beastmen, mother of Ray and Domi, stepped into a dungeon. She too had her orders. She had to train, even though she was older than the other champions. Her talent was the weakest of them all, but the divine beasts had no other choice. She was the only one who fit. The others? Trash. And the beasts wouldn't choose anyone else, so here she was, the queen. Katie, stood before a vial of deep green blood. For context, Katie was a snake-type beast. Ray and Domi's lion forms had come from their father, and that green blood? Blood from a higher being. Drink it. Your bloodline will ascend. You'll gain new power, new abilities. Then train until you've exhausted everything. We do not accept failure. The voice vanished, leaving her alone. Katie sighed, deeply unwilling. She hadn't asked for this. All she had ever wanted was to rule in peace, to manage her territory in quiet comfort. But now, she had to fight, to train like her life depended on it, all to face off against kids barely older than her own children. She sighed again, resigned. No point in complaining. She had no choice but to do it. She picked up the vial and gulped down the green blood. All she wanted was peace, but those higher beings demanded war. So, she will give them war. Her training too had begun. Chapter 104, Noah's Beasts. Outside, in a secluded spot deep within the demon continent, a dense forest teeming with beasts of every shape and size, Noah and Neko sat side by side. Before them, a river flowed quietly, black as night. The silence between them was intense, but it wasn't exactly easy either. Awkward, yes, but subtle. Noah wasn't sure how to break the ice, and Neko, well, she was still embarrassed. She'd cried her eyes out after just 2 sentences from him earlier. Arg, so embarrassing. Why am I so emotional these days? Neko cringed inwardly, fidgeting as her eyes darted around the quiet forest. Noah noticed it all and smiled softly. You're really cute, Neko, he said. The moment the words left his lips, Neko whipped her head toward him. She stared for a second, then huffed and looked away. Now you're trying to butter me up. Oof. Noah smiled wryly. I know, Neko. I know I've been neglecting you since we came to the academy, but you know it wasn't intentional. He gently took her chin, making her meet his gaze. Silver eyes met purple. You know how important you are to me. How could I ever intentionally neglect you? Am I really that important, Noah? She asked, her eyes sharp and unwavering. Ever since we got here, I've been invisible to you. You keep chasing other girls, stacking them up like trophies, while I'm just here. Forgotten? Her gaze pierced right through him. And the whole thing with Zara? Was that just an excuse to push me aside? Noah's heart clenched. He'd screwed up badly. He'd been so focused on gaining more girls and power, he'd overlooked something vital: affection. Yes, Neko's feelings hadn't wavered, they were still rock solid at 90%. But that was Neko. She'd been by his side since childhood. She was there from the very beginning. Her feelings were real, deep-rooted, hard to shake, but what about the others? Anya? Sophie? Dominique? Even Yuki? And what about the women he'd meet in the future? Would he keep neglecting them too? Always busy chasing power, fighting for supremacy, collecting more women just to hinder Elijah and boost his own strength. That won't do, he thought grimly. His system was clear: if any woman's affection dropped below 70%, he'd lose everything he'd gained from her. Disastrous, he couldn't let that happen. But still, system, you're such a pain. Who told you to make such a huge downside? It was never meant to be a downside, host. Once affection passes 70%, it's extremely hard to drop. But remember, I warned you from the start, only true bonds matter. Don't collect women just for power, don't do that, collect them because you truly see something in them, because you want to be with them. Host, you're going to live a long life, how will it feel to be stuck with someone you don't even like, forever? Noah read the messages calmly and nodded to himself. The system was right, he couldn't afford to be greedy. If he pursued every woman just for power, all his relationships would end up shallow, hollow. His mind raced through these thoughts at blinding speed, barely a few seconds passed. Now in S rank, someone who had transcended his old self, his mind was sharper and faster than ever. He reached out and grasped Neko's hand. You going to Zara was never about distancing you from me, he said, voice steady. I think you're forgetting something, Neko, you were my first companion. You don't know, you can't know, but the night I found you? It changed everything. It made me who I am today. He locked eyes with her, deep and unwavering. You, Neko. No one else. Your importance to me is far greater than you think. I'll never forget the one who helped me take my first step. Neko's heart pounded. She could feel the sincerity in his eyes, so yes. I made a mistake. I didn't take care of you the way I should have. I was too busy, too caught up in things I didn't want any of you to know about yet. He took a deep breath, his voice gentle but resolute, but that's over now. From today on, I'll be there for you, Neko. For all of you, he smiled, warm and full of care, so forgive me, for making you feel unwanted, for making you feel like you weren't enough. For making you feel unloved. You're my Neko. My divine beast. My contracted beast. And my first light. Tears welled in Neko's eyes. Falling freely down her cheeks, she quickly wiped them away, smiling through her tears. Why am I always crying these days? She whispered, laughing softly. Noah pulled her into a tight hug. I love you, Neko. Never doubt that, she nodded against his shoulder, holding him tightly. I love you too, Noah, so much. Ding, Neko's feelings for you have reached 95%. Noah smiled to himself. And it's not over yet. He pulled back from the hug, looking at her with a spark of excitement. I've got a gift for you, Neko pouted, clearly not ready for the hug to end, but still asked, what gift? Noah raised his hand and gently pressed it to her forehead. You and your mother are divine beasts of ice. Right? Neko nodded. Noah's grin widened. Let's make you more than that. Wait, Noah, what do you mean, more than that? What are you doing? Before Neko could react, he spoke again. Give her the talent. A surge of deep, powerful energy flowed out from him, straight into Neko. It was the talent Echidna had promised him. Talent, Black Flame, S rank. The moment it entered Neko, sinking deep into her soul, Noah didn't hesitate. I'm sorry, dear, but brace yourself. He activated Ultimate Fusion, fused the two talents. A dome of white light enveloped Neko. Seconds later, her screams echoed through the forest, but Noah had already set up a sound barrier inside. Ice and Black Flame raged wildly, freezing and burning everything they touched. That day, Noah performed his first ever talent fusion, Child of Ice, S rank, Black Flame, S rank. Minutes passed before the dome of light shattered, and there she stood, changed. Neko's black hair shimmered like dark flames, flickering and dancing, a flame that looked cold, not hot. Her eyes stayed the same deep purple, but on her forehead, a tattoo had appeared, half flame, half ice. She had awakened a brand new talent, SSS rank talent, Black Frost, a power of ice that could freeze anything. And flames that would burn endlessly until she willed them to stop. She raised her hands. In one palm, a shard of black ice appeared. In the other, Black Flame flickered to life. She turned to Noah, eyes wide with shock and awe. Ding, your talent has changed. You are no longer a divine beast of ice, you are something more. Your bloodline has evolved to match your new talent. You are the first divine beast by Astra with this bloodline. Title received, the Prime. Your existence level has been greatly strengthened. Neko stared at the notifications, stunned. Do you like my gift? Noah asked with a smug grin. If not, tell me, I'll give you more. But Neko just looked at him, utterly speechless. Noah laughed softly. All right. Let me explain. While Noah and Neko were having their moment, back in the human domain, deep in the forest where Elijah had his first mission, inside a dark cave, a beast sat motionless. A wolf, its body scarred with golden sword marks. If Elijah were here, he'd recognize it instantly, the beast he'd been supposed to kill, but hadn't succeeded. Moments later, the beast transformed into a human. A young man, wolf-like in appearance, someone Noah would recognize too, Premier, his very first beast. Premier cursed under his breath. Damn master, sending me to fight those monsters and then ignoring me, he scowled, glaring at the sword scars covering his body. Damn that guy with the golden sword. What was that thing? I still can't heal. Just as he was about to continue cursing Elijah's entire bloodline, a shadow stirred in front of him. Shadiva appeared, her figure stepping out of the dark. So, you're Premier? Noah's beast, Premier's eyes sharpened, instantly on guard. Who the hell are you, woman? And how do you know that damn master of mine? Shadiva's eyebrow twitched. Okay, brat, she muttered. Looks like you need a lesson. Her big sister instincts kicked in full force. She couldn't stand watching a kid like Premier cursing nonstop, and so, that day, Premier unwillingly gained a new strict big sister, a nightmare he'd never seen coming. Chapter 105, Crystal. Human domain, the Church of Light. Solaris sat in her office, composed, indifferent. But inside? Chaos. Since coming back, she'd felt it, those eyes, watching her with quiet hatred. Especially in the prayer hall, under the cold, all-seeing gaze of Justitia's avatar, and that feeling only grew, but Solaris ignored it. She knew Justitia couldn't act. Not yet, so for now, she was safe. She let out a deep sigh, leaning her head back, eyes heavy. Since I came back, I haven't stopped working, she muttered, voice low and tired. The royal family's secret had to be buried. The decree? Wiped clean. Every person in the church who'd caught even a whisper of it, brainwashed, their memories burned away. And as saintess, she could do it. For now, but she could feel it, Justitia's blessing was fading. Soon, too soon, she'd lose her power. She wouldn't be able to keep up the act. Wouldn't be able to hide, but I have enough time. Enough to crush this entire church into my palm, she whispered, a dark smile curling her lips, her heart thudding faster. God, the rush. The thrill. She'd never lived like this before, this dance with danger, playing her hand against a goddess herself. She smirked, eyes glinting. I'm loving every second of it. Her mind drifted to the Campbells. For now, she'd left them alone. Noah said he'll handle them himself, she murmured, amused. What the hell had they done to deserve his wrath? Didn't matter. They were screwed. Solaris flicked her finger, and a shimmering projection appeared. Crystal, lounging in her room, reading like always. Doing nothing. Elijah's mother, brown hair, brown eyes, but not dull. Beautiful, deep, earthy. The kind of beauty that made you think of nature itself. She wasn't tall, but not short either, average height. But her body, curves that could make any man lose his mind. Perfect ass. Heavy breasts, the kind of woman who'd sold her body for money. That was her life before she met Oliver, and before Elijah happened. Solaris watched her, ice cold and detached. Noah hadn't given her any specifics, just to keep tabs. Make damn sure Elijah never saw her. Never spoke to her, that was it. Solaris dismissed the projection and turned back to her paperwork. She had bigger things to focus on, like tightening her grip on the church, or renewing contact with Empress Emily. Noah's influence stretched everywhere. Interesting. Crystal stared at her book, dead-eyed. 12th time reading the same damn thing, not because she liked it, hell no, it was the only thing worth reading here. The rest? All about the goddess, power, faith, useless bullshit. Crystal was B rank. Barely. That rank? A handout from the church, because of Elijah. Her own talent was garbage. She'd grown up poor, orphaned. All she had going for her was her looks. Her body, so what did she do? What she had to. Sell herself. Trade flesh for money. She could have fought, maybe. Tried to claw her way up. Gambled for some miracle title from the Akashic records. Something to elevate her, sure. She could have, but Crystal wasn't that woman. Never was. She was a coward. No drive. No ambition. Just survival. She wanted a good life. Money. That's it, and if that meant selling her body, fine. So be it, and she did. Crystal closed the book and lay back on her massive bed, staring up at the ceiling. In the end, I got what I wanted, she whispered, almost to herself. A good life. Money, but under all of that, the old hunger still burned. The ache, she bit her lip, hard. I miss it. I miss that feeling. At first, it was all about the money.
But over time, she craved it. The pleasure. The raw, addicting rush. It had been 15 years now since Elijah. 15 years of nothing. 15 years without feeling something inside her. No more, she muttered, voice shaky. My hands aren't enough anymore. I need the real thing, but here? Locked up like this? There was no way, she was trapped. Food brought to her. Requests granted, but no real contact. No freedom. She clenched her fists. Elijah's ignoring me. I've called him so many times. The saintess, always too busy, her voice tightened with frustration. But there was nothing she could do. No point in complaining. She shut up, hiked up her dress, and spread her thighs. Her hand slipped down, fingers finding her wet, eager folds. Her pussy was drenched, a sharp moan tore out of her throat, and so began another long, desperate session. Alone. Always alone, Crystal. A whore, through and through, but let's be honest, we love that about her. While Crystal drowned in frustration, others didn't have to rely on their own hands. Deep in the forest of the demon continent, Noah and Neko sat face to face. Noah had just finished explaining the story behind her transformation, a clever cocktail of lies and truth. But Noah? The ultimate trickster. No one saw through him. You're amazing, Noah, Neko said, eyes wide with admiration. Her cat-like tail flicked, full of excitement. With this, you're going to be unstoppable. Noah didn't respond. He leaned in slowly, stopping just a breath away from her face. I don't know what it is, he murmured, eyes burning, but seeing you like this, your black flame hair, the tattoo, it's making me crazy. Neko's face turned crimson, her eyes darting everywhere, her brain scrambling to keep up. What? She stammered, voice trembling. Noah smiled, amused, and closed the distance, his lips claiming hers in a deep, slow kiss. Neko froze, shocked. Her first kiss. And with Noah, the man she loved more than anything. She melted into him, awkward at first, but Noah was patient. His lips moved against hers, coaxing her, teasing her. His tongue flicked out, testing, tasting, until she gave in completely. Their tongues met, clumsy at first, but it quickly grew into something more. A dance. Sweet, sensual, different from the wild kisses he shared with Dominique. Those were all dominance and heat. This was love. Years of quiet, waiting love. When they finally broke apart, a trail of saliva still connected them. Neko's eyes were half-lidded, her breath shaky, her body hot and aching, her thighs pressed together, desperate for friction. She needed more. Noah's shirt was gone now, his toned, muscular body on full display. Broad shoulders, hard abs, perfection. Neko's breath hitched. Her legs twitched. She felt wetness pooling between her thighs. Noah's smile darkened. Ready, love? Neko hesitated just a second before crawling onto his lap, gasping as she felt him hard and waiting press against her ass. All her shyness crumbled away. Yes, my love, she whispered, voice husky. I want it. That was all Noah needed. He pulled her in, his lips capturing hers again, this time, fiercer, hotter, hungrier, and the night swallowed them whole. Chapter 106, Neko, R18, the kiss this time lasted longer. The heat built between them, fake and intoxicating. Lust took over. Noah's hands roamed everywhere, exploring every inch of Neko's soft, eager body, and what a surprise it was, her skin was a dream, velvety and warm under his touch. Her ass? Not big, but perfectly shaped, round like a peach, firm yet soft. Her breasts were average too, but they fit flawlessly in his palms, making his grip tighten with pure hunger. Moans echoed through the silent forest, sharp and breathless. Neko rubbed her ass against Noah's hard cock, her body shivering with need, desperate to see it, to touch it, to feel it inside her. Noah wasn't one to disappoint. He stood up, unbuttoned his pants, and let them drop along with his boxers. When Neko finally saw what he'd been packing, her entire body trembled, not with fear, with raw, animalistic lust. The beast inside her roared to life. Do you like what you see? Noah asked, grinning proudly, his voice low and teasing, but Neko had no time for games. She dropped to her knees instantly, grasping his thick shaft in both hands, making Noah groan at the first touch. Her hands were just that soft, hot, delicate, and maddening, and that was just the beginning. Neko smirked, eyes locked on him, and started stroking, slow at first, then faster, her confidence building with every moan she pulled from his lips. Oh! Noah moaned softly, his head tipping back, breathing ragged. Neko's eyes gleamed.
She was a newbie, sure, but with every passing second, her movements grew bolder.
Watching Noah's reactions lit a fire inside her. She wanted more.
Wanted everything. She leaned in, lips parting, and kissed the tip of his cock, and oh, fuck, oh.
Noah groaned loud, his whole body jerking. He hadn't expected that.
The feeling of her lips, just a kiss, but damn, sent a bolt of pleasure straight through him. But Neko wasn't done. Not even close. It was like she was in a trance, her beast instincts fully awakened, laser focused on one thing, pleasing Noah.
Driving him crazy. And holy hell, she was good. Unnatural.
Forget first timer, she was moving like a damn pro, her tongue swirled around the tip, teasing and licking, wild and greedy, like a servant cleaning her master's floor with devotion and obsession. It was hypnotic.
A fucking masterpiece. Noah was close, too close.
His body tensed, breath shallow. He was about to lose it, and just then, as if reading his mind, Neko opened wide and took him in, her mouth stretching around his full length, her throat working hard to take it all, her eyes squeezed shut. It burned, big, thick, overwhelming, but she held on.
Determined. Ready, and then, FSH. Noah let out a guttural moan as he exploded.
Coming hard in her mouth, a huge, thick load, gulp.
Gulp.
Gulp. Neko drank every drop, greedily swallowing like someone dying of thirst in the desert finally finding water. It was a sight to burn into memory. Noah staggered slightly, chest heaving, looking down at Neko, still kneeling, cum dripping from the corner of her smug, satisfied smile. His lips twitched.
He hadn't expected this.
He thought she'd be shy, timid, but this, he smirked darkly. Fine, love. His cock was already hard again, throbbing. Ready for round two, my turn. In a blink, Neko found herself on her back on the cold forest floor, dress torn away with a flick of his finger. Yelp, she gasped.
Eyes wide in surprise, Noah didn't waste a second.
He crouched between her legs and spread them wide, exposing her beautiful, glistening pussy, soft pink, dripping, perfect. The scent hit him instantly, sweet, intoxicating. Neko's face flushed crimson, embarrassed beyond belief, but before she could even speak, "Oh shh," she cried out, head falling back, mouth wide open, eyes rolling. Noah had dived in, licking her pussy like a man starved, tongue working furiously, devouring her like candy. He sucked her clit, soft at first, then harder, and holy fuck, Neko's body shook, trembling violently, her legs quivering uncontrollably, and then, splash, she came, hard. Her juices soaking Noah's mouth and face. But he didn't stop. Didn't even flinch. He looked up, eyes burning, seeing Neko laid out, panting hard, eyes glazed with bliss. And Noah, it was incredible, she whispered between gasps, still catching her breath. Noah just smiled. And this is just the beginning. He didn't wait, slid one finger inside her, slow and careful. She was still sensitive, her body shivering from her orgasm, but that only made her moans louder, wilder. Minutes passed, fingering, licking, teasing, and Neko lost it again. "Oh, she cried, coming hard for the second time. Noah stood up, his cock hard as steel, throbbing with need. Eating her out had driven him insane. It was time. He lined himself up, rubbing the tip of his cock against her slick entrance. He looked down at her gently. "You ready, love?" Neko, dazed but eager, nodded quickly. "I'm ready." Slowly, carefully, Noah started to push in. "Aho." Neko gasped, her tight pussy gripping him like a vice. "Fuck." Noah groaned, holding back, trying not to come instantly. She was tight. And soft. A perfect fit. Neko whimpered softly. Pain, yes, but she was strong, her divine beast body handling it. "You okay?" Noah whispered, leaning in to kiss her softly, sweetly. She nodded, eyes glassy. "I'm okay." "Keep going," and he did it, slow thrusts at first, tender, patient, kissing her between every movement. The pain faded, replaced by growing waves of pleasure. Soon Neko was moaning again, louder, begging for more. "Ah, yes, yes," she cried out, clutching him tight. "You're so big, Noah, you're filling me up completely." Noah kept a steady rhythm, deep, loving strokes, lips brushing hers, words of praise whispered between kisses. It was perfect. Pure, until they both started to spiral, chasing that final high. "I'm coming." Neko gasped, eyes rolling back, body convulsing with need. "Me too," Noah growled, his voice hoarse, full of lust. He thrust deep one final time, coming hard inside her, filling her up, but not before casting a spell to kill any sperm, just in case. Neko cried out, coming again, soaking them both as her body convulsed. she lay there afterward, legs wide, pussy dripping with his cum, eyes fluttering shut in bliss. Noah stood, catching his breath, looking down at her wrecked, satisfied body, but then his eyes flicked up. He smiled. "Why are you hiding?" A pause. Silence. Then out of the shadows Esther stepped forward, her face red-hot, eyes wild with desire. Clearly, she'd been doing something inappropriate while watching. Noah approached her, still naked, eyes locked on hers. "I told you I'd come for you." "Why so impatient?" "I can't wait anymore, master," Esther whispered, voice trembling. "Take me. Now, right here? With Neko still naked? With my cock still dripping with her cum?" Noah teased. Brushing her cheek, Esther bit her lip, eyes desperate. "Yes, master. I don't care. I belong to you. We belong to you. Do it. Together if you want." Noah grinned a hungry, feral grin. With a flick of his fingers, Esther's dress disintegrated. He pointed at his cock, still slick and hard. "Then please clean up, my lovely shadow." Esther's body shivered with excitement. She dropped to her knees without hesitation and started sucking him eagerly, her lips wrapping around his length. Who would have thought their quiet, reserved shadow was this horny? What a sight to behold. Chapter 107. Neko and Esther are 18. Esther was on her knees, her hand wrapped firmly around Noah's shaft. Without hesitation, she took him deep into her mouth, swallowing him whole as she began to suck with hunger and devotion. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The lewd sounds echoed through the forest, each one a testament to how desperate Esther was to please her master, a desire she'd harbored for so long. How could she not? As Noah's shadow, she had been with him everywhere, through everything. She'd seen him naked countless times, witnessed the raw masculinity of his body, the hard lines, the chiseled muscles, and that godlike cock that haunted her dreams. No matter how innocent she might have once been, being this close to Noah for so long had corrupted her completely. Now, her chance had come, and she didn't care who saw. Not Neko, not anyone. This was her moment to unleash years of pent-up lust. Esther worked him like a woman possessed, her throat effortlessly taking him in, no gagging, no hesitation. Her part-shadow nature made her formless where it counted, allowing her to swallow him whole with ease. Noah's moans filled the air as she sucked harder, deeper, her soft lips and swirling tongue pushing him closer to the edge. Minutes passed in a fever of pleasure before Noah finally came, flooding her eager mouth. Esther, of course, swallowed every drop, savoring the taste, but neither of them was satisfied yet. As soon as Noah caught his breath, he pulled her up, their lips crashing together in a deep, hungry kiss. It was pure lust, yet strangely intimate. Their bodies moved instinctively, exploring, claiming, and despite the raw hunger, Noah was gentle at first. It was Esther's first time, after all. But Esther's need burned too fiercely. "More, master, harder," she whispered breathlessly, her body writhing beneath him, begging for deeper connection. Noah's eyes darkened with desire. He obeyed. His pace quickened, thrusting into her with powerful, relentless strokes that made Esther cry out in bliss. Compared to Neko's tight, plush softness, Esther's insides were like warm, flowing water, slick, soothing, yet gripping him perfectly. They fucked wildly, shifting through positions. Their cries and moans growing louder and more desperate with each passing moment, so loud, in fact, that Neko stirred awake, groggy and still naked. She blinked, and the first thing she saw was Esther riding Noah like a woman starved, her hips slamming down on him with reckless abandon. Neko rose shakily, walking toward them. She pouted, her eyes glinting with playful jealousy. "I thought today was my day, Noah," she said, wrapping her arms around him from behind and biting his ear. "Oh." Noah moaned, his body jerking from the surprise pleasure. "It was supposed to be," he groaned, voice thick with lust, but Esther showed up. "I couldn't exactly say no, right? It was me." Esther gasped between breaths. Still bouncing on his cock like a woman obsessed, flap flap flap, her ass smacked loudly against Noah's thighs with each thrust, the sound filthy and intoxicating. Neko's lips twitched. "At least stop riding him like a damn bitch in heat if you're really sorry." I can't." Esther cried out, trembling as she kept fucking herself down on him. Neko rolled her eyes, but the jealousy she'd once felt was long gone. Esther had always been with Noah, had always been closer because of her role as his shadow. Neko used to envy that closeness, she used to wish to have the same power as Esther. But now she understood. Noah had reassured and shown her how much she mattered, how much he loved her. She was his first companion, his first light. Her heart swelled with love and acceptance. That's why she accepted to share. She grinned and leaned down, licking Noah's neck slowly. Her voice was a sultry whisper in his ear. I love you so much I'm sharing you. I love you so much I'm pleasuring you, kissing you while another girl rides your cock. She paused, then laughed softly. I'm completely obsessed. Neko's feelings for you have reached 100%. Noah's heart clenched. He smiled gently, even as Esther kept riding him desperately. He reached back to stroke Neko's cheek. I love you too. I love all of you. He looked between them, voice low and sincere. Thank you for accepting me. For accepting this, for staying by my side even when I don't deserve it. The three of them shared a quiet, tender moment, just the three who had been together since the beginning. Noah felt his love for them deepen, his bond with them stronger than ever, but then, with a wicked grin, he broke the silence. Enough of the mushy stuff. Let's fuck even harder. His eyes gleamed with lust. We've got all night, and tomorrow, I'll be facing Lilith herself, the personification of lust. I want to drain every last drop with my women tonight. Esther and Neko both smiled, eyes shining with excitement. Yes, they cried out in unison, and so, the threesome began in earnest. They lost themselves completely in pleasure. Bodies tangled together, cries of ecstasy echoing through the forest, a truly unforgettable sight. Meanwhile, far away from their world of bliss, Isaac and Albert were making their way toward the demon continent, specifically, toward Beelzebub's territory. It wasn't a move they wanted to make yet, but desperate times left them no choice. Their faces were grim. We should have waited a little longer, Albert said darkly. You're rushing things. Isaac's temper, for the first time, flared. Are you stupid, Albert? Luke is dead. Dead. Right after he tried to attack Sophie, everything is going fucking wrong. His voice shook with rage and fear. First Elizabeth, then Elijah. And now Luke. And do you know what's even scarier? No one's talking about it. The academy is running as if nothing happened. Like Luke never existed. Albert's face paled. You think Noah? Of course it's Noah, you idiot. Isaac snapped. And don't you get it? This means he's got power. Enough power to cover up the death of the heir to the Campbell family, the Empress's family. Isaac trembled. We are fucked. That's why we need Beelzebub, why we need the demons. We have no other shot, so shut up and walk rapidly. Albert said nothing more, silently following Isaac into the forest, the tension between them thick and suffocating. But little did they know, the very man they were running from, the man they feared enough to make a pact with demons, would soon be heading to the territory of demon Lord Beelzebub himself. Noah, it seemed, was fate's favorite after all. Chapter 108, Celine and Illyra meeting, in the academy, inside the training grounds. The air reeked of death, decay, and blood. Undead monsters of all shapes and sizes swarmed the arena, locked in brutal combat against three ferocious fighters. God damn it! Why the hell do I have to fight all of you at once? Malric growled, parrying Ray's punch with his dagger. Clink, boom, the force of the blow sent him flying backward, but before he hit the ground, a horde of undead surged beneath him, catching him effortlessly. He landed, eyes sharp, undead circling tightly around him, shielding him like a wall of rotting flesh and bone, and it was needed, because standing across from him were Rouge, Ray, and Domi, the deadliest of the first years. Merciless. Obsessed with battle. Nothing else mattered to them, tch. Always complaining, Malric. Domi clicked her tongue, then turned to Rouge with a teasing smirk. Seriously, Rouge, why are you even with this guy? He's got no fire. Look at my brother here, handsome, strong. He matches your vibe way better. She gestured to Ray, making yet another obvious attempt to drive a wedge between Rouge and Malric. Ray's face flushed, but his eyes gleamed with a hungry competitiveness. He stared at Malric, brimming with silent challenge. Rouge burst out laughing. Oh, Domi, give it a rest. I love my boyfriend just the way he is, even if he's a bit too soft sometimes. Her blood-red hair shimmered as she laughed, her crimson eyes glowing with a fierce light. The blood-drop tattoo on her forehead pulsed, vivid and sharp, a clear sign of her rising power. Malric's lips twitched. Irritated, sure, but this was familiar. Everyone knew about his relationship with Rouge. It surprised many at first, a quiet necromancer and a battle-addicted warrior? But to Malric, it made perfect sense. He had been drawn to her from the start, and when she spent all her time training and fighting, he had joined her world to be by her side. After months of relentless effort, things just fell into place. Not everyone was happy about it, especially Domi and Ray. He didn't even hide that he was gunning for Rouge. Malric exhaled slowly. Fine, his voice dropped, cold and sharp, sending a ripple of tension through the air. They always forgot. Always underestimated him. Sure, he wasn't obsessed with fighting like they were, but Malric was death itself, and death didn't play fair. Rise. The command was soft, but earth-shaking. 3 colossal monsters materialized behind him, exuding murderous auras that scraped the edge of S rank. A towering minotaur, a hulking cyclops, and a massive black-furred wolf, his strongest summons yet, creatures he'd brought back from deadly missions outside the academy. Malric's eyes blazed. His aura unfurled like a storm, and everything around them began to decay, the ground, the air itself. He smiled, slow and menacing. Get ready. I'll show you how an air of death fights. Boom, the monsters charged, each one targeting a rival, but Malric? He blurred, appearing behind Ray in a flash, dagger gleaming. You bastard. You dare chase my girlfriend? He slashed, fast and vicious. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Rouge yelled, laughing wildly even as the Minotaur's punch hurled her across the field. Blood splattered from her mouth only to twist midair into giant blood spears, which she fired straight back at her beastly opponent. Domi, locked in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the Cyclops, grinned madly as her fists collided with its massive blows, the shockwaves rattling the arena. Good. Let's see who breaks first, she shouted. Ray, his eyes burning, kept smiling through the chaos. I won't back down, he roared, swinging a crushing punch at Malric. The wolf intercepted, snarling, jaws snapping shut around Ray's fist. Malric sighed. Truly, he was surrounded by lunatics. Damn it, Noah. When are you coming back? He muttered under his breath, missing the only guy who'd actually let him catch a break sometimes. But Noah was gone, so, fine. Let's fight till we drop. And he dove back into the fray. Elsewhere in the academy, Illyra's office, the room was tense. Illyra sat calmly at her desk, facing the silver-haired, violet-eyed woman across from her, Celine Weaverheart. On the outside, Illyra was composed. Inside? She was spiraling, meeting the mother of her lover, not just any mother, but Celine Weaverheart, the witch of eternal cold. Sure, Illyra could kill her if it came down to it, but still, her palms itched with nerves. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, witch of eternal cold, Illyra said smoothly, offering a gracious smile. Celine nodded, her gaze sharp. Likewise. It's an honor to meet the famed dean of Apex Academy. But then her tone hardened. Where is my son? Where's Noah? Her eyes flickered with power as she scanned the academy. Her senses stretched razor-sharp. Illyra kept her voice even. Noah isn't here, and because lying seemed pointless, this was his mother. After all, she went on, he's on the demon continent. Silence. What? Celine's voice dropped, so cold it crystallized frost across the walls. You let my son, my only son, go to that cursed place? Her aura surged, and the temperature plunged, ice creeping along the floor. Illyra didn't flinch. She was far too powerful to be fazed by a little frost, but still, she had zero desire to piss off Noah's mother. If anyone else had pulled this, they'd already be dead. You don't have to worry, Illyra said calmly. Noah is my disciple. I wouldn't send him without precautions. If anything happens, I'll sense it instantly and teleport to his side. You know my mastery of space. Nothing will catch me off guard. Celine's eyes narrowed, but she seemed to relax slightly. Disciple? Since when? She frowned, caught off guard. Noah hadn't mentioned this in his letter. A spark of jealousy flared in her chest. I should have been his master, she thought bitterly, but then, really? Luminara, the divine beast bound to her soul, snorted in her mind. You want to be his shadow, his master? What's next? You're already his mother. And you also planning to be his lover? Yes. Everything. I want to be everything for him. Happy now? Shut up, Celine shot back. Luminara clicked her tongue, unimpressed. Illyra, ever perceptive, sensed the beast presence within Celine, but wisely said nothing. Instead, she leaned in slightly, voice quiet but firm. Actually, I'm more than just his master. She began to explain her relationship with Noah, detail by detail. With every word, Celine's urge to kill her spiked higher and higher. A truly dangerous little meeting. Meanwhile, far away in the wilderness, Noah lay sleeping in a forest glade, naked, flanked by Neko and Esther, both resting their heads on his chest. All was peaceful, until their eyes snapped open at once. They felt her before they saw her. Well, my dear, a sultry voice cooed. I waited all night for you, but here you are, enjoying yourself without me. Dominique stepped into the clearing, pink hair swaying in the breeze, her gaze smoldering with lust as she drank in the scene before her, her body tensed with desire, but Noah shook it off, sighing.
No, no. Enough playing around.
We need to see your mother. The trio stood, stretching languidly. Still naked, but none of them cared. They'd long stopped being shy around each other. When it came to Noah, all boundaries had dissolved, not that the girls even looked at each other, they were too busy staring at Noah's godlike physique. Bodies already aching for another round, but Noah ignored their heated stares. He had work to do, 5 years to conquer the demon continent. 5 years to make the demon lord his ally or force them into submission. He paused, looking up at the sky just as a black crow descended and landed on his shoulder. Lucy, he said, tilting his head. Your power, interesting, the crow cawed softly, its voice echoing in his mind. Indeed, champion.
I'm here to guide you, help you secure the demon continent. Noah nodded. His body shimmered, clothing itself in an instant.
A silver robe with purple markings, forged from his ice and thunder magic, wrapped around him. What about the elf and beast continents? He asked. Eyes narrowing, they're locked down, Lucy replied.
The beast queen is in seclusion, and the elves? Impossible to track.
But we can assume that they are preparing for the same 5-year deadline.
Going there now would be unwise, Noah exhaled. Then demon continent first. After that, the human royal family, he smirked.
I already have the dwarves.
Once the demons and humans fall in line, that'll be enough. For now, he clenched his fists.
Nothing ever goes exactly to plan, but I'll be ready. His thoughts darkened. If they're training, then Elijah must be, too. He looked skyward, eyes burning with focus. He couldn't afford to slack, not for a second. He had to master his trait.
Fully understand it.
Use it with absolute precision. He also needed to deepen share the powers of his women, to gain more bloodlines, talents and affinities, to become unpredictable, unstoppable, more complete. Let's move, he said at last. No more wasting time, and together, they set off toward Lilith. Chapter 109, Yearning and Fear. Noah stood alone in the depths of the forest. He'd told the others to meet up with Zara and wait, because he had something important to do. Something he hadn't done in a while, bonding. Sharing power with his women, Noah liked to be prepared. Even though, thanks to his blessing from Lay, death wasn't a real threat in this world, he refused to rely on that safety net.
Not yet.
Not ever, if he could help it. He conjured a barrier of pure nothingness around him and sank to the ground, legs crossed, breath steady. As close as he was to his women, there was one thing he would never reveal, the true core of his power, his system. No one could see this. No one in system, Noah said quietly. Show me Dominique's profile. Name, Dominique Seductress, age, 20, race, succubus, rank, titles, the child of lust, the horny one, the charming woman, affinities, lust, SS, charm, SS, physique, heavenly infernus, bloodline, Eros's bloodline, talent, daughter of lust, SS, END. Noah stared at the profile, a brow raised.
A bloodline and a physique? Interesting. And that name, heavenly infernus, he muttered, tilting his head.
This feels like one of those cultivation novels I used to read back on Earth, he smirked, a little nostalgic. Those overpowered MCs, their endless harems, those heaven-defying breakthroughs, he'd read so many, he could probably write his own novel. No. Hell no, he shook his head, laughing softly. Cultivation novels aren't as easy as they look. He refocused on Dominique's profile.
System. What's the heavenly infernus? A physique that allows its wielder to grow stronger through sexual activity. This physique is exclusive to women. Noah blinked, then grinned.
And if I share it, upon sharing, it will be adapted for male use, host. No concerns there, good. He nodded, pleased. No way I'm letting something like that slip by, he straightened, eyes gleaming. Bond with Dominique, ding. Bonding complete, he felt the bond snap into place, an invisible thread connecting them. Now, Noah whispered, eyes sharp, share her affinities, talent, physique, and bloodline with me. He wasn't taking chances. If he was about to face the incarnation of lust, he'd face it armed to the teeth, with their own damn power. Applying X10000 effect, you have obtained the affinities, lust, transformation, charm, transformation, talent acquired, favored by lust, EX unique. Physique acquired, transcendent yang furnace, bloodline acquired, child of Eros, and then the transformation began. the air crackled with power. The ground shifted as if unable to bear the pressure Noah was emitting. Shit. Noah cursed under his breath as his body was torn apart and rebuilt, the familiar agony of evolution washing over him. His new affinities wove themselves into his aeon vein, making it stronger, more complete. Closer to perfection, his appearance shifted too, growing sharper, more ethereal. Already, he'd been beautiful, the pinnacle of mortal allure thanks to his trait. But now, with transformation rank charm layered on top, his beauty crossed into the realm of the divine. Even more physiques bloomed inside him, awakening, fusing into his prime physique, making him even more primal, and his bloodline, he could feel it deep, merging into the very roots of his existence. A new force, waiting to be tapped whenever he wished. All of it happened at once, a tidal wave of power, and the forest around him responded in kind. A thick, intoxicating scent filled the air, enough to drive any living thing mad with desire. Only his barrier kept disaster at bay. Minutes passed. When it was finally over, Noah stood, rolling his shoulders, flexing his fingers. His body elevated. His beauty deadly. Now, every breath he took, every movement, could capture hearts without effort. But Noah, practical, calculating Noah, hit it. He masked his divine allure, dialing it back to something just a notch above his previous self. Still, he couldn't help but mutter, "TSK. I don't like hiding my beauty. I'll have to figure out how to use it at the perfect moment without scaring everyone senseless." Decision made, he dismissed the barrier and teleported. He appeared just outside the city, where Dominic, Neko, Esther, Zara, and surprisingly, Lucius were waiting. Esther melted into shadows and immediately took back her place, his shadow. Neko shifted back into her tiny cat form and perched on his shoulder, purring contentedly. Dominic sauntered forward with a confident smile. Coming to stand at his side, she tilted her head, eyes gleaming. "You look even more handsome." Noah's smile was smug. "And I'll keep getting better. I'll hold the title of the most beautiful mortal alive." Dominic laughed, low and sultry. Really? Can't wait to experience what it feels like to have the most beautiful mortal fuck you." His lips twitched. "You're always horny, only with you, dear." She winked. Neko rolled her eyes, clicking her tongue. "Slut," from the shadows, Esther's dry voice added. Agreed. Dominic just laughed, completely unbothered, her gaze still burning for Noah. Meanwhile, Zara and Lucius stood apart, both frowning, but for very different reasons. Lucius looked irritated, tense, still caught in the aftermath of being interrupted at the worst possible moment. His body language screamed frustration, like he hadn't fully come down from whatever Noah's sudden arrival had cut short. Zara, though, she stared at the scene unfolding before her. Neko, Dominic, Esther, all of them drawn to Noah like moths to a flame. Their emotions were laid bare to her, amplified by her gift, overwhelming love, happiness, fierce devotion. It radiated from them so brightly she almost felt blinded, and she couldn't understand it. She felt it all, so pure, so complete, but no matter how deeply she searched, it made no sense. How? How could anyone feel this way? What had Noah done to inspire such intensity? Her chest tightened, a sharp ache blooming where there should have been understanding. Something stirred inside her, something raw and unfamiliar. She hated it. Zara clenched her fists at her sides, nails biting into her palms. She couldn't stop watching, couldn't tear her eyes away. And yet, every second she stared, the yearning inside her grew louder. More demanding. I wanted to. The thought was sudden, fierce, and terrifying. She wanted to laugh and love like them. She wanted to feel that same warmth, that same intoxicating closeness, but no. No. She couldn't. It was too much. Too foreign, her breathing hitched, her whole body trembling from the weight of it. And then, with grim precision, she did the only thing she knew how to do. She cut herself off. Shut down her emotions completely, like flipping a switch. The ache disappeared. The longing, the fear, the unknown, it all went dark. She exhaled shakily, her expression flattening into something cold, something numb. It was easier this way. Safer, to cower, to run, to hide from feelings she couldn't understand, because all she'd ever known were shadows, bitterness, and pain, and what's more terrifying than something you've never known? Never dared to hope for. Across the clearing, Noah's eyes never left her. He saw every flicker of emotion, every tremor of vulnerability, and then, the moment she shut it all down, he saw her retreat into herself, into that hollow shell of safety,
and that's unsettled Noah. What did you live through, Zara? He wondered quietly. What makes you so afraid of love? A new resolve sparked in him then, sharp and certain. Belzebuth? Noah thought, eyes narrowing. I was going to meet him anyway. His decision was made. Chapter 110, The Domain of Lust. With Noah here, his mastery over space more and more refined, they arrived in no time in front of a massive black and pink castle. A hazy pink mist wrapped around it, making everything look mystical, its details blurred. You could barely see beyond its shape and those two dominant colors. But even just standing at the doorstep, they were hit, an immense surge of lust, desire, like their emotions had been dialed up to the max, but only lust, and on top of that? They felt eyes watching them. From nowhere and everywhere at once. Eyes that seemed to pierce straight through their souls. All of them froze, except one. Those eyes? They couldn't see anything beyond Noah's outward appearance. Couldn't touch him. Noah turned his head slowly, staring into the depths of the pink mist. His silver hair gleamed beautifully under the dim light, and then, he smiled. He looked toward Dominique, who stood there like she didn't give a damn. You gonna keep standing there watching? Or are you gonna help? He asked flatly. Dominique gave him an innocent smile. I mean, they did call me a bitch, didn't they? Noah sighed. Not in the mood. With a snap of his fingers, boom, a wave of sword intent exploded out, swallowing them whole. Intent, not aura. Noah's original intent was that of the transcendent self. Meaning? He'd long since stepped past being just Noah. He embodied many concepts at his core, and one of them was sword. Because of that, Noah could channel the intent of any concept inside him, all anchored under his true, transcendent self. His intent helped him correlate, merge, and create his own path within other concepts. In other words, it made it stupidly easy for him to craft new intents. And with sword? He'd already made his choice, to sever, to cut anything and everything. That was the sword intent he forged, severing sword, and now, he wrapped Neko and the others in that severing sword intent. His target? The overwhelming lust that had been suffocating them, it was severed. Instantly, they snapped back to themselves, eyes clearing. You didn't have to, Neko snapped, her eyes blazing. Black flames danced around her, wild and furious. I was gonna burn all this shit myself. Esther didn't speak, but her shadows deepened, growing so dark it was like even the air dimmed around her. Zara and Lucius? Untouched from the beginning. Zara had her insane emotional control. Lucius, his anti-man's presence made the surrounding lust completely useless. Yeah. These two? Monsters in the making, but Neko and Esther? They'd been thirsting to prove themselves, especially Neko with her new power, but they hadn't even gotten a chance to act. Noah's lips twitched. Girls? I don't have time for this, but still, sorry, he said, brushing it off. You'll get your turn soon. But right now, I'm in a bit of a rush. His eyes locked onto Dominique. Serious now, no more games. Dominique nodded, her playful smile dropping. She knew it was time to get down to business. She guided them deeper inside. No one stopped them, this was her turf. The domain of lust's daughter. Soon, they reached a massive pink door, intricately carved. In its center was a small symbol, a long, elegant pink tongue, drawn with eerie grace, the main chamber, where Lilith, the queen of lust, waited. Dominique paused just for a breath, then knocked, didn't even wait for an answer. She kicked the door open and barged in. Hey, you bitch of a mother. I brought some guests. Silence. Everyone turned to stare at Dominique, wide-eyed, stunned. Even Noah, the fuck, echoed in all their minds. Then, it came, that voice. Sweet? No. Too sweet, no, far beyond sweet. It was the kind of voice that shattered any idea of what sweet could mean. Not divine, no. Something different. Something perfect. The epitome of what a woman's voice should be. The kind that made you drop every single guard the second you heard it. Lilith's voice. You whore of a daughter. Stop calling me a bitch in front of company. Silence. The hell. Everyone's expression twisted, like their brains couldn't quite process those words coming from that voice, even when cursing crudely. Her voice was pure pleasure to the ear. Lucius almost dropped to his knees. Shit. I think I just found a new fetish. Women who curse in bed. You guys feel that too. Ignored. No one was in the mood. Dominique tilted her head, hand to her chin, fake pensive. If I'm a whore. What does that make you? Lilith just ignored her. Her gaze slid toward Noah, and her smile curled slowly. So?
You're the famous Noah Weaverheart. Her eyes swept up and down, a predator's gaze in no rush. I didn't know you were this beautiful. Noah tilted his head.
You know me, Lilith chuckled. You think I'd let my only daughter run around out there without keeping tabs?
Of course I know you. Her eyes glinted playfully now, and I have to admit, you've got something big for your age. And you know how to use it. She shot Dominique a look. No wonder that whore fell for you. Dominique's lips twitched, but she held it in this time. She was being the bigger woman today. Lilith stepped closer, graceful and dangerous. And I know why you're here. She instantly disappeared and appeared back in front of him. And you know me. Her smile sharpened. I am lust. She leaned closer to him, voice dropping lower, velvet smooth. So if you want me, if you want my support, she grinned, eyes gleaming wickedly. Do what you did with my daughter. A beat, if you're capable. Her smile stretched wider, razor sharp. And if you fail? Her grin turned downright feral. You'll join my harem. The room went still. Noah stood there, eyes calm, unreadable. Then he smiled. I accept, but inside, fuck yes.
Thank God I bonded with Dominique already.
Time to prove that even between parent and child, they always have a favorite.
Their favorite child, and what a coincidence, Noah.
He was favored by lust. Meanwhile, Sophie, she was nearly there, just 2 lightning strands left, circling her like wolves. One, the red lightning, crackling with such dense, terrifying power it warped the air itself. The other, a thin, flickering golden lightning.
Not strong because of sheer might, but because it was slippery.
So fast, so elusive, it was almost impossible to catch, let alone refine. But Sophie's eyes burned with absolute conviction. I'm going to do it, she murmured. No matter what, she focused everything she had, her body taut. Every nerve on high alert, ready to complete her new red lightning, ready to fight for her throne, for Noah. She closed her eyes, sinking deep into pure concentration. She pushed her talent to its limits, lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. That was all she needed.
One shot. Once she caught that damn golden lightning?
Merging it would be easy, so she waited. The lightning, like it knew, never stopped moving, always flickering just out of reach. Sophie didn't flinch. Fine.
You want to play the long game?
Let's play. Her red lightning flared, surging with unshakable dominance, like it was saying, let's see if you can outlast me. What perfect training.
An empress must be patient.
Must be steadfast, so Sophie didn't mind. This was making her stronger, and when she was done,
Bet none of Noah's other women work as hard as me.
She smirked inwardly. She thought about the others, those ridiculously talented girls who barely had to lift a finger. But her, she was different. I'll become his favorite. The only one who's grinding her ass off to keep up.
No relying on him.
And I will succeed. Her red lightning deepened, glowing an even richer crimson. Her body began to change, subtly, not finished yet, but unmistakable. She was becoming lightning itself, not just any lightning, her own, her sweat, her enlightenment. Her power, forged by her own hands, and it was beautiful.
Deadly. Chapter 111, Her Past. Sophie might have been the hardest working when it came to sheer training, but the others?
Oh, they were grinding too, just in their own ways. In her room, Elizabeth sat at the edge of her bed, her gaze razor sharp.
In her hand?
The soul of Grand Master Eldon. She'd reviewed his memories again and again. And the best way to deal with the church, simple, wipe out the corrupt, expose the rest, show the church what these so-called servants of the goddess were really doing in the shadows, kidnapping children young, brainwashing them into inquisitors, and what worse was that those without talent slaughtered like animals. Their bodies vanished without a trace. To cover it all up, they controlled certain families, blackmail, leverage, whatever it took to force obedience. And for those who resisted, immediate death, branded as heretics who'd turned their backs on the goddess. Even the royal family wasn't safe. The royal court was crawling with deep church loyalists, ready to betray their own domain in a heartbeat. A church of light and justice. What a joke. All they did was exploit, kill, blackmail, and destroy, all in pursuit of more power. Elizabeth scoffed, voice dripping with venom. TSK. All this, under the eyes of that bitch, because yes, it wasn't like Justicia didn't notice, no. Worse, she blessed some of them. A low-level blessings, yes, but still it was enough for them to do worse things, all for one reason: the more people of a world believe in her, the deeper their faith. The deeper their faith, the stronger her hold over that world. And eventually? She could claim the entire world for herself. That's what Justicia wanted. Claiming the world with faith. All by using Elijah as her champion to kill demons and save people from the gates. True, but there is more than that. Because others' champions exist, but Elizabeth had no idea of the identity of champions, Elizabeth's eyes turned cold. Ever since regaining her celestial status, she'd started to remember things. Not all, but still some of them. Like who and what Justicia really was, a celestial. Just like her, someone who'd clearly known Elizabeth's past self very well, their race was different. No celestial should be born in a lower world, their bloodlines were too powerful, that's why rarely a celestial was born mortal, and the celestial faction is one of the most dominant, most feared, beings of light, order, purity, justice, balance, etc. Every celestial's power was built around these core principles. Even their other abilities were twisted to fit those principles. A celestial with fire authority? Their flame wouldn't just burn, it would be purifying fire. It was also possible to ascend into a celestial later. But, arg, Elizabeth groaned, gripping her head. Pain shot through her skull, memories blurring and fading again, something or someone was blocking her, even her own past life was hazy. If she wanted answers, if she wanted to know why she was here, why she was killed, why Justicia chained her, then she'd have to face the one who chained her first. She surely knows some things, and she's the only one who can tell me. Elizabeth looked up at the sky, fists clenched. She wanted to storm up there, demand her answers right now, but no. She knew better, she wasn't strong enough yet, but she would interfere. She'd make Justicia's life hell, and the first step? Broadcast Eldon's memories to the entire damn church. And make all the church defects from her. She smirked darkly. Noah told me Solaris, my old mentor, has joined the fight too. She laughed, losing 2 saintesses already. Justicia's influence must be taking a serious hit. Her eyes glinted. Well then, let's make it worse. She stood, her mind sharp, her resolve like steel. Since returning, hardly anyone in their group had cared much about the academy anymore. They couldn't afford to. Noah never said it out loud to Elizabeth, but she was an oracle, fate, destiny, foresight, all her domain. And what did she see? A world teetering on the edge of chaos. War, beings of unimaginable power tearing the world apart. And at the heart of it? Elijah, she'd seen it, and 5 years, maybe, she muttered, she hadn't told Noah. She didn't need to. He knew. Why else would he be in such a rush to head to the demon continent? He was building strength. Gathering allies, trying to soften the blow when everything went to hell. But Noah's alone, and their legion. Her silver eyes hardened, cold and sharp. We have to be stronger. Way stronger. We can't let him carry this alone. Her aura flared, silver lines flashing through her eyes like threads of fate weaving, letting her glimpse into the unseen. She couldn't look at Noah directly, his fate was locked away from her. From anyone. But she could watch those close to him. Neko, her vision blurred, something shifting. Instantly, she saw her Neko standing over someone. Someone Elizabeth wouldn't have looked at twice if she didn't know it was Noah. They were inside a castle, facing a woman, a demon, Lilith. Elizabeth breathed, but then Lilith paused, her eyes narrowing as if she felt something watching. Elizabeth immediately cut her power, jerking back. Heart racing, she steadied her breath, her abilities were dangerous. Seeing the past, present, and future of people was no joke, but staring too long at someone like Lilith? SS rank? As in A rank, a death wish, she wiped her brow, so the first one is Lilith. Lust incarnate, well, I trust my love to handle her. Silence, then, her entire chamber exploded, blasted apart by a pulse of her own aura. She stood there, shaking, fists clenched. She didn't want to think about it, but she knew Noah's gonna do some fucking sexual stuff with her, she knew. That's how lust operated, and she hated it. I should have been first, if only she knew. Noah had already done it with 3 others, yeah. Someone might have actually died today, no joke. Meanwhile, a very different kind of destruction was unfolding. In a training room, Anya, cute, sweet little Anya, sat on the floor, aura raging wildly, ripping everything apart around her. Destruction, pure and simple, her affinity? Destruction, her talent? Pulverization, funny, wasn't it? This cheerful, bubbly girl had the most annihilating power of them all, but right now? No smiles. No cheer, she stood, ice cold, her usual playful mask gone. I'm tired of holding back. I want to destroy things. This isn't enough, her voice was ice, no warmth, only destruction and chaos. Since joining the academy, she'd held herself back. Carefully, why, I don't want to accidentally wipe out a village and get abducted again, she said softly, like it wasn't a big deal. That was her nature, born with it, not made. Her act with others were all a facade. But there was one thing, one person, she would never destroy: Noah. I really miss him, she murmured, her eyes softening just a bit. I wonder when he'll be back. I want to see him. Then her gaze sharpened. All those other girls around him, they're starting to get annoying. She frowned, but then drifted back to thoughts of Noah, her usual light returning. Her feelings were only at about 70% right now. But imagine, just imagine, if those feelings ever crossed that 70% threshold, a new threat would be born, a new crazy woman, and this one, more dangerous than all the others. After all, who'd ever suspect a sweet little girl of harboring thoughts of total annihilation? Not me. Chapter 112, Noah and Lilith, 1, R18. Inside the main hall of Lilith's castle, Neko and Esther stood shoulder to shoulder, eyes locked on the glowing pink sphere floating in the center. Inside, Noah and Lilith were, well, no one needed to guess. They were all adults here. Dominique strolled over, smirking like a cat who'd cornered her prey. Jealous, she teased, her voice light but loaded. Neko's head turned slowly, her eyes meeting Dominique's with that signature calm, but her hair? Already starting to shimmer and flicker with fire at the tips. She didn't bother to reply at first, just stared. Silent. Cool. Dangerous. Esther didn't even glance at Dominique. Her eyes were locked on that sphere, focused. But her mind was anything but calm. Ah, I wish I was in there, Esther groaned internally. Just imagining Noah's cock plunging into Lilith, rough and deep, made her entire body heat up. A sharp throb shot through her lower belly, and she clenched her thighs together, trying her damned hardest not to let anything leak out. The last thing she needed was for one of these insanely powerful youths to pick up on her arousal, but Dominique? Dominique felt it immediately. That's her domain after all. She leaned in, her voice dropping low so only Neko and Esther could hear. Esther. I can feel it. Don't even try to hide it, you're soaked. Esther's body twitched at the blunt words. But she kept her eyes forward, jaw tight, refusing to react. Neko's lips twitched, amused. Since their intense night together, Neko knew exactly how filthy Esther was. Seeing her pretend to be all cool and composed? Hilarious. She held back her laugh, though, letting Esther suffer in silence. Finally, Neko spoke, her voice cool and firm. We're not jealous, she shrugged casually, her eyes still fixed on the sphere. We knew this would happen. Noah's not going to stop with just us. There'll be more. Plenty more. Hell, even your mom wants to get her claws into him and make him part of her harem. Dominique. Bold move, by the way, Dominique chuckled, unfazed. Neko kept going, her tone hardening. We're not the type to cry every time a new girl gets a turn. But, her smile twisted, teeth sharp, black flames flickering in her eyes, we do have standards. Only the worthy ones get to stay. The rest? I don't care if she's a goddess, I'll burn her to ash or freeze her to death, because being worthy of Noah is not a matter of power. She wasn't bluffing. Noah wasn't just a man, he was a force. And Neko knew the kind of power he carried and shared, so no, we are not jealous. Dominique. At last for me and Esther. I am not sure about the other. Esther laughed softly, eyes gleaming. Elizabeth and Yuki? They'll snap when they find out. She smirked, pure satisfaction on her face. I was the first. Before any of them. She thought silently, but then she shifted, eyes narrowing on Dominique. But what about her, Neko? You think she's worthy? But Dominique's smirk faltered for a second, sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere. Neko grinned wider, eyes gleaming like a predator. Good question, Esther. Maybe we should test her. Her power flared instantly, black ice crawling across the floor, freezing the very air. Esther's shadows rippled out, dark and hungry, stretching like tentacles across the room. Dominique's eyes widened. Whoa, hold up. Didn't you just say it's not about power? Shut up, slut, Neko hissed, her voice sharp as a whip. We decide who's worthy. And you? You think a cock-hopping succubus qualifies? Dominique growled, her pride flaring. I stopped after Noah. I'm loyal now. And what the fuck do you expect from a succubus? Sex is our power. Esther's grin turned feral. Save the excuses. We'll finish this before Noah gets back. She didn't forget how this bitch had took the first time of Noah. Her shadows thickened, oozing menace. Dominique backed up a step, eyes darting. Why, you're kidding, right? Esther laughed darkly. Oh, this'll be great. Better than sitting here imagining Noah railing Lilith all night. Nico's black eyes crackled. We're going to enjoy this. Dominique's eyes darted around, panic rising. Wait. Boom, fuck. You bitches asked for it. Magic exploded across the hall as the three clashed, the room instantly thrown into utter chaos. Off to the side, Zara, Lucius, Leona, and Lucy watched in stunned silence. Lucius finally spoke, reverence dripping from his voice. Noah is my new goddamn hero. That's it. My life goal is to have women like that fighting over me. Zara and Lucy just stared at him like he was pure trash, but Lucius didn't care. He was already scheming, eyes bright with determination. Meanwhile, inside the pink sphere, Noah stood tall and still, eyes locked on Lilith with unsettling calm. Lilith raised a brow, amused but also intrigued. Confident. Aren't you? She purred, circling him slowly, hip swaying. Not even a flicker of doubt. You think you can outlast me? She licked her lips, her eyes glowing with predatory hunger. The apostle of lust? Noah's lips curled into a slow smile. Let's see, shall we? With a flicker of power, he dropped the veil on his true form. Batum, Lilith's affection for you has risen to 50%. Truly, beauty's privilege does exist. Lilith's heart skipped, her breath catching. She froze. Noah's beauty wasn't just physical, it was divine. Beyond mortal comprehension. The kind of beauty that could break minds, shatter wills. Goddesses would fall over themselves for a taste of him if they knew of his existence. That's how beautiful he was now. Lilith's legs trembled. She'd never seen anything like it, and then Noah unleashed his bloodline. He chose to use his trait, and to fully embody one of his bloodline. Not just possess it, but to become it. Child of Eros, a ripple of primal power coursed through him, igniting every nerve. His desire, his lust, his need surged to impossible heights. Memories of ancient seduction flooded his mind, millennia of technique and instinct. His cock hardened, thickened, pulsing with inhuman power. His entire body radiated an aphrodisiacal scent, thick and heady, wrapping around Lilith like a drug. Lilith's eyes glazed over, her body shivering uncontrollably. Her heart raced, her pussy throbbing with desperate need. Whatever self-control she had left snapped. She tore off her clothes, standing gloriously naked before him. And gods, she was stunning. Long pink hair, deep pink eyes with heart-shaped pupils, smooth flawless skin, curves that could make angels fall. Her breasts were massive, soft and heavy, her waist narrow, her hips wide and inviting. Her thighs were thick and strong, her ass round and high, every inch of her sculpted for sin, her body slick with need. She stepped forward, eyes burning with pure hunger. Let's begin, she whispered, her voice dripping with lust. Either I break you, or you break me, she smirked, eyes narrowing. But let's make this interesting. If you win, really win, I'll be yours. Fully. Your slave, Noah. Anything you want. Anytime. Every hole I have. No limits, you can fuck me anywhere. She paused, eyes gleaming. Even my ass, that was it. Noah's control shattered, and he lunged at her like a beast unleashed, his hands grabbing, mouth crashing against hers, power rippling between them like a storm about to break. Chapter 113. Noah and Lilith, 2, are 18. The kiss was savage, deep, primal, feral. They let go of everything, right here, right now. There were only two beings of pure lust. And they were about to embody that concept perfectly. Noah was beyond excited, high on adrenaline and raw hunger. He grabbed Lilith's body like she was his, possessive, claiming every inch. His hand slid over her breast, gripping tight, and holy fuck, it was incredible. All the while, they kept kissing, tongues tangled together, neither of them breaking away. Not for a second. They were strong. They didn't need to breathe much, so they indulged, sinking deeper into the pleasure. Noah erased his clothes with a flick of will, standing completely naked. His cock was rock hard, thick, long, with deep, bulging veins coursing along it like living serpents. It was intimidating, a weapon. But for Lilith, it was the eighth wonder of the world. She wrapped her hand around it, gasping at the sheer heat pulsing through it. She started stroking him fast, her hand moving expertly, but Noah wasn't about to be left behind. He slid 3 fingers straight into her dripping pussy without warning and started fucking her with his fingers, fast and deep.
His right hand worked her relentlessly while his left hand stayed glued to her breast, kneading and tugging her nipple. All the while, Lilith kept stroking him, her heavenly hand moving like it was born to worship his cock. Noah was in heaven. No, this was better than heaven. He wanted more. He finally broke the kiss, panting. You're at least a good kisser, Lilith moaned, eyes glazed over with lust, her hand refusing to let go of his cock. And, she cried out suddenly. Noah's fingers were still deep inside her, fucking her without mercy. He smirked, eyes locked onto hers. I'll show you I'm more than a good kisser. Without waiting, he grabbed her and laid her down on her back, spreading her legs wide open. Her pussy glistened, completely drenched, leaking her arousal like a waterfall. The scent hit him hard, sweet, intoxicating, euphoric. Noah took a deep breath, savoring it. Lilith trembled under his gaze. Do you love it? She smirked, licking her lips. Do you love the sight? Noah didn't answer. He couldn't. His bloodline was roaring, screaming for release. He dove in, mouth open, licking every inch of her soaked pussy. He sucked her clit hard, swirling his tongue around it while plunging a finger back inside her to keep the pressure high. Then, with a flick of power, he used his ice affinity, forming a small, cold cube. Without a word, he placed it just above her pussy. Lilith cried out, her body jerking. The contrast, the heat of her pussy and the freezing touch of ice, sent her into sensory overload. But Noah wasn't done. He shoved the ice cube inside her pussy, pushing it deep. Lilith's whole body shook, her legs twitching uncontrollably. Fuck, even with all of that, she didn't come yet. She was close, trembling at the edge, but her pride held her back. She refused to go down that easily. Noah smirked. He liked that. He wanted this game to last, so he kept going, licking, sucking, fingering her relentlessly. Minutes passed, each second more intense than the last, until Lilith couldn't hold back any longer. Her entire body spasmed violently. She screamed as she came hard, pink-tinted liquid shooting out of her pussy, splashing across Noah's face. Noah licked it up with a grin. He could feel his physique strengthening, bit by bit, negligible now, but it worked. It works, he thought, eyes gleaming darkly. What'll happen when I actually fuck her? He stood up, eyes locked on Lilith's panting body. She was still lying on her back, chest rising and falling rapidly. Noah moved above her, positioning his cock right in front of her mouth. Lilith's heart-shaped pupils gleamed, her lips curling into a sultry smile. You're incredible, better than any of those worthless pieces of. She didn't finish. Noah shoved his cock deep into her mouth, cutting her off completely. Lilith gagged, eyes widening. Just suck my dick and shut up. He grabbed her head and fucked her mouth. No mercy, no hesitation. Flap, flap, flap. His balls slapped against her chin, loud, filthy. He drove himself in so deep he was brushing the back of her throat, making her gag again and again. But she took it, she loved it. Her pussy grew even wetter, dripping down her thighs as she moaned around his cock. She was loving every second, being treated like a common slut, a toy for her master's pleasure. Her body shook, her mind slipping into pure submission, and she came again, just from being used so roughly. Noah smirked. I see, you like it rough. He wasn't done yet. He kept fucking her mouth, relentless. At the same time, he formed a massive ice dildo, long, thick, brutal, at least 15 inches. Without warning, he shoved it deep into her pussy. Lilith's eyes rolled back, her whole body jerking violently. She tried to scream, but Noah's cock was stuffed in her throat. The sensations were overwhelming, far beyond anything she'd ever experienced. Her body trembled. Her eyes glazed, her mind breaking apart in pure pleasure. Minutes passed like this until finally, Noah growled deep in his chest and came hard, flooding her mouth with his thick cum. Lilith drank every drop greedily, licking her lips as she panted hard. Your cum, it's amazing, she moaned. I could drink it all day, forever, But before she could finish, Noah yanked the ice dildo out of her pussy fast. Lilith screamed and came hard, her pussy squirting wildly. Noah grinned darkly. See? I'm already hard again. He pointed to his cock, rock solid and ready, this time. I want your tits. Lilith didn't hesitate. She pressed her massive, soft breasts together. Sandwiching his cock between them, Noah groaned, fuck. The feeling was divine. He started thrusting, sliding in and out of her breasts. The tip of his cock kept brushing her lips, and Lilith eagerly opened her mouth, waiting for every pass. My breasts are my pride, she moaned, her eyes glazed with lust. Noah didn't answer, he just kept thrusting, fucking her tits like his life depended on it. His mind was gone, drowned in pure pleasure. Lilith moaned, lost in ecstasy. Her world was just Noah now, his cock, his heat, his dominance. Minutes passed, the sphere filled with the sounds of moaning, panting, and the wet slap of flesh on flesh. The air was thick with the scent of sex, so strong, so intoxicating, anyone who stepped inside would be instantly tempted to join in, two beings of lust, going wild. Noah roared, coming hard, painting Lilith's face and tits with thick, hot cum. They lay there for a moment, both panting, eyes locked, smiling darkly. Your body is incredible, Noah said. Lilith licked her lips, moaning softly. Your cock is even better. They smirked at each other, both knowing it wasn't over yet. Now, Noah said, eyes gleaming, let's move to the main course. He leaned down, voice dripping with command. Turn around. All fours, Lilith obeyed instantly, her body trembling with anticipation. She turned around, presenting her ass to him, thick, round, perfect. Her pussy dripped steadily, glistening between her thighs, the queen of lust, on all fours, submitting completely to a man younger than her own daughter. But Noah wanted more. Beg me, he growled. Lilith's body shuddered. No one had ever dared to command her like this. She was always the one in control, but now, something deep inside her snapped. Something she didn't even know she craved. Lilith loved it. She loved to be dominated. To serve. To act like a slave, so she didn't hesitate. She gave in completely. Please, my lord, she moaned, voice shaking, put your thick, veiny cock inside me, and fuck me until I lose my mind. Noah's cock twitched harder than ever. That day, Noah gained his first true sex slave. Chapter 114, Noah and Lilith, 3, R18. Noah didn't waste a single breath. Without warning, he thrust his thick cock deep into Lilith's exposed, dripping pussy. They moaned in unison, their cries of pleasure echoing around the room like a symphony of lust. Lilith's insides were unbelievable, soft, tight, and impossibly inviting. Noah gritted his teeth, feeling her walls clench around him, while Lilith was already in a state of nirvana, her eyes rolling back, her mind blank with bliss. One thrust, just one, and she was already unraveling. Noah's cock was monstrous. It stretched her, filled her, owned her. He fucked her without mercy, each thrust ruthless, his hips snapping forward again and again. His hand came down hard on her ass, slap. Slap. Slap, oh. Yes. Again. Slap me harder. She was a mess of moans and ecstasy, her body shaking, her mind dissolving under Noah's brutal rhythm. And he didn't hold back. His cock drilled deeper and deeper, touching every forbidden part of her insides, sending waves of electric pleasure through her entire being. The sound of their bodies colliding, wet, raw, hungry, filled the sphere. The smell of sex was thick in the air. They climaxed together, their bodies shuddering violently as Noah buried himself deep, flooding Lilith's womb with thick, hot cum. But he wasn't done. Without missing a beat, Noah grabbed Lilith like she weighed nothing, lifting her in his arms like a doll. He smirked down at her, cock still hard and pulsing. You ready for more? He stood and slammed back into her, fucking her standing up this time, deeper, rougher, harder. OHFUCK. Oh fuck. You're touching my womb. Lilith screamed, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. This new angle had Noah's cock ramming straight into her deepest spot, hitting her womb with every thrust. Her face twisted into a wild, fucked-out expression, mouth open, tongue hanging out, eyes glassy with lust. Noah chuckled darkly, staring into her ahigo face. Look at you. Where's your regality now? All I see is a filthy, horny slut. Lilith smiled through her haze. I don't care about regality. I'm yours. Your slave. Your fuck toy. Do whatever you want with me. She had completely surrendered, given herself up entirely. This feeling, this raw domination, was something she'd never experienced, but now she craved it like air. Her pussy clenched hard around Noah's cock, sending shocks of pleasure through his body. Oh shh. He almost lost it, but forced himself to hold back. Lilith, ever the tease, smirked. This pussy? It's yours now. Just like my daughter's. We're both yours. Completely, she pulled Noah into a deep, desperate kiss as he kept pounding into her. Their bodies slick with sweat and sex. We'll always obey you, she whispered between gasps. Noah grinned. All this because I fucked you good, Lilith moaned. We're succubi, beings of pure lust.
The easiest way to own us is to fuck us into submission. And you did exactly that, she cried out, coming again, soaking his cock with her nectar. Noah laid her down on the ground, breathing hard. Would you betray me if someone fucked you better? He asked, eyes narrowing. Lilith laughed, a sultry, dangerous sound. Jealous, are we? She licked her lips. You've got nothing to worry about. No one will ever fuck us like you do. No one will ever get the chance. She sat there. Her legs spread wide, Noah's cum leaking out of her swollen pussy. This, she said, pointing to the mess. This is yours. Forever. I'm marked. Owned, she grinned wickedly. Now come, my master. Come fuck me again. Take what's yours, and what followed was pure madness. Hours, no, days of relentless, savage sex. Noah didn't hold back, exploring every inch of Lilith's perfect body. He kissed, licked, and fucked every part of her except her ass. This one's for later, Noah said darkly, eyes gleaming with lust. I want to fuck your ass while your daughter watches. Lilith's entire body trembled at his words. My ass, it's a virgin. No one's ever touched it. Her confession only made Noah more ravenous. But that was for another time. They fucked for what felt like eternity, thanks to Noah's manipulation of time. One day inside was only an hour outside. And by the end, Lilith was drenched, her body painted in Noah's cum, licking up every drop she could like the greedy slut she was. Finally, they collapsed side by side, chests heaving, bodies spent. You're a beast, Lilith panted, eyes glazed over with satisfaction. Noah, still beautiful even after removing his child of Eros embodiment, looked at her with contented eyes. And you're truly incredible. As expected of the queen of lust, Lilith smirked, eyes glinting. Just imagine, you can fuck this body whenever you want. Doesn't that excite you? It does, Noah replied without hesitation. He locked eyes with her, his gaze burning. And you're my slave, Lilith smiled wide. I am, she climbed onto him, straddling him with sensual grace. And to prove it, I'll swear it. She leaned close, her voice sultry and soft. I, Lilith seductress, queen of lust, swear to serve Noah Weaverheart as my master. I will obey perfectly, like the slave I am. I will never betray, never disobey. With fush, the air shifted, heavy with power. Ding. The queen of lust has submitted to you. She has chosen to become your eternal slave. Devious, new title acquired. The slave master. Your new title has been integrated into one who is all. Effects updated. Noah grinned at the system's notification, eyes flicking back to Lilith. You gained something from me becoming your slave, didn't you? She teased knowingly. Indeed, Noah smirked. You just saved me a lot of trouble down the line. He pulled her in and kissed her deeply. My first eternal slave. Lilith's eyes sparkled. I liked the sound of that. She was a wicked, masochistic little thing, and Noah loved every bit of her. When they returned, stepping out together, all eyes were on them. Noah's beauty was dazzling. Lilith smiled sweetly. The discussion was very successful. Neko, Esther, and Dominique's lips twitched in unison, while the others stared blankly. Already tired of their antics, the seductress family will now fully support Noah Weaverheart, Lilith announced with a proud grin. Noah's eyes scanned his women and noticed the bruises and scratches on Neko, Esther, and Dominique. He frowned. What happened? Nothing, nada, rain. 3 answers, same meaning. Noah narrowed his eyes. He knew something had gone down, but he let it slide, for now. They were grown women. They could handle their own battles, until it crossed a line. So, what's next, Moss, Noah? Lilith asked, nearly slipping into calling him master. The girl's ears twitched at that. Noah kept his face straight. Mammon. How do we get his support? Lilith smirked. That one's easy. He's greedy. Offer him treasure or land, and he'll be yours, but Beelzebub. Her smile darkened. That bastard just loves causing trouble. Is there any way to bring him to our side? Noah asked. Zara's body tensed subtly, her eyes flashing with anger. Leona caught the change, her mind racing. Is she connected to Beelzebub? Lilith raised a brow. If you really want, we can find a way, Noah smirked. I was just curious. Wanted to know if there's anything he desires badly so I can exploit it. He glanced at Zara, eyes gleaming. Mind coming with me for a little walk? Zara, he grinned. Let's visit Beelzebub, shall we? Chapter 115, Absolute Ice. Zara tilted her head in confusion.
What do you mean? Didn't you want to go to Belzebuth's territory? Then let's go together. I want to accompany you, and at the same time look around the demon continent, just the two of us, the others reacted. Neko and Esther frowned slightly, exchanging looks with him. Dominique's face was like someone who had been anticipating something, only to have it denied at the last second. Leona didn't mind, and Lucius? He couldn't care less. In fact, Lucius was happy to stay behind in Lilith's territory. After all, I didn't finish properly last time because I was interrupted, Lucius thought darkly. Noah glanced at their faces and instantly understood. But, I need time alone with her. Her affection is too low. 30%? Goddamn, that's a first, and her talent is too damn useful. Controlling emotions? Who in their right mind would pass up that kind of power? Bullshit, he smiled at his women. He transmitted his voice directly into the minds of Neko, Esther, and Dominique. I need this alone time if I want to win her over, right? Otherwise, with you there, Neko, she'd never even glance at me. I have to corner her into a situation where she has no choice but to talk and look at me. Please understand and cheer me up, okay? It won't take long anyway, he explained, and they easily understood. None of them minded Zara's addition to the harem. After all, Neko liked her a lot, and Zara seemed worthy enough, so the matter was settled easily. Noah turned to Zara, who was still standing there, staring at him. Unfortunately, I don't think you have too much of a choice, right, Zara? So let's just go. Zara didn't say anything for a couple of seconds before sighing. Fine, Noah smiled. Let's go. He turned and started walking for a while before glancing over his shoulder. Zara hadn't moved an inch. She was looking at him like he was a complete idiot. Noah's lips twitched. What are you waiting for? Aren't you good with space magic? Just use teleportation. Noah refused immediately. No. We walk, teleport, and miss the chance to spend more time with you? Hell no. Zara opened her mouth, ready to argue again, but Noah suddenly appeared right in front of her. Zara, for the love of all the gods out there, just come already. He grabbed her hand and teleported away, arriving just outside the castle gates. Planning to walk from there, he left some parting words for the others. Find out what Mammon would love, preferably a treasure. The wilder the better. I don't care what it is, just find something he'd die for and report back. Neko, you've got new powers, get used to them. Esther, train too. Dominic, go to your mother and train. Leona, you can show your true nature now. Learn how to fight effectively with it. Lucius. You horny bastard, keep slacking off and you'll never get what you want. Go train, damn it, and you, dear Lucy, you know what to do, all of you fight each other. Learn how to fight together. Noah's voice disappeared, each of them absorbed his directives with serious expressions, ready to give it their all so they wouldn't disappoint him. Lucius's lips twitched. Damn you, Noah. You spent all day fucking and now you're forbidding me? Bastards abusing his power, and so, follow the servants, Lilith said. They'll show each of you your training ground. There's a central one, my personal training ground, or we'll all fight together like Noah said. She smiled. Then she turned to her daughter. And you, bitch, come with me. It's time for proper training. Stop calling me bitch, you bitch, mother and daughter, calling each other bitch. What a beautiful bond, right? While Noah was off on a date with Zara in the territory of a demon lord, two mature women were fighting over him. Well, technically, one was fighting, the other was just parrying attacks. Celine and Illyra. Ever since Illyra told Celine how she became Noah's woman, Celine wanted a piece of her. A piece? Fuck that. Judging by her crazed eyes, she wanted more than just a piece. You fucking whore. Millions of ice spears appeared in the sky of the White Realm, raining down on Illyra like a storm. Illyra sighed, clapping her fingers. Time around the ice spears slowed significantly, making them crawl through the air like molasses. Then, with a casual swipe of her right hand, space shattered and the spears were absorbed into the void. It was as easy as breathing. That was the difference in power. Illyra was fundamentally no longer a mortal. She was a supreme, no matter how weakened she was. An SS rank being couldn't pose a real threat. Please stop, Celine. You're making this difficult for me. I don't care, Celine snapped. She could see she wasn't a match for Illyra, but that didn't matter, because, Luminara, get over here. Let's teach this bitch a lesson. Luminara appeared, sighing heavily, clearly fed up with Celine. Can't you calm down? I am calm. Celine's aura erupted violently, making the air around her drop to sub-zero. Luminara's eyes twitched. You know if she's with Noah, that means Noah accepted her and loves her. Do you really want to fight someone Noah loves? Celine had one massive weakness, and that was Noah. No matter what, if Noah's happiness was at risk, she'd stop. That's how much she loved her son. That's how much Noah meant to her, and so, she stopped, but her eyes remained locked on Illyra. Cold. Filled with killing intent, Illyra stood still, sighing in relief. She didn't want to hurt Noah's mother. She looked at Luminara with gratitude. Luminara just nodded. Since when? Celine asked coldly. A month or so. Did you two do anything? She pressed. Illyra frowned, puzzled. What? Celine's patience snapped. Did you two kiss or something? She nearly shouted. Illyra's face lit up, and without thinking, she blurted out, oh yes, we kissed. It was amazing. I wish I can. She froze. Eyes widening slightly, slowly, she turned her head to Celine, who had bowed her head, her entire body trembling. Oh, fuck, Luminara muttered. Illyra smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean. She didn't even get to finish. Celine's voice rang out, calm, cold, and absolute. Concept activation, absolute ice. Silence. Illyra's eyes widened in shock, the air stilled, everything froze, even time and space. Celine raised her hand, pointing a single finger at Illyra, the only thing still moving. She looked at Illyra, her gaze sharp as blades, die, and Illyra began to freeze. From the inside out. Chapter 116, Yuki, the one loved by sword, die. Celine's voice was like ice, absolute, merciless. She meant it. She was going to kill Illyra. That intent burned bright in her eyes and laced every word. She wanted Illyra dead, for kissing her son. Her dear baby. Her Noah, for doing something that even she hadn't done with Noah. Yeah, that was the real problem. It wasn't just the kiss itself that was an issue, sure, but it didn't warrant this level of killing intent. No, the real problem was how dare Illyra kiss Noah before her? Celine was supposed to be his first. His first in everything, and if she only knew what Noah had already done with the others, well, let's not go there. But Illyra wasn't some pushover. She was a supreme, a dragon, and not just any dragon, a soul dragon, the first and only of her kind. So no, she wasn't going to be underestimated. Her voice rang out, smooth, calm, unshaken, and it wasn't just her voice. It was layered, multiple beings speaking at once. Concept activation, the holder of souls, Nicholas's burning sun concept. A sun exploded into existence above them, a burning, searing orange sun. The temperature spiked, shooting sky high in an instant. The frozen time and space? They started to burn instantly. Time began to flow normally again. Space unraveled, no longer shackled. The surrounding ice dissolved. Illyra's body ignited in orange flames, but she was untouched. The fire only devoured the ice that had tried to freeze her. She let out a soft sigh, eyes locking onto Celine, who was still glaring at her, eyes thirsting for blood. Ah, my concept. Damn, it's been a while since I saw you use that. Nicholas's voice echoed in her mind, happy that his concept was being used after such a long time. Why didn't you use my concept, dear disciple? It would have been enough. Shut it, old man. My concept fits this situation better. The argument between souls started up, but Illyra had no patience for it. All of you, shut up. Figure out how I can fix this without my husband getting pissed at me for hurting his mother. That was Illyra's true power. Her concept was ridiculous. She could use the concept of any soul she possessed, yeah, multiple concepts, ready to go. That's why even other supremes didn't mess with her lightly. And the one above respect her. The voices stopped bickering immediately. Just use my concept and imprison her, or mine, put her to sleep, or mine, show her that her puny ice is nothing compared to real ice. Illyra's eyes narrowed at that last one. Watch your mouth. Don't you dare belittle Noah's mother. She might be annoyed by Celine's attack, but that's all it was, annoyance. She understood Celine. And seeing her act like this, Illyra realized something. Her eyes widened. Yeah, this could work, unlike humans. Dragons and other big races don't care about incest. Hell, they do it regularly. Their bloodlines are too strong, too precious to dilute, but for humans? A bit trickier indeed, so, I can help you. Illyra blurted out. Her thoughts had been lightning fast, barely any time had passed for the others. Celine and Luminara both blinked, tilting their heads, confused. Illyra took a deep breath. I can help you with Noah. It's obvious you feel something more than just maternal love. But with my help, I can smooth things over, make him accept you. She didn't even pause. I'm a dragon, by the way, and in our race? This kind of thing is normal. I'm qualified to help.
she spat it all out fast, afraid Celine might snap before hearing her out. But she didn't need to worry. The moment Celine heard help, her killing intent vanished like it had never existed. She rushed toward Illyra, eyes wide with hope. Really? You can help me, she asked, breathless, excited. That was her biggest fear. Even if she wanted Noah, what if Noah never saw her that way? What if he only saw her as his dear mother, nothing more? That would break her completely. That's why Illyra's kiss had made her snap. She was jealous and scared. Scared she'd never get her chance because of her role as his mother, but now, if she could get help from Illyra, one of his women, yes, there's a chance. She smiled at Illyra, radiant, like a girl meeting her new best friend. Please, help me, Illyra's lips twitched. So hypocritical. But she just nodded. Celine's smile bloomed even brighter. That's all it took, just mention Noah and she was yours. For good or for bad, what a loving mother. Elsewhere, in the academy, at the training grounds, Yuki sat cross-legged, meditating. In front of her lay her sword, a beautifully crafted katana. You could see the love and mastery in every curve of its blade. She was deep in thought. Back when she first created her sword technique, Phantom Severance, she'd earned a title, Sword Skills Weaver, a title reserved for creating sword skills. That meant crafting new sword techniques would come easier for her now. And that's what she was pondering, a new skill. She already had an illusion-type sword technique. Even though her master had left her a full set of sword styles, Yuki was feeling greedy. She wanted her own techniques. Her own legacy, something she could leave behind or pass on to her children, their children. Hers and Noah's. Her face flushed red, like a tomato. Clap, I need to focus. She slapped her cheeks, forcing herself back on track. It wasn't easy, but she managed. And so, a sword skill. But what type? It was a shame Yuki had only sword affinity. If she had other elements, she could have created something truly insane by combining them, but maybe that's what made her unique. She was a being of the sword. Loved by the sword. In love with the sword, pure. Untainted, that's why only she was worthy of the sword. Even Noah, with his literal sword body, his at least S-rank sword-level body strength and durability, wasn't worthy, because deep down, Noah wasn't a swordsman. He didn't love the sword itself, only the power it gave him. That was the difference between him and Yuki, and for her love and dedication to the sword, how could the sword itself ever let her down? The Akashic record pinged. Your title, Sword Skills Weaver, is guiding you. That was it. But that tiny nudge, Yuki's eyes snapped open, wide and bright. Her orange irises shifted. Turning sword-shaped, in that moment, clarity struck, a revelation, a ridiculous, beautiful enlightenment, a sword, with no form, truly, a crazy thing to think. Chapter 117, worthy, a sword with no form. How could she achieve that? Yuki's thoughts raced, but even after several minutes, no clear idea came to her. She had only a hint, a single thread of guidance, a sword with no form. It was as if the very concept of the sword had whispered to her, show me your worth, show me you can grasp it. Show me you can understand the meaning behind a sword with no form. But Yuki was not the type to be discouraged. None of Noah's women were, they couldn't afford to be. Because to stand beside someone like Noah, with his strength and his will, they needed to be just as determined, just as relentless. What none of them fully realized, though, was that if Noah wanted, he could make all their struggles vanish in an instant. With a mere flick of his finger, he could merge all the affinities Sophie was laboring to control. He could help each of them unlock their potential, but what would be the point of that? Where would the satisfaction be? Noah wanted to see them fight for it. He wanted to give them the choice, the path they wanted to walk, the battles they wanted to overcome on their own. Only after that would he step in to help, to lift them higher. That was his way of respecting them. That was also the only way they could earn their titles, by pushing themselves, by doing something worthy. And Yuki, she was worthy. She tilted her head slightly, her pupils still shaped like slender blades, though the glow was slowly fading. What is a sword with no form? She murmured to herself. A formless sword, she said aloud, then laughed softly. Obviously, but still, what did it mean to be formless? Adaptability. To be without form meant to adapt, easily and efficiently, to anything. So, if I apply that to a sword that adapts to anything, any environment, any opponent, any power, anything. Her eyes lit up with realization, a sword with no weaknesses. A sword that can face anyone and always be its best. But then she frowned. How, if my opponent uses fire, do I use water or ice? Her frown deepened. She didn't have all those affinities. Was her understanding of formless wrong? No, Yuki shook her head firmly. I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Her mind whirled. I'm underestimating my affinity. I am the sword. What's the essence of a sword? The essence of a sword is to kill. To cut. To sever, to murder, that's it. It doesn't matter what type of sword it is. Its purpose is the same, and at that, her eyes went blank. I am made to kill. She whispered, because she was a sword. A weapon, so if she wanted to kill, she wasn't limited. Everything in her environment, even her opponent's own power, could become her weapon. To do that, she had to become exactly what she was chasing, formless. She had to become a water sword against fire. A light sword against darkness. A piercing blade against defenses. A fast blade against speed. She had to adapt. Her eyes widened as realization struck. Why was I limiting myself? She murmured. My sword can be anything. Fire. Water. Ice. Space. Time. Heavy. Swift. Loving. Deadly. I don't have the affinity. Fuck that. She grinned fiercely. She would draw those affinities. Those concepts into her sword with her sword affinity. Water sword, it's a sword at the end. And sword was her thing, and the first step, I need to shape something into a sword, like turning water into a water blade. She nodded, her determination crystallizing. Let's start with the basics: fire, water, air, earth. Then, her eyes glimmered. I need to feel the intangibles: space, time, emotions, and shape those into swords. Her katana in front her trembled subtly, as if sensing something fascinating. It sounded impossible. No, it was impossible, but if she managed to do it, what a magnificent feat that would be. I should ask Teacher Damon for guidance too. She decided, and so, Yuki began her training, a brutal, unforgiving training, but she was determined. Meanwhile, Noah walked calmly, Zara beside him. Hours had passed since they'd begun their journey toward Belzebuth's territory. The atmosphere between them was awkward. Zara refused to speak, and when she did, it was in clipped, 1 or 2 word answers. It was maddening. Not even Noah's beauty seemed to fully work, though it was working, just barely. He caught her sneaking glances at him now and then. She was intrigued. Surprised by his looks, but courting a woman with control over emotions? She could just cut off all her feelings, and that was it. This can't go on. Noah thought grimly. He glanced at the sky. It was getting dark. Turning his head, he caught Zara staring. She immediately snapped her gaze away. Noah's lips twitched. Girl, just admit I'm handsome. Would it kill you? He sighed inwardly. We should find a place to spend the night, he said. It's getting dark. Zara gave a silent nod. Soon, they found themselves in a cave, just the two of them. Zara sat across from Noah, radiating disinterest. But Noah would be a fool to waste this chance. Do you have a grudge against Demon Lord Belzebuth? He asked casually. Zara flinched slightly, but stayed silent. Noah sighed. I don't know what problem you have with me, but if it's about Neko, I've already settled everything. I know, Zara muttered. Even she wasn't sure why she held on to this resentment. She'd thought it was because Noah hurt Neko, but she was starting to realize it wasn't that, and she didn't want to go down that line of thought just yet. Don't you think I should at least know what you're planning? Noah added lightly. Otherwise, I might, unintentionally make things harder for you. His smile was warm, deceptively so. Zara knew better. She'd been around Noah enough to know one thing. He was a blackmailing bastard. He loved to push, to press just the right buttons, to make you give in. And the most frustrating part, you couldn't do anything about it. He was too subtle, too precise, and he was right. She couldn't afford to have Noah messing up her plans. She sighed, resigned. What do you want? If you're trying to add me to your little collection of women, forget it. Zara was no fool. She knew what Noah wanted. But he wouldn't succeed. He was a beautiful bastard, but still a bastard. Noah smiled, not the least bit surprised. He hadn't even tried to hide his intentions. I do want you, he said bluntly. With someone as guarded as Zara, subtlety wouldn't work. I want your affection. Zara frowned. Why? You already have all those girls around you. Why do you want me? She didn't understand. How could someone want more? And the most baffling part, Noah wasn't looking at her with lust. He didn't just want her body. She'd seen how he treated his women, how they loved him. Didn't I promise you something? Noah asked softly. Zara tilted her head, then her eyes widened in realization. Noah smiled. Yes. I said I'd teach you love, remember, and I intend to keep that promise. His smile brightened, dazzling. His beauty was almost unfair, and in that moment of weakness, as Zara's walls cracked just a little, his beauty struck her like an arrow. How can a human be this beautiful? She wondered, dazed. But Noah wasn't finished, and as a first step, to teach you love, his smile shifted.
Into that signature smirk, wide. Devilish. Let's start with the one who made you like this. The one who made you loveless, a pause, let's deal with Belzebuth. Together, Chapter 118, The Weight of What We Hide. Zara looked at Noah with her black, emotionless eyes. Who said it was Belzebuth? She asked quietly. At her question, Noah gave an awkward smile. Don't tell me it's not him, please. That would be too embarrassing after everything I just said. He said in a slightly embarrassing tone. For the first time since the incident with Neko, Zara smiled, just slightly. She found this Noah more human and relatable. It's him, she confirmed, amusement flickering in her voice. I just wanted to give you a taste of what you always do to the rest of us. Zara's affection for you has reached 35%. After so much effort, her affection had risen by 5%. A small increase, but progress nonetheless. Noah chuckled softly. I figured it was him. But what exactly did he do to you? I'm still in the dark here, he leaned forward, voice softer. And knowing that, it helps me understand how to help, how to act. Zara's fingers tightened slightly, her hands clenching in her lap. Telling him meant opening herself up completely, revealing the most painful, vulnerable parts of her life. The things that had shaped her into the cold, guarded person she was now. She trembled faintly at that thought. She can't do that. Noah's chest tightened at the sight. He didn't like seeing Zara like this. So without thinking, without hesitation, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. Yyelp. Zara yelped in shock, her eyes going wide as his arms locked around her. Immediately, she began to struggle. What are you doing? Let go of me right now. Her voice cracked, emotions spilling out unchecked, rare for someone like her. It was chaos inside her chest, and she had no idea how to handle it. Because she had never experienced things like this, Noah gently shushed her, his arms tightening. Stop struggling. I'm not letting go, so you may as well calm down and accept it. His voice was calm, unshakable. I didn't know you were the type to force yourself on women. Zara snapped, still wriggling in his arms. Let me go, Noah Weaverheart, but her strength was nothing compared to his. After several minutes of exhausting herself, Zara finally gave up. She sagged in his arms, stiff but no longer fighting. Noah smiled softly. I don't know what you've been through, he murmured near her ear. But I can guess it wasn't easy. And I know you don't want to talk about it, not because you can't, but because you're scared. Scared of reliving it. Scared of showing weakness. Zara's body trembled. But, Zara, you're not alone, her breath hitched. You have Neko. You even have Alice. And you have me, he smiled gently. You might not particularly like me right now. But I like you. And I'm not after your affection just for the sake of it. Many would think Noah was just collecting women for power, for prestige. And yes, there was some truth to that, but it was never just that. Like his system reminded him, staying with a woman he didn't care about would eventually become unbearable. Every woman he pursued, he genuinely wanted them. And even if it seemed like he neglected them sometimes, it was never his choice. He was only one man. He couldn't be everywhere at once, a problem he had to solve eventually, but for now, so don't shut yourself off. He whispered gently to Zara, let yourself be loved, don't hide behind that power of yours. Because if you keep numbing your feelings, one day, you won't be able to turn them back on, and honestly, that's dangerous. Humans are creatures of emotion. Without them, what's left? Zara, you need fear to overcome it and grow. You need love to know how to love back and how to appreciate others and yourself. You need courage and determination to face your challenges. He paused. You need emotions to feel alive, not just to be alive. So, dear Zara, open yourself to us. You know we won't disappoint you. Neko won't. Alice won't, and I won't. His arms tightened, warmer. More tender, and this time, Zara couldn't stop herself. This time, she didn't want to. Her carefully buried emotions erupted. She broke. He took everything from me, Noah. Everything. And he refused to give it back. Tears flooded down her face, her chest heaving with sobs. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to cry. Hard. Even harder than Neko, because she had been holding it all in for far too long. Noah simply held her. No words. Just presence. Just the silent promise, I'm here. So cry. Let it out, and Zara did. Not for an hour, for the entire night. Truly burying your feelings was dangerous. Because when you finally reach your limit, you break beneath the weight of everything you tried to ignore. A dangerous, shattering thing. Meanwhile, in a distant chamber, Isaac and Albert stood before a throne. On it sat a man, no, a demon, so bloated the throne itself seemed to strain beneath him. His jet-black hair and eyes were unremarkable, but the aura he radiated was anything but ordinary. Beside him lay a mountain of food, which he devoured as casually as breathing. Nom nom nom. How was your journey? Beelzebub asked between mouthfuls. Isaac and Albert grimaced. Not only was the demon lord's aura suffocating, but it was nearly impossible to understand him through the non-stop chewing. Still, Isaac forced himself to listen. It went well. Beelzebub squinted. Were you supposed to come see me? He asked. After all, he didn't remember having to meet these two lowly humans. Isaac clenched his fists. We deeply apologize, Demon Lord Beelzebub. But we had no other choice. Our lives are at risk, and we've come to ask you to accelerate the process. He bowed deeply. Not only him, Albert too. Isaac and Albert, the princes of Castria, heir to the human domain throne, bowed deeply, their head almost touching the ground. Two proud human nobles, bowing before a demon, humiliating, but they didn't care. Their hearts were set, they wanted the throne, and if that meant colluding with demons, with Beelzebub, the most gluttonous and troublesome of all demon lords. So be it, please, Isaac whispered. Give us power, power to kill that monster. Beelzebub gazed down at them, and a slow, wicked grin stretched across his face. What a delicious sight! Two human princes, groveling before him, he threw his head back, and laughed, loud. Boisterous. Insatiable. Chapter 119, Lonely Daughter. Beelzebub looked with great superiority and disdain toward the kneeling Isaac and Albert. He found them truly pitiful. Are you sure you want the power I will give? He asked with a feral grin on his face. Were they ready? What a dumb question to ask. They wouldn't be here if they weren't ready to shoulder the consequences of their actions, so. With a deep and resolute voice, we are ready, Isaac and Albert said. Fine. Beelzebub cut his finger, and 2 drops of black blood gushed out. They floated before him, twisting and swirling viciously. The air around them trembled, heavy, disgusting. Isaac and Albert watched the scene as unease started to creep into their bodies. They didn't know why, but just seeing these 2 drops of blood made their own blood churn with apprehension. Take them, Beelzebub said, ingest this blood. You will then have the power you desire. Isaac, ever perceptive, asked, What else? He could sense power would not be the only thing they'd gain from this, and indeed, Beelzebub grinned wickedly. Of course, you didn't expect my help without me gaining anything from it, right? By ingesting this blood, you will become my slave, he laughed. You won't be able to disobey me, you won't even be able to think of disobedience. I will have your life in my hand. Isaac and Albert trembled in pure dread. What? That was not what we agreed on, Albert said, his voice trembling. Isaac was still frozen, his mind racing with unknown thoughts. We agreed on letting you have part of the human domain after you helped us gain it, not that any of us would be your slave. Yes, that was the deal. Once Beelzebub helped them seize the throne, they would give him part of the human domain. A territory, a demon having territory in the human domain, such a heresy, but even with that, I want more now, Beelzebub said simply, continuing to eat without a care for the world. His body was growing bigger and bigger in real time. I don't just want a territory now. I want all the human domain. And what's easier than starting by enslaving the very heirs of the human domain? Isaac and Albert went rigid, their whole bodies and minds struggling to process what Beelzebub had just said, but immediately, their aura flared. Wind, the inherent affinity of the royal family, the air itself became razor-sharp, able to cut through almost anything. They wouldn't accept this. Isaac's voice became sharp. Don't overstep your boundaries, Demon Lord Beelzebub. Albert's voice followed right after. Just because we kneeled in front of you, you think we'll accept anything you say? We'd rather let that bitch of a sister become empress than let a fucking demon take over the whole human domain, especially not because of us. They were ready to fight, but Beelzebub laughed. You are in my domain. You are in front of me, Beelzebub. And you're trying to fight, you A rank, against me, SS rank, fools. Boom, a heavy, oppressive aura filled the room. An aura that seemed to consume and absorb the surroundings. Instantly, Isaac and Albert collapsed to their knees. Unable to bear the weight of Beelzebub's aura, Beelzebub's voice echoed, no longer boisterous, but heavy and all-consuming. There was no choice for you the moment you stepped foot into my domain. A pause. You will either be my slave, or be my slave. He grinned, wild and evil. Yes. No choice. Isaac and Albert's eyes widened in terror, and in that moment, they realized they had fucked up badly. Back with Noah and Zara, they were still locked in a hug. Zara had cried hard through the whole night. Noah's clothes were wet with her tears. Now they sat in silence. But Noah knew. He smiled. "Stop acting like you're asleep."
"I know you're not," he said, and Zara immediately twitched. As if not expecting Noah to see through her so easily, "I was sleeping." "You just woke me up," she murmured. Yes, of course," Noah said, rolling his eyes. Zara stayed silent, choosing not to bury herself deeper in embarrassment. Noah then broke the hug and looked her straight in the eyes. After this night of crying in his comforting presence, Zara's feelings had reached 45%, so now, a real conversation was possible. "That's why, tell me, what did he do to you?" he asked softly. Zara stayed silent for a few seconds before taking a deep breath, gathering herself. "Before telling you what he did, I think it's better I start with who or what I am." She locked eyes with Noah.
Now deciding to reveal everything.
Now deciding not to run anymore. "I am Zara Bain."
Bain isn't even my last name, it's a name I chose for myself, because since that day, I've banned myself from love. I am a hybrid. A demon and human. Noah nodded.
He already knew from his system. She took another breath. "My mother was human.
My father, a demon. I never knew my father. In fact, I didn't even know I wasn't fully human. As I grew up, I started noticing differences between me and the other children.
And that's when things went from bad to worse, because yes, my mother never truly treated me well. She always looked at me with disdain.
With disappointment. As if I was not what she expected.
Sometimes I even saw traces of hatred in her eyes." Zara let out a hollow laugh. "I never knew why. I always did my best to please her, but even that backfired.
She ended up beating me, insulting me.
Calling me an error, a worthless wretch, a mistake." She trembled. She remembered when she had tried to bake a cake for her mother's birthday but didn't know how, and almost burned the whole house down. That day, her mother had almost killed her with the beating. Remembering that, Zara couldn't help trembling even more. Noah reached out and held her hand.
"Slowly. Don't rush. Take your time." Noah's heart ached painfully hearing her story. She lived all this? He wondered painfully.
Zara steadied herself. "That was my life as a child. But like I said, when I started noticing the differences between me and the others, my abnormal deep black eyes, my abnormal mana affinity from a young age, how I was growing too fast, how sometimes I didn't quite fit in among humans, I made the mistake of telling my mother. My mother got worse.
From that day on, beatings became daily. The cursing too.
And she made me do awful things. I wasn't even considered a child. All I wanted then was death. To die, to rest peacefully." She paused. "That's when it happened." She raised her head toward the sky, as if still seeing that moment. Demons surged out of nowhere. In an instant, they killed everyone in the village, everyone except me and my mother, because my mother struggled to fight all of them alone. That's when I realized my mother wasn't a regular human, she was an awakened one. Something impossible to find in that border village, in the human domain. The village we called Sonu. She was an S rank, with control over the emotion of lust. She turned to Noah. "Yes.
I probably got my talent from her. Only mine is more broad."
"But you can't even imagine what she did." She laughed again, sharp and hollow. "She used her lust abilities to sleep with a demon to have a child."
"She used a moment of weakness to achieve that. For what?"
"Because she wanted the talent of that demon for her child. As you know, children usually inherit the talent of their parents or a version of it, because that demon wasn't just any demon, it was Demon Lord Beelzebub.
The one able to consume anything." She paused. "Yes, Noah. Demon Lord Beelzebub is my father.
And he killed the entire village and my mother for tricking him, and he only let me live because, I quote, 'Even if you were filth, you were still my blood.' Then he left me there, a 10-year-old child.
In a destroyed village. With no food or water. In a land crawling with monsters. That pain, that overwhelming anger. Because even after everything I'd been through, at least I wasn't alone.
I was treated like garbage.
But I wasn't alone, so that day, when I was alone,
lost in a ruined village, when I was hurt, denied of everything, instead of being happy that I had finally lost the mother who never loved me, who only saw me as a tool, I chose to chase the only one I had left in this world, my father. In the beginning, I fooled myself, saying it was for revenge, that I hated him, wanted to kill him, but now, after accepting those feelings that I have buried for so long, I know, it was never about vengeance." She smiled a hollow, painful smile, tears shimmering in her eyes, and she laughed, sharp, bitter, then choked, as if the sound had cut her from the inside. "I was just lonely. I just wanted to see my father, I just wanted to find love from him because I couldn't find it anywhere else, after all. I'm his daughter, right?" Chapter 120, A New Name. She was only a project, a thing to acquire Belzebuth's talent, but for what reason? Why would her mother want that talent for her? Sure, it was powerful, but what was the purpose behind it all? These questions had haunted her since that fateful day, and the worst part was, she could no longer get the answer, because her mother had died that very day. Zara's tears flowed freely, her black eyes locked into Noah's silver gaze. She expected to see pity there, pity for the fact that she was chasing after a man who didn't even care if she lived or died. Pity for the childhood she had barely survived, pity that her own mother had seen her only as a tool. But what she saw in Noah's eyes wasn't pity, it was compassion, it was love, and it was respect. Compassion for her pain, love, the kind she had never dared believe in, not from a man like him, known for gathering women around him, and respect. Why are you looking at me like this? With love and respect? She asked, her voice hoarse with pain and disbelief. Noah smiled softly. I told you I liked you. I was honest, it wasn't a joke. So how could I not look at you with love and affection? And as for respect, he reached out and took Zara's trembling hands in his, wrapping them with comfort and warmth. How could I not respect you? You lived through a childhood of pain, with a mother who only saw you as a tool, who cursed you, beat you, tried to break you. And then, when your father came, when the whole village was destroyed by his hand, even then, you survived. You went through all of that, and yet, Zara, you didn't turn evil. It was incredible, because anyone else, anyone with even half her past, would have become a villain, bent on revenge and destruction. But Zara hadn't. No, Noah whispered, smiling. You searched for love, Zara. You didn't chase hatred. You chased love. Some would say it's pathetic, chasing after the one who destroyed everything around you. His eyes softened, but I say, it's incredibly brave. To chase love when the world pushes you toward hatred. How could I not respect that? How could I not respect you, Zara? His silver eyes locked onto her black, bottomless ones. The contrast between them was striking, it was beautiful, it was mesmerizing. Zara's body trembled, she had never seen her situation this way. She'd always been running from her true feelings, afraid they made her weak, pathetic, for wanting love from someone who clearly didn't care. She had always thought she was pathetic. I am not pathetic, she whispered, almost like a question, timid and fragile. You're not pathetic, Noah said firmly. You're brave. You're strong. You're courageous. Because let me tell you, few, if any, would have chosen the path you did. He gave a small, crooked smile. Me, for example? I doubt I would have chased love over vengeance, so no, Zara. You're not pathetic. And then, she cried, again, and again, and again. It wasn't just crying, it was a release, all the burdens, all the pain, all the wounds she had carried alone for so long, let it out. Noah murmured, you no longer need to chase love from the wrong place, HIC. Hick. Zara's cries grew louder, you no longer need to chase someone who doesn't care, HIC. And louder, you no longer need to hold back your feelings out of fear. Hick. Hick. Even louder, because, Zara, she surged forward, wrapping her arms around him, clinging to him as if afraid he'd vanish. The feel of his warmth made her calm down and feel at ease. Noah simply hugged her back, calmly, his eyes soft, his smile gentle. You're loved, he whispered. Because you are loved, Zara. By Neko, by Alice, by me, he grinned softly, and believe me, many more will love you, so don't hold back. Don't hide. Come out and face it. And you'll see, it was never as hard as you feared. Noah gently cupped her face, lifting her chin until their eyes met again. Her black eyes were swollen and wet, her face a streaked mess of tears, but maybe that was why the moment felt so rare. So painfully beautiful. We love you, Noah murmured. And we will not abandon you. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever, so let us in. Let us into your heart, like you already crept into ours. Why you won't hurt me? Zara asked, her voice so small it was barely a whisper. Noah's chest clenched at the sight. He hated seeing her like this, not just Zara, he hated seeing any of his women like this, but all he did was smile gently, brushing his thumb across her cheek. I won't. Honestly, I'm pretty sure Neko would kill me if I ever did. He added the last part teasingly, and it worked, because Zara let out a soft, shaky laugh. she smiled, a smile so stunning, so radiant. It was almost a shame her face was blotched with tears, but maybe that was what made it so unique. Zara had finally opened her heart, and then, Zara's affection for you has reached 75%, her feelings had taken a deep leap, but at this point, Noah didn't even care about that. All he wanted was for Zara to be free of her burden, to be happy again, so he smiled softly. Welcome to the family, Zara Bain. Immediately, Zara shook her head, a brilliant smile blooming on her face. No. Not Zara Bain. I'm changing my last name. Her voice was light, yet sure. Zara Bain is the past. She had decided to let go, to stop chasing a love that would only hurt her, because now she had found love. Real love, this was her new beginning, and she wanted a new name to mark it. Choose for me, Zara said softly, a little shy, a little uncertain. Choose my last name. Noah blinked, surprised, but soon, a grin stretched across his face. Well, lucky you, my naming sense is incredible. Lies, but Noah leaned in anyway, playfully confident. I'm Noah Weaverheart. So, let's flip that. His grin widened. From now on, you'll be Zara Heartweaver, the Weaver of Hearts, Zara Heartweaver. Chapter 121, True Name, Zara Heartweaver. The moment Noah spoke those words, the moment he chose her name and said it aloud, something stirred. The Akashic records, how could they stay silent in this moment, especially when Noah was involved? They couldn't, so, ding. Ding. Ding, Noah Weaverheart, you are attempting to name a being that is not one of your creations. A name is an identity. Something tied to one's very existence. Changing her name means changing her identity. A pause, then, the Akashic records sent a notification to each of them. Noah and Zara, do you wish to continue? Noah said nothing at first. He looked at Zara, letting the choice rest with her. After all, it was her name, but Zara just smiled. Heartweaver? I like it a lot, Noah had told her. Take the first step, and you'll see it's not as difficult or as scary as you think. She had already taken that first step, so why would she fear this one? Why fear changing her name, her existence? When she was finally happy, she was determined to never become her old self again. I wish to continue, she said softly, firmly. I wish to change my name to Heartweaver. From now on, I am Zara Heartweaver. Her mind was set, her heart settled peacefully in her chest. Noah smiled proudly at her, giving her a thumbs up. Wonderful, you have changed your very name, your very existence. Your new recorded name is now Zara Heartweaver. For this feat, for your courage to let go of your past self, for your determination to transform, you have received a title. Title received, the Weaver of Hearts. Zara's name changed, and instantly, she felt the difference. Something deep inside her shifted, altered, and now she felt stronger. Liberated. Happy, but Zara wasn't the only one receiving something from the Akashic records. Noah Weaverheart, you are the cause of this change. Your presence and words were worthy. You were worthy. You are worthy. You will be worthy. You have accomplished feat after feat impossible for a being of your world and level of existence. The Akashic records are amazed by you. You have received a new trait as a gift. Trait, the giver of name. Truly, you are fantastic. Noah, current state of existence, 9,000, next threshold, 20,000. The notifications fell silent. Noah looked at them and couldn't help but smile. The Akashic records don't seem so robotic now, do they? He mused inwardly. Right, system, indeed. Any idea why? That's how it responds to worthy beings. You are a being of interest, so that means there's a being or several beings behind it. Don't bother with that. You are far too weak, host, to investigate the Akashic records. Noah chuckled softly, unsurprised. What a cliché response. Never mind then. I'll figure it out eventually, if I don't die first. He laughed, not really believing death was coming for him anytime soon. Give me the new trait description, the giver of name. Your words carry weight. They are recognized by the Akashic records. You can now bestow a true name on people, and that name will grant them ability tied to it. Note, applicable only to your women. Noah's eyes flew wide. What? He blurted, shocked. Zara immediately looked up, concern flashing in her eyes. What's wrong? She asked, hurrying over. The worry in her face warmed Noah's heart. Nothing, he murmured, pulling her into his arms. He hugged her close. Their heartbeats falling into a gentle, perfect rhythm. Zara melted into his embrace. She had never known that being held by someone you love could be so peaceful, so addictive. With a soft sigh, she closed her eyes, resting quietly. After all the crying, after all the emotional storms, she deserved rest. Soon, she drifted into the dream world, slipping away peacefully. Noah watched her and smiled. Then, his thoughts turned back to his new trait, system. Even if I'm used to being overpowered, but this feels like a lot. Isn't this basically like giving titles? Not quite. A true name is different. Every higher being has a true name. Sometimes it's one of the titles the Akashic Records assigns.
Sometimes it's a name they choose themselves.
But the fact remains, a true name is unique, unchangeable, and tied to you forever. Titles, you can stack infinitely. True names, you only get one. A true name also reveals, in a sense, your divine attribute. That's why higher beings don't reveal their true names unless they're deeply close to someone, and you, host, only have the authority to name your women.
Granting the power to name anything or anyone else would be too much, Noah nodded thoughtfully.
A true name, if a true name revealed the attribute of a higher being, then I can give my women the most absurdly powerful true names to match their specialties.
Right, he smirked, already plotting. Honestly, he didn't mind that he could only name his women.
That was enough, he smiled, glancing back at the sleeping Zara. You've given me so much, he murmured. He couldn't help but caress her cheek tenderly. In her sleep, Zara smiled at his touch, and Noah smiled, too. Honestly, Zara might just become our new favorite. Right elsewhere, at the training grounds of the Apex Academy, Aphasia sat cross-legged on the ground, her breathing calm, her body still. All around her,
basic elemental spirits danced and chirped, their tiny voices
filling the air, but among them floated another presence, a rare one, the shadow spirits. Thanks to the bracelet Noah had given her, shadowy love, she had managed to win the shadow spirits' trust, not command. Not domination, but trust. Now, they worked as partners, not master and servant, but equals, a relationship of mutual benefit and respect. Aphasia smiled softly at the spirits surrounding her. Since she'd stopped trying to control them and chose to bond with them instead, her talent had blossomed like never before. She realized now she had been using her gift all wrong. Noah helped me figure this out, she murmured, fingertips brushing over the bracelet as she thought of him. And even if he was a player, I can't help but like him, she admitted. Shaking her head with a smile, she didn't care.
Noah was worthy.
And he had helped her, truly, but I wonder what my parents would say if I told them I love a human. Her smile dimmed slightly. Her parents were fiercely protective, fiercely proud of their bloodline. They would never want it tainted, but it's my life. I'll choose who I want. No way in hell would she marry one of those cousins just to keep the bloodline pure. She wasn't sure yet about the depth of her feelings for Noah, but one thing was certain, right now, she would choose him over anyone, and that, Aphasia's feelings for you have reached 60%, was a good step forward. Chapter 122, The Unusual Meeting. 3 days had passed. In the human domain, deep within the Church of Light, an unusual meeting was unfolding. In the underground chamber of the church, Solaris, Elizabeth, and Emily sat together around a round table. The atmosphere was weird. Elizabeth's silver-glowing eyes flicked between Solaris and Emily, back and forth, frowning slightly. This had been going on for almost half an hour. Finally, Solaris,
ever the impatient one, sighed.
"What's wrong with you, Eli?" she said casually, using Elizabeth's old nickname without a second thought. "Don't call me that," Elizabeth snapped coldly, but Solaris just smirked.
"I'll call you Eli if I want. What'll you do about it?"
Her golden aura flared slightly, the room around her lighting up as though a miniature sun had ignited underground. "Don't forget, just because you've gotten stronger doesn't mean you're stronger than me, little Eli." Elizabeth's frown deepened, silver light gathering around her like a shimmering veil. Her aura was different. It didn't burn, it unveiled. Under its gaze, nothing could hide. Thoughts, emotions, intentions, all laid bare. Solaris grinned, about to provoke her further. "Enough," Emily's voice rang out, calm but thunderous. The two stopped and looked at her, clad in her regal robe, red hair gleaming, emerald eyes sharp as a blade. Emily's mere presence commanded attention. She was as beautiful as before. "I'm here on a royal visit, and you know it's not supposed to take this much time. So, to avoid suspicion," she said coolly, "let's not waste time. There are people waiting for us." She turned her head slightly. Solaris and Elizabeth followed her gaze. A dozen men and women, shackled and kneeling behind them, waited in silence, waiting to receive their judgment. Solaris sighed, withdrawing her aura. Elizabeth followed suit, but Solaris couldn't help herself. "So, Eli, are you going to tell me why you've been glaring at us like that all morning?" Elizabeth's lips twitched. "Because I'm picking up a familiar scent on you too," she said flatly. Solaris raised a brow. Emily frowned. "What do you mean? I'm an oracle," Elizabeth said sharply. "And not some lowly back-alley diviner. My senses, especially when it comes to Noah, are sharper than either of you can imagine." Her eyes narrowed. "And right now, I'm sensing the same threat from you that I sense in all the other women orbiting Noah." It's faint, but it's there. She paused, lips curling slightly. Cold. So tell me. Do you two have feelings for Noah? Solaris and Emily exchanged a long glance, then, in perfect synchronization, they both sighed. You're insane, you're imagining things. They spoke at the same time. But Elizabeth wasn't fooled, she caught the tiny hesitation. Turning to Emily, she murmured, Your daughter is the first to be with Noah, right? Tell me, how does it feel to desire the same man as your own daughter? TSK, degenerate. Emily's eyes turned glacial. Sparks of blue lightning flickered in the air around her. Enough nonsense, she snapped. He's a child in my eyes. And my daughter's husband. I have no interest in him, Elizabeth smirked. If you say so, she turned to Solaris. Don't say anything, Solaris preempted her smoothly. As for me? I don't know, but I wouldn't say no if he came knocking. Hell, I might even take the first step. Honestly, where else would you find a man like Noah, shameless? Unapologetic. Elizabeth's eye twitched. She fought the urge to snap the woman's soul in half, but no, she would be the bigger person. For Noah's sake, let's focus, Elizabeth said coldly. The air in the room shifted, turning sharp, serious. Solaris nodded. How's it going with Rome? Emily exhaled. He suspects nothing for now. But he knows Noah's backing Sophie. He's already sent Isaac and Albert to seek refuge with Elijah. Her lips tightened. Problem is, they've lost contact since 3-4 days ago. Rome's getting restless. Solaris shared a look with Elizabeth. Elira told me Isaac and Albert reached out to the demons, Solaris explained. They have lost Elijah's support, so they did that stupid thing. Maybe that's why Rome can't contact them. Emily's eyes widened in fury. The demons? How dare they? How did they even lose Elijah? Sophie, of course, Solaris muttered. But that's not our concern now. Noah's handling things on the demon continent. Our job, Elizabeth said calmly, is to prepare the stage here. When the time comes, the Emperor will fall in an instant. Sophie will ascend. The human domain will be ours. Noah will get what he wants. That is Sophie being the Empress. They all nodded in agreement. First, Solaris said, turning to the shackled prisoners, let's cleanse the church of this so-called goddess's influence. She snapped her fingers, releasing their voices. Any last words? Solaris asked lazily. You'll regret this, the goddess will avenge us, divine punishment awaits you. Their voices rose in a furious chorus. The three women watched in silence, eyes cold, unmoved. Elizabeth smirked, chilling and merciless. Goddess, she sneered. That bitch is no goddess. You've all been fooled, and even if she was, Solaris added, we wouldn't care, because to us, Elizabeth's silver eyes gleamed. To all three, a slow, wicked smile curled on their lips. Noah, my love, is more like a god than any of them. So Elizabeth raised her finger. Solaris and Emily mirrored her, united. Die, you wretched things. Boom, crackle. Argh, N-O-O-O. Stop, a miniature sun ignited, searing them alive. Blue lightning danced, striking with perfect, ruthless precision. Elizabeth reached in, seized their very souls, and crushed them into oblivion, a true death. No reincarnation. No second chances. That was the price of standing against them, that was the price of standing against Noah. Elizabeth turned, walking away. Let's finish this today, she murmured. Let's tear this church down from the inside, and build something new. She smiled darkly. This time, we won't worship some false goddess, we'll worship a real one. Well, for us, he is real. We'll worship my love, Noah, Elizabeth smirked. And I will be his oracle, Solaris laughed softly. Then I'll be his saintess. Emily looked between them, shaking her head with a wry smile, but the anticipation in her chest was undeniable. A new human domain, a new church, a new world, and all of it, sparked by the little boy who once blackmailed her. She couldn't help but admit, she had greatly underestimated him. That boy was no monster, he was an abomination, and truthfully, her daughter was lucky to have him. But even as she thought this, another whisper stirred in her mind. If only, yes, if only, Emily sighed. She looked at Elizabeth and Solaris and saw their happy and contented expression. And she can't help but thought, I too want to be happy, I too want to be loved, that's why, sorry dear daughter. Chapter 123, the things in motion, things were in motion, the sovereignty of the human domain would soon fall into the hands of a young boy, something even the current emperor couldn't begin to imagine. But how could he? The truth was simple: he was surrounded by people who did not want him to rule. People who hated him. People who deemed him unworthy: Emily, the council, the entire royal palace, traitors, all of them. Either drawn in by Emily's growing faction, crafted in secret to make it easier to dethrone Rome, or ensnared by Solaris's web of spies. The result was the same: Rome was encircled by vultures ready to tear him apart. Did he deserve it? Maybe. Maybe not. After all, he had killed his own brother for a woman. Disgraceful. Had he never heard of the code, brothers before bitches? Foolish, arrogant man, but even that wasn't the real reason for his downfall, no. Rome would fall because he had denied Sophie the throne. He would fall because he believed a woman ruling the human domain would tarnish his name and legacy. He would fall because he thought women were tools for power, not power themselves, a classic mistake. One that usually passed without consequence, but not this time, because Sophie had the support of Noah Weaverheart. The abomination. The anomaly. The creator, the one who was all, and truly, how could one fight a being even the Akashic records described as sublime? You couldn't fight him. You could only fall, and fall Rome would, not because of the spies in his palace, not because of his disdain for women and power, but simply because Noah willed it. So it would be. Inside the royal palace of the human domain, in the throne room, Emperor Rome stood by the window, hands clenched behind his back, sensing the rising tension in the air. Power surged around him, unstable, ominous. What's going on? He asked under his breath. Something was wrong. Report. What did the Shadowbonds and the Bloodhearts say about my proposal? He asked. Voice low and grave, a voice emerged from the shadows. The Shadowbonds have yet to respond. But the Bloodhearts, the voice hesitated. What did they say? Rome asked again, his tone frost. They said they are not interested in the battle for the throne. They will not take part. Silence. Rome slowly began to laugh, a cold, bitter sound. The Bloodhearts? Those battle maniacs refuse to take part in the greatest conflict of our domain? Do they think me a fool? Boom, his aura exploded. Wind sliced through the room, reducing furniture to splinters. So they've chosen to side with Sophie. Of course. Their heir is among her supporters. He narrowed his eyes. Same with the Shadowbonds. Their heir has also joined that boy, he sighed, looking out the window toward the distant sky. Was I wrong? In silence. Tell me, was I wrong to be stubborn? To choose my sons over my daughter? Was I wrong to believe in the chosen one, and not in Noah? Is this why everything slips from my hands? Is there still a way? Before he could finish, Emily entered the room. Her crimson hair flowed like liquid flame, green eyes glinting under the dim light. Her body radiated elegance and sensuality. Mature and confident, she strode forward, her voice calm, calculated, and alluring. You weren't wrong, my emperor. You were right all along. Only a man can shoulder the burden of the human domain. A girl will crumble under that weight. And once married, her husband could claim everything. She walked up to him, wrapping her arms lovingly around his neck. You also weren't wrong to choose the chosen one. He is blessed by the goddess. How could he possibly fail? She smiled. Sweetly. Deceptively, so don't falter, my love. You are on the right path. And you must already know, nothing great ever comes easy. Her embrace tightened. Behind her smile, disgust. Contempt. Rome relaxed, warmth returning to his face. I don't know what I'd do without you, my empress. He held her tightly, even as the thought crossed his mind. I was right to kill my brother. For her, a disgusting, shameful thought. Emily's expression twisted behind his back, sneering, loathing. She hated being this close to him. She hated everything about him. She wanted him dead, for taking her love. For forcing her to bear his children. She didn't mind Sophie anymore. Their relationship had mended. That girl was now her daughter, but the sons, they were their father's copies. Arrogant, misogynistic, controlling. Yes, keep walking your path, she smiled, wicked and cold, because that path leads straight to your grave. From the shadows, eyes watched Rome's hidden protector, a woman in her 30s. One of his assassins. She met Emily's gaze and bowed. Yes. She belonged to Emily. Rome was truly alone, betrayed by everyone, clinging to the one who orchestrated his downfall. Indeed, never underestimate a woman scorned. In love, betrayal, or ambition, they are relentless. Emily looked out the window, mind drifting. I can't wait to see Noah again. She couldn't help it. She too wanted to feel what her daughter felt, and if that meant chasing her daughter's husband. Emily smiled. Forgive me, Sophie. Mommy wants to feel love too. She embraced this forbidden desire. And she would chase it, indeed, just as Elizabeth had said. What a degenerate, blood-hard estate. A woman sat on a throne made of blood. A mirror of her daughter, Rouge. She held a letter in her hand. It read, "Don't oppose Sophie or Noah." "I'm with them," read Bloodheart, mother of Rouge, sighed. "What did that young man do to win you over?" She smirked. "Ah, he must have agreed to fight you." She knew her daughter well. Only one path to her heart, battle. Shaking her head, she grinned. "So be it. I was tired of following Rome anyway, let there be war." Her grin widened, she was thirsty for it. Shadowbond's territory, the same played out. Eric had sent a letter to his father with a simple instruction: support Sophie, and like any father who loved his son, he obeyed, though not without cursing Eric with every insult he knew for putting him in this mess. Still, he accepted his son's words. Everything was in motion. Even Oliver Stoneheart, the Emperor's closest ally, refused to act against his children, Patricia and Aidan. Rome was alone, a cornered wolf, unaware the den had turned against him, and the only person he leaned on was the one who led him to ruin, Emily, a dangerous woman, a deceiving flame. Beautiful, deadly, and utterly determined, a woman who smiled sweetly as she plotted your end. Chapter 124, Cold Arrival. 3 days had passed. So, now, Noah and Zara stood among a grove of trees. In the distance loomed a massive black wall, guarded by silent sentinels. Upon its doors, an insignia, a gaping mouth. Carved to devour all in its path, the territory of Belzebuth. The air here was heavy. The city beyond wasn't lifeless due to absence, but because of how its people moved. Stiff. Silent. Cautious, as if every word spoken could be their last, a strange, suffocating atmosphere. Noah observed it all. With his current level of power, seeing such a distance was effortless. "So, dear Zara, what do you want to do?" Noah asked, standing beside her. 3 days of constant affection and pampering had raised Zara's affection to a solid 80%. As someone new to love, every little gesture meant something to her, so her rapid emotional growth made sense. Now, she didn't even hesitate to show it. She had been clumsy at first, a little shy. But now, Zara gently clasped Noah's hand, intertwining their fingers without a blush on her face. I don't know anymore," she said softly. Her voice was lighter, freer. Even her face, once blank and guarded, now carried subtle emotion. "I came here thinking I needed to see him. I thought I was alone. But now I realize I never was. You were always there. I just never realized it." She hesitated, "But now I'm lost." Noah nodded with quiet understanding. "Then let's just barge in and talk to him. After all, as your father, you must have some things you want to talk about with him. Good or bad?" A soft smile formed on his lips. He was far too lazy to bother with infiltration, and he didn't have time to waste. The dungeon Illyra had asked him to clear awaited, and he couldn't afford to slack off. He had to finish all this and train. "I'm S rank now. Not just any S rank. Even if I can't beat Belzebuth, I won't die. I have Lay with me." He smirked. He looked at Zara. "Right, Zara? You don't mind a little chat with your father?" Zara returned the smile, calm and certain. "No, I don't mind." "Perfect." Noah took a deep breath. He was still adapting to his transcendent self, not yet used to using it efficiently, but now was a good time to try. "I can manifest any affinity I hold without needing a skill. I can embody any bloodline. I could become an incubus with the child of Eros I got from Dominique. I can even become an affinity itself." Today, he chose ice, his first power. The power of his dear mother. "I miss her, and her feelings right now." He shook his head. "Focus. I will deal with that after." He took a deep breath. The moment he decided to embody ice, his body changed. His hair turned a stunning glacial blue. His silver eyes gleamed with frost. His veins pulsed with cold, because it was no longer just blood flowing through them, but ice. He had become something more. Zara watched, awe in her eyes. How can you do this?" "It's a skill of mine," Noah answered with a gentle smile. Even though Noah wasn't releasing his power, Zara could still feel the cold radiating from him. It wasn't magic. It was his very existence that had become winter. Noah inhaled, exhaled, frost curling from his lips, making the surrounding temperature drop further. "If I train this, I think I can fully become ice, not just partially like now. My power will then multiply." He turned to Zara, retracting all his aura, returning to his usual self. Without any aura leaking, avoiding to unintentionally hurt Zara. "Ready, my dear hybrid?" Zara's eyes sparkled. "Of course, my dear." Noah grinned. Click. with a snap of his fingers, he and Zara were enveloped in a veil of glittering frost and vanished in a burst of crystalline ice shards. A beautiful, mesmerizing spectacle, they left behind a frozen grove, the cold lingering for days to come. Within the palace of Beelzebub, the demon lord sat on his grotesque throne, surrounded by trays of meat, devouring them like a beast. His hands were greasy, his mouth smeared with fat. Strangely, the more he ate, the faster he ate, as if perpetually unsatisfied. But then, he stopped, his hand froze midway to his mouth, he raised his head to the sky, stillness, his expression shifted to serious, almost solemn, and then, boom, a blizzard erupted in the center of the throne room, dropping the temperature in an instant. As the ice cleared, Noah and Zara stood there. Radiant and commanding, their beauty and presence overwhelmed the space. Noah's eyes immediately locked onto Beelzebub, but not quite. He was looking behind him, because there stood the two people he'd been searching for, Isaac and Albert. But they weren't the same, their eyes were vacant. Their hair and irises pitch black. Their auras, demonic, corrupted, tainted, just like Beelzebub. A fool aura emanated from them. Noah chuckled dryly, amusement flickering in his eyes. Well, what do we have here? Zara, however, had eyes only for Beelzebub, and he was staring at her, confused. As if recognizing her, but not knowing from where, he tilted his head slightly on the right side. Do I know you, woman? You seem familiar. His voice was clear and powerful. Not his usual playfulness. Zara twitched slightly, but nothing more. She had come here without expectations, especially after her recent moments with Noah, but still, hearing those words, she wondered inwardly, what would her past self have felt if she'd heard them? The answer was clear: she would have shattered, succumbed to the darkness, been lost forever and alone. But now she was not alone, now she was not unloved. She turned her head to Noah, who was smiling softly at her. Steady. Present, her heart calmed. Her breath steadied. Her eyes sharpened. She stepped forward, shoulders high. Voice steady. It's been a long time, Father. A beat of silence, then she smiled softly, her eyes brimming with confidence. Hope I'm not interrupting your little feast. Chapter 125, Fight Against the Devourer. Beelzebub's eyes narrowed in confusion before widening. Surprised. You're still alive? He asked, genuine disbelief lacing his voice, and indeed, he had every reason to be surprised. He had left this girl to die. He hadn't killed her himself, but he certainly hadn't expected her to survive. His expression hardened. You're that whore's daughter. Zara's face remained calm. His words didn't pierce her the way she once feared they might. I am, she said. But aren't I your daughter too? Or do you not consider me that? She asked, not to provoke, but simply to know. Just to understand how the man who helped create her truly saw her. Did he see as a tool like her mother, or just nothing? Noah stood silently. This wasn't his moment. Not yet. He took a step back, watching, ready. Beelzebub tilted his head, scoff. He laughed, loud and bitter. My daughter? You're not worth the title. Or did that ridiculous thought enter your mind just because I let you live that day? What a fool. The only reason I didn't kill you with my own hands is because of the blood we share. Not because I saw you as daughter. Just because I was feeling quite nice for the blood inside you. Nothing more. He shook his head, sneering, and you were supposed to die. A powerless, unawakened girl like couldn't survive that day. His eyes scanned her now, top to bottom. But it seems you survived. Disgust twisted his features, and you look so much like that damn woman. It's sickening. Zara didn't reply right away. Her hands curled slightly into fists at her sides. She had expected this, some version of it. Anyway, after all, Beelzebub was a demon known for his selfishness, his gluttony, his obsession with power. To him, the world was a banquet, and if not for his limitations, he would have devoured it all. He was that self-centered. Still, she had to ask. Why did my mother want her child to have your talent? It wasn't a question for Beelzebub, really, it was for herself. Because the way her mother had treated her when she thought Zara lacked that talent made it clear how deeply important it had been to her. Beelzebub laughed. Oh, that. He tapped a finger against his chin, pretending to ponder. But even while he spoke, his guard never lowered. Not for a second. He could feel Noah's presence, cold, glacial, the kind of chill that didn't just freeze, it erased. So while he looked calm, his mind was running at full speed, his power ready to erupt. He glanced briefly at Noah, who was still silent, unreadable, then back at Zara. I don't mind telling you, he said, lips curling, even I was surprised when I learned the truth. That woman, she was bold. A pause. You thought she wanted you to have it? he snorted, don't be stupid. She wanted that talent for herself. She wanted to devour, just like me. She was just as greedy, he laughed sickeningly, Zara's brow furrowed, that didn't make sense, but the talent would have gone to me, not to her. How could she? Beelzebub looked at her like she was hopeless. Ignorance, he sighed, is truly the greatest sin. He shook his head slowly. Your mother wasn't just a mere human. And emotional control wasn't her only talent. Zara's eyes widened. What? And he stopped suddenly, grinned wide. Dark. Wicked, I think I've entertained you enough. He stood, the throne groaned under his massive weight. The ground beneath trembled, not just from his body, but his aura, his presence. He loomed, towering, casting a long shadow over them both. Did you really think you could barge into my domain and expect me to hand over secrets? FSH. Steam burst from his body, the fog enveloped him, then vanished after a second, and the being that emerged stunned both Noah and Zara. Noah appeared instantly at Zara's side, tense and focused. They both stared. A tall, lean man now stood in place of the grotesque glutton. His body was packed with corded muscle, dangerous, efficient. Long black hair spilled down his back, and his jet black eyes mirrored Zara's, bottomless, consuming voids. Noah nearly didn't recognize him, but it was him. The same aura. The same weight, only now, it was refined. Sharper. Hungrier, more devouring. Beelzebub's expression was expressionless. Ready? He asked. His voice warped the very air. He didn't wait, he moved, vanishing, reappearing before them, a darkened fist already in motion. Shit. Noah reacted instantly, pushing Zara away and taking the blow himself. Crack, fuck, boom. Noah was launched backward, crashing violently into the far wall. Noah! Zara cried out, about to run to him. But, where do you think you're going, dear daughter of mine? A brutal kick slammed into her gut. Crack, gut. She flew back, crashing across the stone floor. Beelzebub stood tall, his body gleaming with dark energy. Is that it? He asked with a mocking sneer. The beat, rumble, then Noah's voice echoed across the chamber. Is that it? The temperature instantly plummeted. Step. Step. Noah walked forward, each footstep dropped the temperature further. The frost spread. The air itself turned sluggish and brittle. You think it's over? His hands twisted with a sickening crack as they healed before their eyes. He raised his head, his silver blue eyes glowing with silent fury. Bitch, we're just getting started. He clenched his fists. Above him, weapons of pure ice materialized, swords, spears, daggers, javelins, warhammers, each one brimming with the essence of ice. The air cracked, freezing slowly. Beelzebub looked up, grinned. Not bad, brat. He was about to act until a voice rang out from the direction Zara had fallen, cold. Beautiful. Detached, yet brimming with a singular emotion, as if able to evoke emotions without feeling them. It was compelling, and pain. The air stilled, then quivered, as if even the atmosphere recoiled in agony. Beelzebub staggered. RGH, his hands gripped his skull as pain lanced through him, a depthless suffering that defied understanding. His mind reeled. But soon he regained his sense. But seconds have passed, and in those precious few seconds, Noah didn't just watch, he smiled. Not bad, hun, let's try something else then. He raised a hand, the ice weapons collapsed into one, a single, colossal sword, hanging above Beelzebub like judgment itself. The air screamed as it froze and cracked. The room started to turn into a frozen room. Noah raised his finger toward the sky. You know? I think this is our first meeting. He smirked. Enjoy this gift, father-in-law. His finger dropped. And so did the sword. Chapter 126, Fall of the Demon Lord. The sword fell. You would think that for something so massive, it would fall slowly, but no. The moment Noah stopped speaking, the sword was already upon Beelzebub. Bomm, the strike landed. Instantly, the chamber's temperature plummeted further, transforming the space into a frozen wasteland. Noah then appeared beside Zara, who was struggling to stay on her feet. Beelzebub's kick had been brutal, almost making her vomit her insides out. Are you okay? Noah asked, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder. He activated his power over samsara, over life and death. In seconds, Zara's injuries faded rapidly, her body now fully healed. Huff, she let out a breath of relief. Yes. I'm fine now, good. Now. Noah turned his gaze back toward Beelzebub. Let's fight properly. The demon lord stood tall, a frozen wound etched into his palm, the very hand he'd used to block the sword. Frost clung to his skin, creeping along his limbs. Beelzebub scowled, inspecting the wound. He frowned. I can't remove the ice, he realized. Not without time and deep focus. But with these two, his eyes darted to Noah and Zara. I have no time and no opportunity to do that, truly incredible. That boy had already reached S rank, and the girl, his own daughter, her control over emotion was terrifying, truly monsters. Belzebuth silently thought, are you done contemplating, Demon Lord Belzebuth? Noah's voice cut through his thoughts. Belzebuth smirked, well it's not quite fair, he stopped mid-sentence, arms crossing instinctively, but you talk too much, Belzebuth. Let's end this fight. I am in a hurry. Noah's punch collided with Belzebuth's guard, and you're cocky for someone weaker than me, really. Frost spread rapidly up Belzebuth's arms. Belzebuth immediately jumped back to create distance. Noah's ice was no ordinary ice. But all that only to feel a hand touch his back. A voice followed, fear, oh fuck, bam. Belzebuth dropped to his knees. His eyes widened in horror. That's when he saw it, an illusion, a beast, no, an abyssal monster of unimaginable height. Its gaping maw was a void, a dark eternity that devoured all. The monster opened his maw wide as if ready to swallow the entire universe inside him, and in that moment of primal dread, as he looked at this monster, he whispered a name no one would believe possible from him, F-Father. He said shakily, reality snapped back, in front of him stood Noah and Zara. Noah smirked, scared of your father, huh? A beat of silence. Belzebuth's eyes turned crimson, fury surging. You dare, a shockwaves erupted from his roar of anger. A tidal wave of dark smoke then erupted from him. Noah and Zara shot backward, retreating as the darkness spread. They both frowned. His power, it's getting stronger, Zara muttered. Noah's lips twitched. Guess I pushed a little too hard, huh? Zara gave a tense smile. Seems like it. Their humor did little to soothe the anxiety building in their chests. After all, Belzebuth was becoming stronger, but Noah was no fool. I'm not some damn protagonist who waits for your transformation. Clap. Thousands of ice lotuses bloomed around the black smoke. Each petal was laced with the concept of nothingness. Noah raised a hand and clenched it. Explode. Boom. 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 A cascade of silent explosions rocked the chamber. The ice bloomed and vanished, erased by the void. Only 3 areas remained untouched: Noah and Zara, the creeping black smoke, and Noah turned his head. Isaac and Albert. Still intact, only because Noah had chosen not to harm them. They stood like lifeless puppets, awaiting orders. You've fallen so low. He muttered, pathetic, he had saved them for Sophie. It wasn't his place to choose their fate, but for how long could he afford to care? Because, Belzebuth emerged, but not as a man, as a nightmare, a grotesque fusion of all known races and beasts. Elves, wolves, dwarves, demons. Snakes stitched together in chaotic horror. His true face, at the center, looked at them with eyes blazing red, black veins throbbing inside them. Noah recoiled in pure disgust. What the fuck is this? It was as if a child had fused creatures without rhyme or reason. No structure. No logic. Just destruction. It was an unsightly sight, and then, he moved. In a flash, the monstrosity lunged. A massive, beastly palm barreled toward them. Noah acted instantly. He teleported Zara away for her safety. Time freeze. The strike slowed. Noah's right hand turned translucent, space embodied. He swiped his hand. He whispered, space destruction, shatter. Space cracked and swallowed the palm whole. Arg, you dare. Belzebuth howled. His mind was gone, consumed by rage, all because Zara had made him feel fear, made him remember a memory he'd buried. A vulnerability he denied. A story, or rather a being he never wanted to think about again, and now, only wrath remained. That's the flaw with pride. When it shatters, you either rise again, stronger, or fall into chaos. Belzebuth, he chose the fall. Noah stood calmly as tentacles, poison, and bestial roars approached. A mouth opened in the belly of the beast and started to breathe fire, but Noah was no longer worried, because how dangerous is a creature with no mind? What a shame. He raised his finger. Now sharpened like a blade, sword embodied, as an SS rank, you should have had a concept, but like this, how can you use it? He slashed the air, sever, all incoming attacks were sliced clean, dissipating into the very weight of Noah's severing power. How can you fight me, the one who was all, while you've lost your mind? What a disappointment. But he wasn't done, this time, soul, and his voice became command. Became truth. Became soul itself. He addressed the countless souls trapped inside Belzebuth, the ones devoured over centuries. All of you, except Belzebuth, die. It was not a request, it was a decree, and they obeyed. Chapter 127, the being behind the events, they obeyed. because it was no longer Noah speaking, it was the concept of soul itself embodied, alive, that commanded them, and how could mere souls disobey the will of their ruler? They couldn't, so they died, a pitiful end, maybe even for some innocent souls among them. But Noah didn't have the time or luxury to sort through them one by one. No judgment. Just a decree, and the moment that decree was spoken, they vanished, all of them. Beelzebub's scream shattered the silence. The air trembled, ice cracked and collapsed around him, echoing with agony. Noah stood, unmoved. His eyes were like winter. Zara appeared beside him. Her gaze sharp, her face tight with anger. "Why did you do that?" she asked coldly. "Do you think I'm some weak girl who needs protection?" Noah gave her a sheepish smile. "No, my dear hybrid. But my power, it's not stable yet. I didn't want to risk hurting you by accident." He paused, "but we'll talk about that later." He turned, walking toward Beelzebub, who lay broken on the frozen floor. His body was a patchwork of chaos. Incomplete. His eyes stared blankly at the sky. Noah studied him. The truth was obvious now. Beelzebub's talent was either incomplete, or never truly SSS rank, because no true SSS talent came with such a fatal flaw. Yes, Beelzebub could devour powers, but he couldn't assimilate them. They remained foreign, loose pieces stitched onto a body that never accepted them. That's why his transformation was so erratic. "So monstrous, so greedy," Noah muttered, crouching beside him. "You couldn't even digest what you consumed." Ice burst from the floor, chaining Beelzebub in place. The demon lord turned his head slowly. His red eyes still burned with hatred. You dare." Noah ignored him and looked at Zara. "He's your father. And you control emotions. Make him return to his senses. Then we'll talk." He turned toward Isaac and Albert, still standing like statues. Ice surged again, binding them, but this time, it went deeper. Freezing their blood, their minds, just enough to keep them alive. Just enough to prevent any tricks Beelzebub might still have left. He wouldn't risk it, not with Sophie. Zara nodded, stepping forward. Her eyes locked on her father, but as she drew near, she felt nothing, no rage. No sorrow. No regret, just peace, not because Beelzebub was broken, but because, for the first time, she understood something simple. Something obvious to others, but new to her. She had chased him her whole life, because she was lonely, and that's the danger of loneliness. It makes you desperate. It blinds you. You run to anything that feels like warmth, even if it burns you. People say, "Don't be hasty." And they're right. It's like a starving man at a marketplace. He buys the first thing he sees. And most of the time, it poisons him, so don't be hasty. Don't be eager to escape loneliness, because loneliness, after all, is where you grow the most. That realization settled deep within her. Quiet. Final, and in that moment, Zara became truly a heart waver. She breathed in, then out. The air trembled with the emotions she released. No sadness. No pain. Only light, love. Joy. Peace. Contentment. The atmosphere shimmered. You could almost see illusions of pink flowers blooming around the room, and when these feelings flooded the space, like poison to a beast, they struck Beelzebub. He jerked, because a creature like him couldn't feel these things. His body rejected them like infection, and then, "Where am I?" His voice was weaker. Clearer, he turned and saw Zara standing before him. "Oh. You're that bitch's daughter." Zara smiled softly. "Maybe." Noah crouched beside Beelzebub again, eye to eye. "Let's not waste time." He leaned closer. "Do you know your situation right now? If not, let me paint it for you." His tone dropped to ice. "We'll ask questions. You'll answer. Don't lie and don't stall, or you'll regret it." Beelzebub laughed, broken, bitter. "What's left for me to lose? If I'm dying, I'm taking that bitch with me." His voice trembled with pain. Speaking was hard. His body was wrecked. Noah frowned. "Who?" Beelzebub's gaze flicked to Zara. "Her mother, of course." Silence, then he grinned. "You still think I killed her? Fool, what I killed was a human clone. That woman can't be killed easily. Her talent, it's revolting." Zara's breath caught. "Who is my mother? Where is she?" Beelzebub paused, then answered, "She's a vampire. Pure blood. Her control over blood is obscene. She could manipulate your bloodline, and through it, even your soul." Zara froze.
My mother, a vampire? How can I be human if she was a vampire? She asked, her voice trembling. How? Belzebuth sneered. She hijacked a human woman's body. Parasited with her bloodline. Made sure you only inherited the human traits. Not her blood, he laughed, a disgusting sound. You see now, he smirked. She wanted to extract your talent. Rip it from you and claim it for herself. You were just a harvest. So why would she give you her bloodline? She couldn't take it from me. I'm SS rank. Her clone wasn't strong enough for that, he chuckled again. So yeah. You were born to be drained and discarded. Zara didn't respond. Her mind swirled with thoughts too heavy to process, but Noah's thoughts were elsewhere. Wait, vampires exist? Belzebuth looked at him like he was stupid. Ignorance is a sin. You're powerful, but blind. Pathetic, Noah scowled. Why didn't Lay tell me this? How could he miss something so important? The thought rattled him, but he forced himself to stay in the moment. More important right now, what Belzebuth said about bloodline and soul. How does blood control give access to talents? Belzebuth shrugged. Ask her. Even her clan feared her. But understand this, talent resides in the soul. And bloodline is the foundation. The root of one's being. Noah's eyes widened. Talent lives in the soul, bloodline is the origin of the being. It was like a door opening in his mind. He stared at Belzebuth. Why tell me this? Aren't you afraid I'll take your talent? Your bloodline? Belzebuth grinned with madness. The sight, twisted and raw, was almost tragic. That's what I want, take it. This incomplete, cursed thing, and kill me. I don't care anymore. His pride had truly shattered. Noah frowned. What scared you this much? Was it your father? Belzebuth didn't answer. Noah didn't press. Instead, he turned to Zara. I want to try it. What he said, if he could take talent directly, from soul to soul, without the system, it would be legendary. He hesitated, but I don't know what'll happen. He might die. Or break even more. His voice softened slightly, almost unsure. He didn't want Zara to think he was toying with her father's life on a whim. But Zara nodded, calm and steady. She no longer cared. Belzebuth never saw her as a daughter. Why should she feel pity? And her mind was filled now with thoughts of her mother. Do what you must. Noah exhaled, a hint of relief in his breath. Thank you, Zara. I'll do my best, not to kill him by accident. He turned to Belzebuth. Ready? Chapter 128. The frightening realization. Zara stood a couple of meters behind Noah, keeping a safe distance to ensure she wouldn't be harmed unnecessarily. Meanwhile, Noah faced Belzebuth, who lay motionless on the ground, waiting for his fate. He didn't resist. He didn't even have the will to. All he wanted was for it to end. He hadn't refused Zara's mother the right to copy his talent out of arrogance. No, it was because his talent was incomplete, broken. He couldn't let that creature discover his deepest insecurity, his greatest liability. So when he found out she had tricked him to extract his talent, he snapped. And the only reason he had let Zara live rather than kill her outright was because she didn't carry his talent. Otherwise, she would have died too. He wouldn't let another being go through the same pain as him. Belzebuth sighed heavily inwardly. All these struggles, all these fights, for nothing. My rebellion against my father, for nothing. My arrival in this world, all to accumulate power. To find a way to perfect my talent or even change the cursed bloodline inside me, all for nothing, all of it, for nothing. His heart ached. All he had ever wanted was to escape his father's shadow, to have something of his own. To not be known as the broken child, and now it had all come to an end because of. Belzebuth turned his head slightly, his body still aching from the damage of his transformation. He looked at Noah, who sat calmly nearby, watching him, but clearly distracted. His mind was elsewhere, but even in this moment of distraction, Belzebuth could sense it. If he so much leaked a thought of killing intent, he wouldn't even realize how he died. How can a being like him exist? How was he able to use so many concepts with ease, as if he was them, at his age? How? This child is an abomination. Pause. Abomination. Belzebuth's eyes widened. Abomination. He muttered aloud, his voice trembled, his gaze sharpened in fear and realization. Abomination, he shouted, staggered by something terrifying, something earth-shattering, because that term wasn't thrown around lightly. Not even his father, as powerful and monstrous as he was called that, and that's when it clicked. That chime of the Akashic records. It was you, fuck, it was you. Noah blinked, puzzled. What nonsense are you spouting now? Don't worry, father-in-law. I won't kill you. Rest easy, but Belzebuth wasn't listening anymore. His mind raced. He had just discovered something incredible, something the entire universe would kill to know. He looked into Noah's eyes deeply, desperately. You're the third abomination. Yes, Belzebuth had uncovered Noah's true identity, the identity the entire cosmos feared, the identity Noah himself had no idea about. Meanwhile, at the academy, Alice entered her room after a long, exhausting day. Her room mirrored her personality, lush, serene, and entirely green. Even the ground and ceiling shimmered with hues of emerald, but it was crafted with such elegance, such finesse, that one couldn't help but feel at peace inside. It was oddly comforting. The moment Alice stepped in, she collapsed face first onto her bed. Since Zara's disappearance, her vice president duties had fallen upon her. On top of classes, training, and council work, her days were packed. She hadn't even had time to review her own studies. Tired, her voice was soft, so sweet it nearly rivaled Lilith's. Yet it carried weight, too. A kind of power. Even her simple sigh made the air tremble, and if not for the reinforced barriers Illyra had built into her room, that trembling wouldn't have been the only consequence. When will this situation end? She mumbled into her pillow. Illyra had promised to help her stabilize her power. But since then, nothing. She waited, and waiting was agony. No one knew how difficult it was to want to speak, but be forced into silence. Because her voice alone could destroy, no one knew how difficult it was to always stay silent, not because she wanted to stay silent, but because she had to. Was it? Alice exhaled again, gazing at her evergreen ceiling. Sometimes, she wondered how Zara was doing. Before leaving, Zara had simply said she was going on an adventure with Neko. But, are you doing okay, Zara? Alice worried. Even if Zara never saw her as more than a superior, Alice truly cared. She didn't know Zara's past, but it must have been dark. Twisted. Something that made her afraid of love itself. That's why Alice had been relieved when Neko came into her life, and hopeful, too, when Noah appeared. I just hope he doesn't hurt her. She didn't doubt Noah's appeal. He was powerful, charismatic, and charming. If he pursued her, Zara might eventually give in, and if he ever dares to hurt her, Alice smiled fiercely. She wasn't violent by nature. If anything, she was gentle and kind, but when it came to protecting her loved ones, she would become a monster. Better sleep. Tomorrow would be another long day. She sighed once more, closed her eyes, and drifted off, unaware that three beings, one with white eyes, one with glowing purple irises, and one made of shadows, were watching her. In the White Realm, Illyra, Celine, and Shadiva had just finished observing Alice. What do you two think of her? Illyra asked, casually. Celine frowned. Why do you ask? Because she'll be part of Noah's harem, Illyra replied. Pause. Celine turned toward her sharply, her eyes cold. How many are there already? Around 11, Illyra said with a teasing smile. Celine exhaled sharply. Rage bubbled beneath her calm exterior. I see. She turned to Shadiva. Are you one of them? No, Shadiva replied instantly. Good. Because there will be no more women. Celine's voice was final. This is it. I won't accept another girl becoming close to him. Her tone dropped, and I swear to the most unholy, if any woman starts growing close to him romantically, I will kill her before it happens. Her eyes were like blades. And if she's stronger than you? Illyra asked, amused. Celine didn't flinch. She won't, and if she truly is, then we'll kill her together. She looked at both of them with grim resolve. Whether it's soul death, assassination, or eternal freezing, we will destroy any woman who tempts my son, because Noah was becoming greedy, and Celine wouldn't let him fall to temptation. She didn't want her son to be like those horny guys. She would discipline him, truly, for the first time in her life. How dare he love other women, besides me? Celine thought resentfully. Yes, that was the main reason actually. Luminara muttered inside her head with a deadpan voice. Crazy bitch. Chapter 129, Record's favorite. You are the third abomination, Belzebuth said, his voice firm and certain. He knew what that meant. The universe had legends about such beings called abominations. They were entities whose power was so obscene, so boundless, that it defied all logic. Only the leaders of the major factions could possibly stand against them, but even they wouldn't dare, because being able to oppose them wasn't the same as surviving the attempt. At their level, killing them was almost impossible. The smartest path was to avoid creating that kind of enemy altogether, and now, to think that someone with the potential to become one of them was standing right in front of him, Belzebuth could barely believe his luck. Is this, finally, my opportunity? It had to be, and he would seize it. You're not even aware of it, but the entire universe already knows who you are. Noah stared at him blankly. Is this guy playing dumb and crazy to make me spare him? He wondered. Did you get scared and decide to back out? There's no quitting now, father-in-law.
So shut up and lie back down, Beelzebub froze. Listen to, if you say one more word, you'll regret it. Beelzebub immediately shut his mouth. He couldn't afford to test Noah's patience. Noah sighed. He needed total concentration. What he was about to attempt was anything but easy. Beelzebub rambling about anomalies and abominations? He had no time for that nonsense. He closed his eyes, replaying Beelzebub's earlier words in his mind. Talents are in the soul. He already knew that. He'd felt it when his own talents had begun to grow, but he'd never stopped to really think about it. So if talents are part of the soul, that means, with enough soul manipulation, I could theoretically take someone else's talent. Then why didn't Alira do it? Or, maybe she did, and never told me. Host, stealing someone's talent by interacting with their soul is far more difficult and dangerous than you think. A soul knows when someone it doesn't recognize tries to take what's inside it, it will resist with everything it has. And if it senses it's losing, it will self-destruct. That backlash can damage your soul fatally. It's an automatic response. So no, not just anyone can do this. Noah nodded slowly. So Zara's mother must have a special talent that allows her to do it safely, most likely. And that kind of talent is extremely rare. Be careful, she might be far more dangerous than even Beelzebub realizes. Another nod. Noah gathered his focus. The task itself sounded simple, but the execution? That was another matter. All he had to do was enter Beelzebub's soul, examine it. Find the point where his talent was inscribed, and then take it. Easier said than done. Don't move. Don't speak. Don't do anything, Noah instructed. Beelzebub nodded in silence. Noah turned to Zara. She nodded back at him reassuringly. He took a deep breath, and then his body shifted. His form became wisps of smoke, his eyes fading into smoky tendrils, and his hair becoming a floating cluster of glowing white mist. It was strange. Ethereal, this was soul embodiment, his entire being transformed into a soul state. He reached out and touched Beelzebub's chest and immediately made contact with his soul. Every soul was unique. Noah's own was a vast construct of condensed power, obscene. Radiant, immeasurable. Beelzebub's soul, by contrast, was like a black void. A hollow darkness, devouring and endless. A miniature version of Noah's smoky form appeared inside it. Now then, his eyes glinted. Soul search. A ripple of soul energy exploded outward, scanning Beelzebub's entire soul in an instant. Noah's head turned sharply. He sensed something in the distance. Then, he vanished. He reappeared in a place so dark it felt like the void itself was alive, consuming everything, including his perception. The moment he arrived, that darkness surged toward him, trying to devour him whole. Boom, the attack slammed against a glowing soul barrier Noah conjured instantly. He walked forward calmly, the darkness shattering against his defenses. Minutes passed, then, he stopped. To the naked eye, there was nothing in front of him. Just more endless dark, but Noah could feel it. Something was there, the thing he was looking for. I've tolerated you long enough. Freeze. A burst of divine ice spread out from him, freezing the entire void around him with zero resistance. Sever. Crack. Crack. The frozen veil shattered. Before him appeared a strange, pulsing vein, dark, translucent, and inscribed with glowing black symbols. Noah stared at it. Is that it? Yes. That's a soul vein, also known as a talent vein. Those inscriptions define the very essence of a talent. So I have multiple of these inside me, correct? How did you make them? My methods are beyond your understanding. But know this, talent veins form when the soul essence condenses into a line, mixes with your origin blood, and becomes inscribed with the core of a talent in a language only the record understands. How do you inscribe them? With what? With a language. A special language, and with also your origin blood and your soul power. Combined, that's why it's so dangerous. If you make a mistake, your origin blood and soul will both be damaged. You could end up crippled forever. So, if I manage to extract this vein, I can steal his talent, yes. Noah examined the talent vein carefully, but then he noticed something. Parts of the inscriptions were missing, incomplete, so this is why he said his talent was broken. He frowned. Taking it as is would mean inheriting a defective talent. That didn't sit well with him. Why didn't he try to fix it? Fill in the missing parts, because as I just said, these inscriptions are written in a language that cannot be learned, only understood. The language of the Akashic record. You need to enter a soul, comprehend the inscriptions, and have the affinity to interpret them. Without that affinity, it's impossible. In a population of trillions, no, quadrillions, only one person may have that affinity. And most of the case it's a low rank. It's called record affinity. Record affinity? Never heard of it.
Noah scowled. So I can't copy this talent, not unless you have that affinity, tch. Then what now? Should I still take it and try completing it later if I ever manage to obtain the record affinity? Can't the Akashic record just give it to me?
I mean, it seems to like me. No, the system stopped mid-sentence, because at that moment, the Akashic record chimed. Your request has been heard, Noah Weaverheart. Your request has been approved. A heavy silence fell. Noah's eyes widened in disbelief.
Wait, what? I was just joking, and it wasn't over. Ding. Ding. Ding.
Ding, glorious, you are a being the Akashic record favors heavily, an incredible achievement, title received, records favorite, oh my lord, chapter 130, King of Blood, title received, records favorite, you have awakened the affinity, record, A rank. Noah stood still, staring at the overlapping notifications from his system and the Akashic record. To say he was shocked would be an understatement. He had joked about wanting the record affinity, and now, he had it. He really must like me, huh? Noah thought silently, half smiling, but deep down, he hoped the record wouldn't demand something in return for this unexpected gift. He didn't mind the titles and traits he earned through his actions. He'd worked for those, but this was a wish, randomly granted. Hopefully this isn't one of those we've supported you, now it's time to repay us situations. Raising his head, he looked again at Belzebuth's talent vein. This time, the strange inscriptions inscribed on it instantly made sense. He could read them.
Understand them. Even write them. Noah grinned.
Now we're talking. He studied the inscriptions, reading them multiple times. He needed to memorize every detail before exiting Belzebuth's soul. He couldn't afford to make a new talent vein while still inside, so, after several minutes of careful memorization, ensuring he didn't forget a single symbol, he finally stopped.
I've got it all.
Time to head out and get ready to copy a talent. A smirk played on his lips. This would be his first time doing something the system usually handled. Now, he would do it. For once, aren't you a little sad, system? Host becoming stronger is my only purpose. Whether it's by my hand or yours doesn't matter, Noah smiled gently. It is thanks to you.
You, and my women. Without all of you, I wouldn't be here.
That's why I want to be worthy of you all and also not be someone my women would just admire and chase after. I want to be someone they can lean on, without fear. He meant it. He knew, without his system and the people around him, he'd never be where he was now.
Not even in a million years, also.
I really don't like how scattered everything is with the girls.
If things continue this way, it's only going to get worse.
I need to bring them all together, and hopefully, the unstable ones wouldn't go crazy in the process. With a sigh, Noah glanced around inside Belzebuth's soul one last time. Well, since I'm already here, might as well bind my dear father-in-law's soul. He raised his smoke-like hand, chains formed out of thin air and snaked around the entire soul of Belzebuth, binding it completely. Outside, Belzebuth felt the shackles lock in place. He didn't say a word, he only clenched his teeth, suppressing the discomfort crawling through him. It's for the greater good, it's for the greater good. He repeated the mantra again and again, trying to steady his nerves. If Noah was binding him, then that meant Noah wasn't planning to kill him, and that meant he could stay close to an abomination that alone was worth enduring anything. When the binding process ended, Noah returned to the outside world. He stood up and stretched. How did it go?
Did you manage to take over his talent?
Zara asked, approaching him. Noah smiled.
No need.
I've got something smarter in mind. An idea struck him. Since he had no intention of revealing the system's existence, this could serve as a perfect cover. His absurd strength, his countless talents. If people, especially his women, began asking questions, he could just say he copied them. That would hide the truth perfectly. He smiled inwardly. Yes, this works. Looking at Zara, he said, I'm not going to take it.
I'll just copy it. And since the talent is incomplete, I'll finish it myself. Zara's eyes widened in shock.
You can copy talents. Noah lifted his chin smugly. Of course, my dear.
Your husband is incredible. Didn't you ever wonder how I have so many abilities?
Well, that's how, suddenly, everything clicked for Zara. If he could copy talents and have multiple from different categories, it explained why Noah was such a monster. You're basically becoming a flawless being, she whispered. Well, I'm still taking baby steps, but yeah. That's the goal. He stepped forward, voice softening.
And don't worry, you won't be left behind.
None of you will. Zara smiled at that.
I wasn't worried to begin with. Or did you forget who I am? She smirked. I'm the Weaver of Heart, sweetheart. Just wait. I'll show you what emotional power can really do. Oh, I know, dear. I know, he hugged her, I'm proud of you. I know the things with your mother must be messing with your heart and mind. But you've been strong. Just remember, you don't have to pretend around me, okay? We'll figure it out. Together, Zara's smile softened. Thank you, sweetheart, Noah nodded, returning the smile. He released the hug and said, I'll need some time alone to copy it. You can talk to your father or do whatever you want. As he turned away, he added casually, oh, and no, we're not killing him. He smirked inwardly. Can't let my dear father-in-law die on me, right? I don't mind, Zara said, smiling. She knew exactly why he spared Beelzebub, and she appreciated it. Noah now sat alone in a quiet room, cross-legged on the ground, spine straight, focus razor-sharp system. What's Rouge's affection level? If he wanted to control his origin blood properly, he needed blood affinity. And for that, he needed a bond with someone who had it. 75%, Noah nodded. Rouge respected him deeply. But it wasn't romantic. It was the kind of admiration one warrior had for another. That was the thing about the system, it never tracked just love, it tracked true bonds, and true bonds could be love, or friendship, mentorship, rivalry, respect, anything meaningful. If I bond with Rouge, I can share her blood affinity. I might as well do the same with her talent system, bond with her. Ding, you have bonded with Rouge Bloodheart. A pause, applying X10000 effect, you have obtained the affinity, blood, transformation rank. You have obtained the talent, King of Blood, EX, unique rank. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Noah's body as it completely dissolved into a pool of blood. Fuck, here we go again, the transformation had begun. Chapter 131, The Architect of Talent, Huff. Huff. Huff, Noah breathed heavily. He had just completed his transformation, but one thing remained unchanged. I hate this shit, he muttered aloud. He cursed under his breath before returning to his cross-legged position and shutting his eyes. He steadied his breathing. Show me the new talent description. Talent, King of Blood, EX, unique rank. Description, blood obeys you. Blood is your power. Shape it however you want. Noah stared at the description, then squinted. System, are you lacking some inspiration? The system didn't respond. Yeah, thought so, Noah scoffed internally. Focusing again, he decided to test out his new blood affinity first, before messing with his origin blood. Eyes closed, breath even, he began. Soon, blood began seeping into the room from nowhere, pooling across every surface, even where he sat. But it didn't stop there. Noah started to manipulate it. Jagged spikes formed. Then spears. Then a hovering eye made entirely of blood, beautiful and eerie at once. Finally, he created a massive, detailed arm flipping the middle finger. He smirked at the last one. I'm so childish. I should stop. The construct splashed into droplets, then vanished, absorbed back into Noah. The room returned to normal, as though it hadn't just been drenched in blood. Now I'm ready to try it. If something goes wrong, will you help me, system? No. For this one, you are on your own, Tisk. He clicked his tongue. As you wish, Noah recalled calmly the step he had to make. Control the origin of blood, mix it with soul essence into a thin line, form the talent vein, inscribe the record-based talent description. No rushing. Step by step, Noah closed his eyes again, turning his awareness inward. With his transcended self, finding his origin blood was easy. Drawing from it, he extracted a sphere of shimmering blood, and it was miraculous. It was as if every color in existence had blended into it, perfectly radiant, yet calm. A quiet, impossible beauty. He transformed the sphere into a thin line. With his transformation ranked blood affinity. The task was smooth. Then, with care, he guided the line of blood into his soul space, and oh, how it had changed since the last time Elizabeth saw it. Once a static environment, Noah's soul space now shifted unpredictably. One moment, a frozen wasteland, the next, a void of pure nothingness, then a field of swords and land of ice, followed by a pink world filled with naked women, chaotic, but not random. Its changes followed some grand logic that would drive genius researchers into euphoric obsession, and as the origin blood entered the soul space, it responded with joy, transforming into a sea of blood. Very fitting. Noah didn't stop. He began the next phase, combining soul essence with the origin blood. It was meticulous. Every droplet had to be perfectly measured.
The sea of blood bubbled with tension. Outside, Noah was drenched in sweat. He was giving it everything, because if he screwed this up, he would be completely, utterly, fucked, he muttered aloud, and Noah was straight, so yeah. He gave it everything. Minutes passed. His focus never wavered. Finally, a shimmering vein of light hovered before him. Success, huff, Noah sighed with relief. Now comes the hard part. It was time to inscribe the talent description, a task requiring his record affinity. He recalled Beelzebub's talent inscription: gain what you devour and yours. Obviously, the missing part was something like make it yours. That's why Beelzebub only gained power, but it was never truly his. But Noah wasn't just going to gain. He would rewrite the rule. Devouring was efficient, sure, but limited. What if he encountered something he didn't want to devour? Or couldn't? What will he do then? Too many drawbacks, and Noah hated drawbacks, so he'd follow the format but tweak the function and title. Be complete in your description. At your level, you're too weak for unrestricted abilities. So add a drawback. You hate it, sure, but at least it's one you get to choose. Noah understood. If he made it too overpowered, he might not even succeed. But come on, wasn't he a transcended being? He smirked. Then he began: talent name, copycat, description, the ability to copy the talent of any being up to 3 ranks above me, reasonable, not overpowered. He specified talent, not title, not bloodline, not physique, and even affinity. Just talent, but Noah always wanted more, so he added, the version I copy will be 1,000 times better than the original and fitting for me. That was the Noah touch. Then, he began inscribing it onto the talent vein. He created a pen with his soul essence and origin blood combined. Then with his record affinity, he started to inscribe. It took over 10 minutes, slow and grueling. He was new to using his record affinity. But honestly, the fact that he could even do it on his first try was already absurd. When he finished, the talent vein flared with blinding light, illuminating the entire soul space. It moved on its own, sinking deep into Noah's soul, toward the place where all his talents rested. There, it calmly joined the others, and inserted itself directly beneath his primordial talent, omnipotence, becoming one of its subskills. The moment it did, Noah felt it. He sensed the power shift, the new layer to his being, and so did the Akashic record. Ding. 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 Magnificent, you have created your own talent. You have done something few beings in all of existence have ever achieved. You are worthy. Title received, the architect of talent. Truly, you didn't disappoint, Noah Weaverheart. But that wasn't the end, because, ding, you have met the hidden condition for the system to evolve. A pause, ding, evolution complete. The system can now share and merge titles. Titles shared will adapt uniquely to you. However, due to the nature of the talent you just created, the ability to share talents has been removed. Congratulations, host. You are wonderful. Chapter 132, Abominations and Brother-in-Laws. Noah had created his own talent. A 15-year-old boy had created his own talent. Just saying it out loud felt absurd. No one in the universe would believe it. And yet, it happened. System, what's the grade of my talent? EX, unique rank. Noah smiled, pride swelling in his chest. His first self-created talent was already EX unique rank. That wasn't something many beings, if any, could brag about. He stood up, stretching his limbs. So now I can copy talents, better versions of them, without needing to rely on gender-based restrictions or emotional ties. That was his real goal. There were guys out there with incredible talents, and forming emotional bonds just to access them was bothersome. He already had enough at this moment, and now, that's enough for now. Let's handle the situation with my women, get them together and at least make sure they are able to tolerate each other. He needed to build a strong foundation. A strong family. He doesn't want a family with problems every day, and if he kept adding new members without managing the relationships, it'd spiral into chaos, and that's not his goal. Noah sighed softly. Let's go back to Zara. He teleported immediately. Noah arrived to find Zara and Beelzebub locked in an intense staring contest. Neither blinked. Neither flinched. Noah shook his head, chuckling softly. I'm back. His voice startled them both, and they blinked at the same time. They turned sharply, glaring at him. Noah just smirked. I've been waiting for you, Beelzebub said. Noah tilted his head. What do you want? Zara stood up, walking toward him. He kept going on and on about you being an abomination and blah blah blah. He just wouldn't shut up, rambling? Bullshit. You just didn't understand, Beelzebub grumbled, then turned to Noah, expression serious. You can choose not to believe me, but in my current state, I've got no reason to lie. Noah nodded, giving him the floor.
I don't know how to explain it properly, but in this universe, there exist two beings known as abominations. At those words, Noah immediately recalled his conversation with Echidna. Combined with Beelzebub constantly calling him that, he began to understand, and the birth of such beings is marked by a chime heard in every corner of the universe, delivered by the Akashic records. And not long ago, one resounded. Was that you? Noah stayed silent, so it was heard across the entire universe. He had assumed it was confined to this world. Zara turned to him, surprised. She had heard that chime, too, so it was because of Noah and universe? Her brain struggled to catch up. After everything she'd learned today, it was a miracle her head hadn't exploded. Indeed, it was me, Noah answered honestly. He had no reason to lie, and Beelzebub clearly knew something that might prove useful. Especially since Echidna, in her goddess status, was limited in action. TSK, useless goddess. At his confession, Beelzebub smiled. I knew it, despite his injured body. He immediately dropped to one knee. The moment he dropped to one knee, centuries of pride dissolved like ash. His soul screamed in silence, but he bowed anyway. Noah and Zara both raised their eyebrows at this sight. Please take me under you, Beelzebub said with difficulty. As a slave or whatever, you've already bound my soul, so you know I can't betray you. Just take me in. Noah looked at him calmly. In that moment, he realized he was more important to the cosmic order than he'd thought. Stand up first, Noah said. Beelzebub obeyed. Noah might not like him, but at the end of the day, he was still Zara's father. And if things between them had a chance of mending, Noah didn't want to treat him with unnecessary cruelty. But to take him under him, that wasn't a decision Noah would make alone. He turned to Zara. She looked back, then smiled warmly. He's so cute, she thought. Since the beginning, Noah had always been considerate of her, especially when it came to her father. She could see how much he valued her opinion, and that warmed her heart, but in this case, she had no intention of interfering. Her father had made his decision, so, do as you please, sweetheart. He made his choices already. And I stopped caring when he stopped being a father. Well, he was never a father to begin with, she said it coldly. Beelzebub flinched slightly, but remained silent. Noah sighed but accepted it. Fine. You'll be under me. He placed a hand on Beelzebub's head and activated the title, the Slave Master, a title that allowed him to enslave individuals with unbreakable restrictions. A few seconds later, it was done. Beelzebub could immediately feel the deeper restriction, stronger than the previous soul bind. It was overwhelming. He sighed inwardly. He hated being bound, but if this was what it took, then so be it. I'll be a slave. To him, pride didn't matter anymore, only strength did. Well, now that's settled. Noah turned toward Isaac and Albert, still frozen in place. Let's talk about my purpose here. And about those two, Beelzebub nodded. My purpose was to gain control of your domain. That part's done. No need to talk about it further, but soon, I'll need your help for a grand battle. I need you and your territory to be ready. Noah's voice turned firm. So from now on, stop eating all day and manage your territory, and if you do well, I'll reward you. Beelzebub smiled at that last part. That was what he had been waiting to hear. I'll do my absolute best. Noah nodded. As for those two, I don't know what you did, but make them regain their sense. Only their sense, he smirked. I need them to stay exactly like that, in this appearance, for something. Snap. With a snap of Beelzebub's fingers, Isaac and Albert returned to awareness. Where am I? Where? They looked around in confusion until their eyes landed on Noah. Immediately, clarity returned to their expressions. They both jumped back, trying to put distance between them and him. Noah Weaverheart, they shouted in unison, hearts pounding. Hi, brothers-in-law. Noah smiled. Seems this is our first official meeting. Huh? They didn't answer. His sarcasm bounced off their panic. What are you doing here? In the demon continent, one of them asked. Just sightseeing, Noah replied casually. But I can't say the same about you. You look different than I remember, don't you think? Only then did they realize their transformation. Dread settled over them like a suffocating blanket. They turned to look at Beelzebub, who now stood silently behind Noah like a servant. Their eyes widened in horror. Noah smiled wider. Indeed. What a beautiful first meeting. Chapter 133, Training Ground. In the domain of lust, within the main training ground, a fierce battle was underway. Ice spears, black spears of ice rained from the sky, hurtling straight toward Leona, who stood unmoving. She was now in her original form, her hybrid dragon form. Slowly, she raised her hand toward the incoming attack and, hand of corruption, a black mist poured from her palm, swallowing the attack whole. But suddenly, her shadow twisted, and jagged spikes made of darkness pierced her from below. She immediately leapt back, creating distance.
the shadows twisted again, and Esther's form emerged from them.
Neko appeared beside her, and together they stood facing Leona, who had joined Dominique, a 2-on-2. Weren't you so proud of your so-called hybrid dragon demon form? Neko sneered. Leona never stopped boasting about her unique bloodline.
It was exhausting to listen to. Leona's lips twitched.
I'm not even going all out. If I were, things would be different, yeah. Of course, Neko rolled her eyes. Leona turned to Dominique.
Why aren't you doing anything? Hey, my power lies in charm and mental magic. But, she looked at Neko and Esther, who stared her down calmly.
It doesn't work on them anymore. Neko blocks it with her black flames.
Esther can just turn into a puddle of shadow. She clicked her tongue in frustration. She had been dominating them at the start.
But now? They'd found ways to counter her. The worst part?
She still hadn't found a way to counter them. Not far away, Lilith, Lucy, and Lucius were watching. Why aren't you letting me fight?
Lucius asked. You want to fight with them? Lilith raised an eyebrow. Why not?
Let me give them a taste of what it's like to fight someone with talents similar to mine, Lucius said confidently. Lilith looked at him.
Fair enough. Go on. Lucius grinned and jumped straight into the middle of the fight. Boom! He landed in the center of the four girls. Ladies, no need to argue.
Come at me, all of you. His arrogance was unmistakable. As if, is he trying to imitate Noah? Looks like it. What an idiot, so embarrassing. Lucius's eyes twitched. He clenched his fists, and a black sword appeared in his hand. The moment it did, the surrounding area went void of mana. Fine, he took a battle stance, perfect and steady, showing clear signs of serious training. I'll show, little boy, calm down. Dominique cut in, her voice laced with charm, but Lucius's anti-mana zone weakened its effect. Still, it wasn't over. Let's see how long your zone lasts under pressure. They attacked. Flame explosion, shadow bind, hand of corruption, unholy fragrance. The attacks came all at once. Black flames exploded, devouring everything. Esther's shadows solidified and bound Lucius to the ground. The hand of corruption began eating away at him. And the worst of all, Dominique's unholy fragrance struck directly at his core. Lucius, being the lustful bastard he was already weakened by the prior attacks. The charm-based spell hit hard. Smoke billowed over the battlefield, making it impossible to see clearly. When it finally cleared, Lucius was still standing, but barely. His anti-mana zone was gone, broken. His body was battered and bloodied.
Black flames flickered over him.
His eyes were glazed over with lust, but he quickly acted, coating his head in anti-mana. His eyes cleared. Huff, he exhaled deeply, steadying himself. Then he looked at the girls and gave a sheepish smile. He had underestimated them badly. Lilith stepped into the battlefield. See now, Lucius? Your talent is incredible, but it has limits.
You don't use mana, you use anti-mana.
But even that runs out. She gestured toward the girls. If you fight with such a recklessness or multiple enemies at once, you won't keep up. Not unless they're far weaker than you. Did you really underestimate them that much? Lucius nodded.
Yeah. I did.
This was a necessary wake-up call. He turned to the girls, rubbing the back of his neck.
Sorry for underestimating you, they nodded. They didn't mind.
It gave them the chance to hit him properly. Now, Lilith smirked. How about you all fight me instead? Let's get. She stopped mid-sentence. Everyone froze. They turned and saw them. Standing tall were Noah and Zara, and behind them was Isaac and Albert. Esther instantly melted into shadow and reformed beside Noah. I missed you, Master. Her voice echoed in his mind. Noah smiled. I missed you too, my dear Shadow. Neko jumped up onto his shoulder in beast form, rubbing her head against his cheek. I missed you too. My dear beast, Noah said, scratching her back gently. She purred in contentment. The rest of the group gathered. Dominique stepped beside him, kissed his cheek, and said softly, Welcome back, love. Leona bowed. Welcome back, Master. Lucius, still drinking a health potion, gave a lazy wave. Yo. Took your time, Huff. Lilith approached with Lucy, now perched on her shoulder in her crow form. I missed you too, Mast, dear. She corrected herself quickly, but this time, everyone noticed. Noah nodded to them all. I missed you all. He glanced at Lucius. Except you, of course. Lucius's lips twitched. How was the training? Noah asked. It went well. The girls were motivated. Lilith replied. She continued, we followed your orders regarding Mammoth. We figured out what he really wants. What is it?
Noah asked. Lilith rolled her eyes. An artifact.
That greedy demon just wants something that gives him passive income. He's even more obsessed with money than Belzebuth. Noah blinked. Seriously, of course.
Typical. Creating something like that will be tricky.
I'll need the right materials. There's a beast called the treasure hunting rat.
Its body could work. Noah acted fast.
Do you have a beast called the treasure hunting rat here? He asked Lilith. She tilted her head.
Yeah. It's a beast any demon lord have because of its usefulness.
Why, you mind if I kill one and take its body? I don't mind. Moments later, Noah hunted and killed the beast. Using his creation affinity and his title, the creator, he forged an artifact from the body, name, money giver, effect, grants 5 gold coins every day by giving it mana. In a world where the currency goes, copper, silver, gold, platinum, that was huge, he handed it to Lilith. I'm counting on you, don't worry, she said. As a fellow demon lord, he'll give me face. Noah turned to Lucy. You coming with me? I'll stay and make sure everything goes smoothly. Alright, he looked at Dominique. I'm coming with you, she said without hesitation.
Noah smiled.
As expected, he took a breath. His companions, his women, gathered around him. Zara at his right,
Dominique at his left, Esther in his shadow, Neko on his shoulder,
Leona behind him, loyal and ready.
Lucius nearby, surprisingly cooperative. They were ready.
And so, let's head back to the academy. Chapter 134, A Mother's Obsession. In the White Realm, Illyra, Celine, and Shadiva sat in a circle at a table, chatting idly. Today, Illyra made sure Shadiva told her story. So that's what she did, explaining her past, her siblings, and everything that had happened to her. Wait, you're that daughter of Shadow?
The one rumored to be in deep slumber somewhere in the Shadow Realm? Illyra asked.
Eyes wide with surprise. So you've been trapped in this world by your own siblings all along? Illyra was genuinely shocked. Shadiva's identity wasn't something to take lightly. She was the daughter of Shadow, a being capable of turning death into shadows and raising an army from it. Hell, some even believed a new Shadow Realm would soon be born from her alone. And to think that kind of being had been chained up in this weak world. Are your siblings idiots? If the other powers in the universe had found out about your situation, they'd have seized the Shadow Realm ages ago, Illyra said bluntly. That's probably why they told everyone I was asleep, Shadiva replied, the pain in her eyes unmistakable.
Meanwhile, Celine sat silently, listening.
Her mind, however, was elsewhere.
So you knew about this universe all along? She asked internally. Yes. Where do you think I came from?
Luminara's voice responded softly.
I'm a divine beast, Celine.
This world hasn't even reached the level where one like me can be born yet, so that night when you found me alone in that forest, Luminara's voice carried a gentle warmth. That was my first day in this world.
I stumbled upon you. Your affinity was ice, just like mine, and it was strong.
It felt like fate. So I took you under my wing. Celine's thoughts drifted back to that day. She, like Zara, had always been alone.
An orphan, poor, and powerless.
She hadn't even awakened her powers, because she couldn't.
After all, you need an awakening crystal to awaken.
Something she couldn't afford. When she finally reached her breaking point, she wandered into the forest in desperation, hoping to find a miracle. She'd heard that the Akashic record rewarded the daring, so she did what no one expected. A 12-year-old unawakened girl walked into a forest filled with beasts capable of tearing her apart, and she nearly died. If it hadn't been for Luminara that day, Celine wouldn't be here. She smiled faintly.
Thank you, Luminara, for everything. Luminara smiled in return. They may bicker constantly,
but she'd watched Celine grow. To her, Celine was just like Neko, a daughter. And she loved her deeply. Suddenly, Celine flinched. She looked up to find Illyra and Shadiva staring at her. You seem distracted.
Were you talking to that divine beast of yours?
Illyra asked. Yes, Celine replied calmly. Illyra smiled.
Aren't we supposed to form a faction inside Noah's harem?
Don't hold back, tell us everything. Since meeting Celine and Shadiva, Illyra had become less cold. Because she finally found people that can relate to her, but Celine and Shadiva both twitched at the statement. Celine, first of all, just wanted Noah to accept her feelings.
And Shadiva?
She still wasn't sure why she was even considered part of the faction in the first place.
Illyra was becoming a bit too much. What?
Are we not going to team up against the younger girls? They ignored her entirely. not even dignifying the subject with a response. Illyra clicked her tongue in frustration. Just as she was about to start rambling again, she suddenly froze, then stood up abruptly, her gaze lifted to the ever-white sky of her realm, and she smiled. Finally, my husband is coming back. At her words, Batum, Celine's heart skipped a beat, her pulse quickened. Her fingers trembled. To say she was anxious would be an understatement. She was terrified of being rejected, even the idea of Noah not accepting her love, not her maternal love. But the love of a woman was enough to paralyze her. If he truly rejected her, she would go mad. That's just who Celine was. She had loved Noah even when he was a mess. A failure. A bully driven by his inferiority complex. She'd loved him dearly even then, when no one else would look at him twice, except for his slightly above average looks. That Noah, she loved that Noah. She would have died for that Noah. Would have doomed the world for that Noah, so for this version, she'd doom the entire universe if necessary. It wasn't that she loved this version more. It was just natural to prefer the better version of the one you already love. That's all it was. You worry too much. He'll accept you, Luminara tried to soothe her, but Celine wasn't listening, because in that moment, all their heads turned toward the same direction. Noah had arrived. He stood there, his team behind him. His presence was overwhelming, and now, his beauty wasn't just striking, it was divine. Words like handsome or beautiful didn't come close, he was beyond them, and that appearance, this, left the three women completely speechless. They hadn't been prepared for this. Noah gave a wry smile. Well, I'm back in. He turned his eyes toward his mother. Noah had been agonizing over how to deal with Celine. His mother, whose love had clearly evolved beyond just the maternal. It wasn't that he didn't love her, it was that he hadn't expected this. He used to think incest was a sick fantasy. That no mother would ever want to be with her child in that way, that it was something no sane person would accept. But now, looking at her, at how stiff her body was, how her eyes darted everywhere except into his, how she trembled, he found himself silently apologizing to every person he'd ever judged for loving like this, because now, he understood, his mother had always loved him. Always protected him. Always done her best for him, even in the novel, she'd died for him, and now that he really thought about it, who deserved his love more than the woman who had given everything for him? No one but her. Only Celine Weaverheart was worthy, because no matter what he did, even the worst possible thing imaginable, her love would not waver. That was her love, that was her obsession, and that obsession, Noah embraced it fully. He stepped forward, and in an instant, appeared before her. Before she could react, he pulled her into a deep, firm hug. Celine melted into his arms. Her breathing calmed. Her heartbeat slowed. Her fear began to fade, because in that moment, she knew, Noah understood, he knew of her feelings, and, I love you, my dear mother, he had accepted them. Chapter 135, Worthiness. Under a starless night, Noah and Celine sat side by side on the cold ground. Gazing into the endless black sky, there was nothing to see, truthfully. No stars, no moon, no light. Just darkness, but somehow, even in this bleak, lifeless void, the night felt beautiful, not because of the scenery, because of each other. How? Did you know? Celine asked softly, hearing her speak like that, so meekly, Noah couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha. Since when did you get so shy, mother? Did you forget who your son is? At his teasing, Celine relaxed slightly. Even she didn't quite understand why she was acting this way. But, you've changed tremendously since the last time I saw you, my dear baby, she said gently, her gaze swept over Noah, from head to toe. He carried himself with a natural grace and confidence now. His once soft features had sharpened. He looked older, stronger, manlier. His eyes no longer held the wild defiance of a child desperate to rebel against the world, no. Now his eyes held the ambition to conquer the universe. Celine didn't know where that thought came from. But it felt true, her baby could do it, that was her unwavering belief in him, and yet, beyond all the changes, something else had shifted. Noah's eyes, when they looked at her, weren't just those of a son toward his mother anymore. There was something deeper now. There was love. She smiled unconsciously, the words spilling from her lips before she could stop herself. Do you know how much I love you? The moment she said it, her eyes widened, surprised she had actually said it aloud. But Noah heard her. If I say I do, I'd be lying, he said honestly. Because I can't even begin to understand how much you love me. He paused. Then added, but I know that you love me more than anything else. I know you would give your life and everything you hold dear, for me, just like you did in the novel, and, Noah stopped. The words sat on his tongue, waiting.
It wasn't that he didn't know what he wanted to say, it was that he didn't know if he deserved to say it. Could he really tell her he loved her more than anything else? How could he? Since arriving at the academy, he'd collected woman after woman. He had even lost his virginity out of impulse, driven by old-world fantasies and suppressed desire. Was that love? No. It was indulgence. For the first time in his life, Noah felt something unfamiliar, unworthiness, because until now, he had always been worthy. But in front of her, I'm not worthy of your love, mother. Indeed, he wasn't. But the strange, beautiful thing about love, about obsession, is that worthiness doesn't matter. Celine reached out, taking his hand in hers. I love you, my dear baby, she whispered. She could see it in his eyes, the shame, the guilt. It hurt her to see him like this. She couldn't stand it. Don't do that. Don't doubt. I loved you then. I love you now. And I will always love you. It doesn't matter whether you're worthy or not, because she had loved him even when he was nothing. And yes, she added softly, giving him a playful punch on the shoulder, you went overboard, you gathered so many women. And I'm guessing you've done worse than that, haven't you? Noah flinched, his head lowering in guilt. Celine smiled. It was rare to see Noah like this. Since his rebirth, he had never lowered his head, not once. But here he was. I forgive you, she said. She always did. Just promise me one thing, no matter how many women you have, don't ever neglect me. Noah's head snapped up instantly. Neglect you, mother? I could neglect the entire world, but never you, and he meant it. The idea alone was unbearable. Celine smiled at his words, then pulled him into a hug, melting into his arms. To see a woman so beautiful, so powerful, curled in a vulnerable embrace like that was profound. Noah held her tightly. They sat there, silent, wrapped in each other. Neither one cared about time. They simply were, until, no more women, Celine added suddenly. Noah let out a wry smile. I can barely manage the ones I have. So for now, that's not even on my mind, for now? Celine repeated pointedly. Noah's lips twitched. Women. They only hear what they want to hear. Fine, fine. You'll be the leader, he said, changing the subject. The leader of my harem. You'll manage everyone. And any woman who joins from now on will need your approval. Eventually, the others too. But mostly, you. Celine remained quiet, then smiled softly. Something inside her seemingly confirmed. Why do you want that? She asked. The son I remember didn't pursue women like that. You were never this lustful. Noah looked away, hesitant. For the first time, he seriously considered revealing the truth about the system, because if he was going to tell anyone, it would be her. What do you think, system? He asked. It's your choice. You won't be mad. I have no reason to be. It doesn't matter to me. Noah smiled faintly, gently stroking Celine's silver hair. It's not just about lust. There's something you should know about me, mother, he said. His voice suddenly grave. Celine noticed the shift in his tone. She sat up straighter, bracing herself. Noah looked into her deep purple eyes, his expression solemn. Tell me, my dear baby, Celine said gently. She needed to know. Why was her son gathering so many women? Noah inhaled deeply, his face difficult as if hesitating to really talk. Then, he met her gaze and began to speak. Slowly, his voice wavering, I have a talent. It lets me copy everything from the women who love me. Celine's eyes immediately widened in pure shock. A talent. A gift, not his system. Not his transmigration, just a talent, and as if by fate, he'd just created one similar in nature. Let's keep this between us, dear system, yes. Let me be the only one who knows your existence, a secret between him and his system, like true brothers, no women between. Chapter 136, The Only Favorites. Celine's eyes widened. A talent that lets you gain everything from the women who love you. She was stunned. What kind of absurd talent was this, and what do you even mean by everything? She asked, barely able to process. Everything means just that, everything, Noah replied calmly. I can inherit their talents, affinities, skills, even their bloodlines. Batum. Celine's heart skipped a beat. Her beautiful purple eyes trembled. Now it all made sense. Why Noah had been gathering women the way a young girl collects precious jewels. It's because of this, she whispered. Noah nodded, a soft smile on his face. Yes, mother. This talent is my greatest secret. It made me who I am. That's why I've never told anyone. But with you, I felt like it was okay to tell you. His smile carried the weight of deep trust, of vulnerability he rarely allowed. Celine understood. This wasn't the kind of gift you advertised. It was a secret meant to be buried, guarded with one's life. I'll just tell the others I have a talent that lets me copy someone's ability if they're up to 3 ranks above me. That'll explain why I have so many types of powers, Noah added. Celine nodded in agreement, then she smiled, genuinely, joyfully, because she was the only one who knew, in the end, the bond between mother and child can't be broken by some bitches. She thought, grinning inwardly. Standing up, she stretched her arms. Even if I understand your reasons for having so many women, I don't want a whole stadium of them, and like you just said, she continued, you won't accept another woman unless I approve of her. Yes, mother, Noah said, nodding his head respectfully, and I'll manage your harem, Celine added with a grin. But I don't want you interfering, Noah chuckled and shook his head. I won't, unless I absolutely have to. But I doubt I'll need to. I know you wouldn't do anything that would hurt me, even if you hated the situation, Celine smiled at his words. You really know how to get to me. Noah stood and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Their bodies pressed together. In that moment, something stirred between them, something forbidden. Something dangerous, desire, something that shouldn't exist between mother and son, but did it matter anymore? No, they had already stepped onto a path from which there was no return. Celine slowly turned to face him, purple eyes met silver ones, their gazes dipped to each other's lips, as if pulled by an invisible force. If we do this, there's no turning back, Celine whispered, her eyes locked on his mouth. There's no turning back. Noah agreed. And I'd be a fool to even want to. They smiled, their faces drifted closer, and then, they kissed. It was slow. Intimate. Full of the longing and love they had carried inside for far too long. It was soft, it was sensual, it was perfect. Their tongues met, dancing in harmony. The wet sounds of their kiss echoed in the quiet night. Noah's hands rested just above Celine's hips. Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. The kiss lasted longer than it should have. When they finally broke apart, a string of saliva still connected them. They smiled. I want more, Celine breathed. It's definitely not enough, Noah replied. They laughed, their hands still exactly where they had been, and then they kissed again, and again, and again. It was sublime. Sophie might have been the first, but the favorite. That answer was clear. Meanwhile, while Noah and Celine surrendered to each other, someone else, someone who had been with Noah from the beginning, was undergoing a transformation of her own. Sophie Castria. She wasn't like Celine, willing to give up everything for Noah, nor like Neko, who had loved him since she was a child, or even Esther, who was ready to be in his shadow for all eternity. Sophie had started as a childhood friend. At one point, she had even considered joining Elijah, but for her, it was always about power. She was ambitious, ruthless in her goals. She wanted to be empress. And the only viable path had been through the chosen one. It was a logical choice, but Noah had changed that logic. At first, it was still about power, about the support he offered, but over time, something shifted. She couldn't help it, she began to fall, deeply. Irrevocably, even though he wasn't perfect, even though he chased many girls, at least he had never lied. He told her the truth. She would never be overshadowed. That truth became her strength, her anchor, her reason, the determination to be Noah's first, not just in time, but in power and pride, and that determination had led her to this moment. Sophie sat cross-legged, unmoving. She hadn't shifted since Noah had told her he was heading to the demon continent. Days had passed, no eating, no sleeping, no distractions, only one thought in her mind, lightning, and finally, after relentless effort, she grasped the elusive golden lightning and fused it with her own. In that instant, crackle, a sea of red lightning exploded around her, rippling through the air like a living storm. It didn't lash out, it embraced her, like a mother welcoming her child. Sophie felt peace. She was home, she was where she was meant to be. The lightning entered her body, but this time, it didn't just empower her, it changed her. Once, lightning had flowed through her blood, her organs. Her body became its vessel, but now, her blood, her bones, her flesh, everything was becoming lightning, not a host, a manifestation. Minutes passed. When the transformation finally completed, Sophie opened her eyes. Her crimson hair remained, but now, streaks of red lightning flickered through every strand. Her eyes sparkled with power, and on her forehead, a tattoo shaped like a bolt of red lightning had appeared. Her very presence crackled. There was no need for aura, she was power. She took a breath, a calm wind followed and the air electrified, and then came the notifications. Ding! 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 Wonderful, you have created your own physique. Heavenly red lightning body of the Empress, a magnificent achievement. You are worthy, title received, blessed by lightning, and for the first time in her life, Sophie didn't feel like she was chasing Noah.
she felt like she was standing beside him, and that's beautiful. Chapter 137, The Women's Meeting, 1, title, Blessed by Lightning, description, for your unwavering dedication to your craft, you have been blessed by the very concept of lightning. Your lightning affinity has evolved to SSS rank. Sophie smiled softly at the glowing text. Perfect, she murmured. From S rank to SSS. I did it. A deep, unshakable pride filled her chest, and how could she not feel proud? She had accomplished what only a handful of beings in the world ever had, elevating her affinity into the realm of legend. She lifted her palm, a miniature spear of red lightning sparked to life above it, crackling, humming with otherworldly energy. But this was no longer just her signature lightning. Once, it exuded the presence of an empress, confident, dominant, elegant. Now, it radiated something more, the aura of a true ruler. Sovereign. Imposing. Layered, it was heavy, yet graceful, destructive, yet healing, elusive, yet unyielding. Sophie had surpassed her former self. She had harmonized different types of lightning into a single, complete whole. This wasn't just power, it was work forged by effort and pain, and now, it was time to test it. She casually hurled the lightning spear toward a wooden training puppet nearby. It wasn't even fast, but before it even made contact, the puppet exploded, disintegrating into ash, not from impact, but from the sheer weight of the energy approaching it, and that was just one aspect of her evolved lightning. Incredible. She whispered. Her smile was radiant, all the pain. The days without food. The solitude, it had all been worth it. She turned and began to walk away, her steps light with satisfaction. Time to see my dear husband, she said with a smirk, but first, she sniffed her clothes and wrinkled her nose. I need a bath. I smell awful. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, someone else was fighting their own battle. Yuki, she sat in the middle of a tranquil lake, eyes closed, focused, water rippled around her, undisturbed. Watching her from the shore was Damon, her teacher and her reluctant cheerleader. She's crazy, Damon thought, and he meant it. After all, Yuki had declared that she wanted to forge something that, by all accounts, shouldn't even exist, a formless sword. A weapon that adapts to anything. How was that even possible? He didn't know. And he was the sword expert. Yuki had been training for days, trying to shape water into a sword. Trying to blend elemental manipulation with her sword affinity, but so far, failure. Damon had done all he could. He had shared his insights, told her his journey, offered his knowledge, but this path, this was hers alone. You're on your own, Yuki, he muttered under his breath. Still, he wanted to see it, to witness a formless sword. To see the impossible become real. Give it your all, Yuki. You can do it, probably. He wasn't the most convincing supporter, but his hope was real. Yuki, meanwhile, heard none of that. She was deep in thought, her mind racing. Logically, this shouldn't be hard. Water mages shaped blades all the time. Why couldn't she, with her sword affinity, do the same? What am I missing? She had excellent control. She could enhance blades, create sword intent, and more. But then a realization, her eyes snapped open. It's not the same. Sword affinity manipulation and elemental manipulation were fundamentally different. If she wanted to shape something like water into a sword using her sword affinity, she needed to start over. I need to train like an elemental user. Learn their basics. Build from there. Her eyes sharpened. Focused, she turned to Damon, determination blazing. What affinities do you have, teacher? He blinked, confused by the sudden question. Sword and wind, Yuki grinned. Then teach me. Show me how you manipulate your wind affinity. Step by step. What? Yuki's training continued, and so did her obsession. Elsewhere. In the White Realm, around a massive round table sat a gathering of Noah's women. Illyra, Neko, Esther, Dominique, Zara, Shadiva, Lucius, and Leona had already left. This wasn't their place, but those who remained, the atmosphere was tense. No one spoke. Shadiva and Esther stayed silent out of indifference. Neko and Illyra found the tension entertaining. Dominique and Zara? They barely dared to breathe. Zara, in particular, was having a minor meltdown. She kept glancing at Illyra, the dean of Apex Academy. A living legend. Is she seriously one of Noah's women too? The thought shattered her mind. How could a being like Illyra, powerful, untouchable, divine, be caught in something like this? She couldn't comprehend it. Meanwhile, Dominique felt completely overwhelmed. Shadiva's aura alone was suffocating, dark and heavy, especially now that Noah had reached S rank and hers had also reached the same level. Just being near her dimmed the space around her. It was suffocating, but Illyra? She was something else entirely. When Dominique's gaze accidentally met hers, she felt like thousands of ancient beings were watching her. She shivered violently. This is madness. What she didn't know was that Illyra had done it on purpose. Are you angry, daughter? Yes. Is there something wrong? Voices echoed inside Illyra's mind, fragments of her draconic lineage. You old fools, isn't it obvious? She's a succubus. She must have sucked dear Noah dry. Nichols, the ever troublemaker, chimed in. Oh? That's it? Then let's punish her, Noah too. In the name of training, of course, let's cut his. Don't even finish that sentence, Nichols. Illyra cut her off. She sighed internally. Yes, I'm a little mad about it. I wanted to be his first. But, it's fine, she wasn't truly angry. She was already okay with Noah having more than one woman. She just wanted to mess with Dominique a little. You're too soft on him. Nicole said quietest in her mind. Illyra didn't respond, but in her mind, she was already planning. Just wait, dear husband. You'll learn why dragons are called the most insatiable of all creatures. She would prove that to him, personally, and she can't wait. Chapter 138, The Women's Meeting. 2. The silence at the round table lingered tense, stretching, until finally, Illyra decided it had lasted long enough. Well then, she said with an amused smile, voice light but firm, why don't we start by introducing ourselves? She didn't wait. I'm Illyra Varnes, Dean of Apex Academy, and Noah's master. That caught a few of them by surprise, but not for long. The introductions followed. Neko Neko, Noah's contracted beast, Esther. Noah's shadow, Shadiva. Noah's shadow, Shadiva added, her tone reluctantly resigned. Zara Heartweaver. Noah's wife, Dominique Seductus. Noah's slave. That last one made the room freeze. Everyone turned to Dominique. Illyra tilted her head. Slave? What exactly do you mean by that? Dominique didn't flinch. She answered calmly, exactly that. A sex slave. Both my mother and I belong to Noah, by choice. She noticed the raised eyebrows and chuckled, then added, it's not something shameful for us. In fact, we're proud. We chose this life. It's part of our nature, we were born to serve, and we chose Noah to be our master. We're happy. He treats us no differently than the rest of you, that earn nods of understanding from the others. No judgment. Just curiosity. Well, Illyra said with a shrug, as long as it's what you want and you're happy. Then, Zara shyly raised her hand. Yes, Zara? Illyra asked, turning to her with an encouraging look. I was wondering, Zara said slowly, clearly nervous. How did you become one of Noah's women? If that's not too rude to ask, Illyra laughed, the tension breaking immediately. Don't worry. In this space, I'm just another one of Noah's women. Titles don't matter here. Then, with a mischievous smile, I said I'm his master, didn't I? What do you think happened? Let's just say, our master-disciple relationship evolved. Her eyes glinted with a mix of nostalgia and amusement. Remembering the day it happened, Zara blushed but nodded in understanding. Dominique spoke again, voice quieter this time. Are all of Noah's women here at this table? Neko answered for the group. No. There are others, and just as she said that, Illyra smiled knowingly. Perfect timing, she said. Once finished her training, and the others returned from her little trip. I'll summon the sword girl, hopefully she will not mind my intrusion, and that green-haired destructive girl. Dominique blinked. The what? Before she could ask further, snap, Illyra snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the realm shimmered with power. A rush of overwhelming presence swept over them. And then, they appeared, Sophie. Yuki. Anya. Elizabeth. They materialized in the realm, slightly disoriented at first, but quickly composed themselves. Their eyes scanned the table and the women seated there. Illyra smiled warmly. Take a seat, she said. The round table magically expanded. New chairs formed, perfectly spaced. We have important things to discuss. Things that will change all our lives moving forward. A hush fell over the group, each woman took her seat, and just as they were ready to begin, another presence entered. This one was different. Weighty. Authoritative. Familial, Celine, she appeared at the edge of the realm, her presence commanding yet motherly. As she looked at the gathered women, she smiled, perfect. I was hoping we'd all be together. For those who haven't met me, I'm Noah Weaverheart. Noah's mother, and one of his women. She said it with no hesitation. No shame. Just truth. Let's begin. It's time we talk about the future, about how we'll organize this harem from now on, and with that, for the first time, all of Noah's official partners sat together. The room bristled with energy. A storm was coming, not of conflict, but of strong wills, fierce personalities, and deep love for the same man. The meeting began. It was lively, it was emotional, and it was filled with tension. Elsewhere, in the Golden Realm, a realm where everything shimmered in gold, golden grass swayed in the breeze, golden trees stretched to the heavens, even the lakes and skies glistened like molten sunlight. At the heart of this realm stood a young man, his hair and eyes both golden, glowing with fiercely. He wore a simple robe marked with ancient sigils, the symbol of Justitia. Beside him, a fox stretched lazily, basking in the warmth. This was Elijah Stoneheart, and his companion, Foxy, and right now, Elijah was deep in thought. His current task was to create a light-based aura. But not just any aura. One that would evolve into intent, and one day, into a concept, a powerful force that would define his very being. And he wanted it to be perfect, because this wasn't just about power, this was about her, his goddess. The one who chose him. The one who saved him. He closed his eyes. I was nothing. Just the bastard son of a prostitute. I was scorned, mocked, and beaten. But then, on my awakening day, you saved me, you gave me power, you gave me a status in this world. You gave me hope, a reason to stand tall and not to bow to anyone. You loved me, even when I had done nothing to earn it, and until now, I've done nothing to truly repay you. He opened his eyes, golden light pouring from them. So let this be my first offering. Let this be the beginning of my devotion. My aura shall be, he inhaled deeply, Justitia's sword, because he wanted to be her blade. Her champion. Her executioner and protector. He would wage war in her name. And bring her its spoils. That was his truth, that was his devotion. And in her divine sanctuary, far across dimensions, Justitia, the radiant goddess of justice and light, heard every word. A soft smile spread across her lips. Warm. Proud. And loving, but not entirely maternal. My champion. My light. Now, my sword, she whispered to the winds, I accept it. From this moment, you are my sword. You are Justitia's sword, and at that declaration, the Akashic record rang through the heavens. Ding! 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 Incredible, your words are sincere. Your heart is sincere, your devotion is worthy. Title acquired, Justitia's sword. Elijah smiled beautifully. You are the best, my goddess. Chapter 139, The Women's Meeting. 3. It was just a title. But in this world, where titles carried the weight of fate itself, it became something much more. It became power itself. Elijah had accepted his new title with pride and devotion, Justitia's sword. He hadn't done it out of fear, nor guilt. He did it out of love, not just to repay everything the goddess had given him, but because he wanted to be closer to her. Being Justitia's champion was no longer enough for him. He wanted more. He wanted to be closer and be helpful to her. Because when you love someone, you want to help them, be useful to them, make them happy. So Elijah became her sword, her warrior. A man who would wage war in her name, spill blood for her sake, and give her everything. It was pure devotion. Pure obsession, something Noah would never understand. Devotion? To what? To who? If Noah would ever devote himself to anything, it would be himself. It wasn't arrogance, okay, maybe a little, but it was about identity. His identity was heavy, unique. His titles were not given, they were earned. They shaped the world around him. To devote himself to another meant losing control over who he was. And that was the fundamental difference between Elijah and Noah. Elijah was a man of faith, willing to abandon himself for the goddess who saved him, and Noah was a man of self, where only he and his closest loved ones mattered. Neither was wrong, both had power, both had purpose, but in the end, there was no right, only the winner decides what is right. So now, the question is, who will win, the pure, selfless devotion to a goddess, or the raw, unwavering arrogance of self? Time will tell. In the White Realm, the round table was silent again. Each woman seated bore a different expression, some calm, some curious, and a few wary. Selene sat at the head of the table. Behind her stood Luminara and Sari, the powerful mother of the first shadow. She opened her mouth calmly. Is anyone missing? The others quickly understood. She was the de facto leader. No one argued, not even Elizabeth, who knew better. After all, this was Noah's mother, and whether they liked it or not, she had the most natural authority in this group. Dominique raised her hand nervously. My mother's not here. Selene turned to her. And your mother is, Demon Lord Lilith Seductress. Her words caused a ripple of surprise. Even Sophie's eyes widened. A demon lord? Sophie whispered, stunned. As a royal-blooded noble, she'd been raised to hate demons, especially their lords.
Now to find out not only was a demon here, but her mother was a demon lord. The others were equally shocked, until they all glanced at Illyra. Then it made sense. Of course he could tame even a demon lord, they thought. There's also Alice Evergreen and Aphasia Elfborn, Illyra added. They're not here because their feelings aren't fully romantic yet. But Noah wants them. At the mention of Alice, Zara's eyes gleamed. If Alice joins, then maybe I can form a faction. Yes, the thought of internal alliances had already begun, and she wasn't the only one. Selene saw it, so did Illyra. But that was the very thing Selene wanted to prevent. She had asked Noah once, "How do you want your harem to be?" He had simply said, "I just want everyone to get along." No drama, a tall order, but Selene had taken that burden willingly. It meant he trusted her to keep the peace. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes for a moment. Then, in a clear and commanding voice, "You all know why we're here, so I won't waste time. Every woman here is Noah's woman." Yes, even me, his mother. That caused another wave of surprise. Sophie, Yuki, and even little Anya blinked. Elizabeth already knew. Her senses told her. Nico and Esther had suspected. The rest? Either didn't care due to their race, or accepted it without resistance. Selene pressed on, unbothered. We're not a small group. There are 9 of us here. If we include Lilith, Alice, and Aphasia, that makes 12, so we need a system. A structure. One that prevents problems. Then her voice turned heavier. Let's be honest, even if we're all Noah's women, we're not equally important to him, and we have to accept that bitter truth. The women nodded. They weren't naive. No man could love every woman the same. Still, Noah's job was to make each of them feel valued enough to forget the difference. A tough job, but his job nonetheless. So, Selene continued, "What do you all propose as a system?" She could have imposed one. But she didn't want tyranny. She wanted harmony, so she gave them a voice. And some bold ones took it. First, we need ranks and positions, Elizabeth spoke up. Every eyes turned toward her. There can be multiple ranks. But each rank has positions inside it. Women can rise in rank through certain actions. She paused, and we, not Noah, will judge those actions fairly. No jealousy. No sabotage. Not bad, Illyra said, smiling. I agree, several echoed. Then a small voice chimed in. But how do we define those ranks and actions? It was Anya, the little girl acting cute. A fair question. How, indeed? Illyra turned to Dominic. Well, apparently there's also the rank of sex slaves, right? Dominic straightened up proudly. Yes. Me and my mother are Noah's sex slaves. And we are fine with it, Illyra laughed softly. Then so be it. There are wife ranks and slave ranks, Selene interjected, frowning slightly. Wife is too broad. It needs subcategories too. And so the discussion continued, voices clashed. Ideas formed. Opinions differed, but something beautiful was being born, not just a system, not just a structure, but a family with all its chaos and care. And truly, what man wouldn't want to have this? Chapter 140, let's cause destruction together. We have the wife and slave ranks, Selene began, her tone firm but calm. But that's not enough. Not all women who aren't slaves hold the same weight, the same importance. So I propose we divide it further. Wives and concubines, she let her words hang in the air like a blade. Concubines are women who have a relationship with Noah, but whose importance to the family or even to Noah himself is minimal yet. Mostly because they are new, but with time these bonds may deepen. Silence. She scanned their faces. Are you all following? She asked, a wave of nods, expressions serious now. No one dared to protest. If even the most possessive among them, Elizabeth, Selene, and Yuki, were making efforts for unity, the others had no excuse. They fell in line. Truth be told, most of them were fine with the system so far, most except one, a cute little green-haired girl. Legs swinging from her seat, had a very different internal dialogue. This is so boring. I want to pulverize the whole room. The thought hadn't even finished forming before she felt it. 2 pairs of eyes snapping to her, one silver, one white. Illyra and Elizabeth turned toward her in sync like predators catching scent of prey. Anya blinked with a surprised look, then let out a yelp. Why yelpy? Heads turned. All eyes were on her now. Selene tilted her head slightly in confusion, her voice still calm but sharper now. What's going on? She looked at Illyra and Elizabeth, whose eyes remained fixed on Anya, icy, lifeless, and merciless. They had sensed something shift. Elizabeth because of her oracle's instinct. Hardly anything can't escape her instincts. Illyra simply because this was her domain, her realm, and her mind was far beyond human. She was a supreme after all. Her instincts were divine, no matter how restricted she was. Elizabeth spoke first, voice cutting through the room like a blade. We haven't said it yet, but let's make one thing clear. We won't tolerate troublemakers here. Her voice was cold like frozen steel. Anya froze. If you truly love Noah,
then you should care enough about his peace to restrain any thoughts or feelings that would destroy it. Otherwise, your love is fake. Selfish, she paused. Her silver gaze never wavered. Illyra stepped in, smooth and sharp. Look, we're not naive. We know we won't all get along perfectly. Some of you probably dream of killing the rest and having Noah to yourselves, but think before you act. Because Noah wouldn't forgive that kind of betrayal. She narrowed her eyes. And if you still choose to ignore all that, then this isn't your place. The message was clear. Yes, it was directed at Anya, but it was meant for everyone. Anya sat at the center of it all, every gaze on her. But strangely, she wasn't scared. She wasn't even anxious. She studied them. One by one, these women were powerful and dangerous. Some could kill her with a sneeze, others could make her suffer forever with abilities worse than death. And yet, she smiled. A beautiful, almost innocent smile, because for once, she was not in her own bubble and really looked at them, and what she saw wasn't a threat, it was potential for sheer destruction. This group, all these women under Noah, they're perfect. So much chaos, just waiting to explode. Her heart beat faster, not in fear, but excitement. She stood up, a grin forming, then, with a calm and eerie voice, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Everyone nodded even if they didn't really understand the reason and expecting that to be the end. But please, let's cause chaos together. Silence. The tension evaporated into pure confusion. Neko blinked. I knew this girl was weird. Indeed, Esther muttered. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes. What a crazy little child. Yuki rolled her eyes at her, her voice mocking. You're not really qualified to call anyone crazy. Elizabeth's lips twitched. And you are. They started bickering, just like that. The atmosphere shifted, from tense to playful. Some of the women smiled, some chuckled. The ice was melting. They watched Neko and Esther, Yuki and Elizabeth, argue and poke fun at each other like old friends, and that thought slowly crept into each woman's heart. Why not bond? Why not treat these other powerful, ridiculous, dangerous women as sisters? Sophie, standing near Neko, nudged her lightly. Hey, it seems we've never really talked, have we? Neko turned with a bright smile. Oh yes, you're right. Across the table, Elizabeth approached Zara. I've been curious about you, she admitted. Your ability, emotions, right? Interesting. My mind affinity might overlap. Zara didn't flinch. The older might have, but now? She was open. She was ready. I'd love to explore that with you. The room grew louder, not from chaos, but from laughter, introductions, new connections. In the middle of it all, Anya just stared, baffled. I said chaos, not peace. Damn it, that what she wanted to shout loudly to them, but she held it in. Because, as a being of pure destruction, she understood something else. To unleash chaos, first, you need to build peace, then you tear it down together. Celine watched with quiet satisfaction. The ranks and positions can wait. Let them bond first. A soft smile touched her lips. Seems my son really is lucky. Behind her, sorry, the always silent shadow, nodded. Luminara, however, crossed her arms with a glare. He better treat our daughters right. Or he's going to meet me. If only she knew how Neko had cried herself to sleep from Noah's actions not that long ago, how hurt she was because of his negligence. That meeting might be intense, but only if you won't lay a finger on my dear baby. Luminara, yes, only if Celine Weaverheart, the obsessive, overprotective, and terrifying Yandere mother, allowed it. Truly, what a perfect woman, loving, possessive, protective, affectionate. What does she lack? Absolutely nothing. Chapter 141, The Women's Rank and the Headwife. Celine let the girls bond for a while longer. She wasn't in a rush, because she knew something important. Even if they didn't become best friends today, a seed had been planted, and seeds, with time and interaction, will grow into a beautiful flower, and maybe one day, they would no longer see each other as competition, but as true sisters, and that's what she and Noah were aiming for, because now, they were family. For some, the word family was foreign as they were practically alone since their birth. For others, it was tainted by pain, disappointment and betrayal, but maybe, just maybe, they'd find what they were missing here. In Noah's family, after a couple of minutes, Celine stood and clapped her hands softly. Well, let's continue, shall we? Her voice brought the room to order. The girls stopped and concentrated on her words. The ranks are wife, concubine, and slave. She glanced around. The slave rank has already been determined. It will include Dominique and her mother, Lilith seductress. Some murmurs, but no one objected. They have no reason to. Celine moved on, voice clear. Now for the concubines. She let that word hang in the air for a second, giving it the weight it deserved. But first, a reminder. You can rise in rank. Every contribution you make to this family will be noted. Your dedication, loyalty, and effort will be rewarded.
So these rankings?
They're just the beginning, she smiled faintly. For now, the concubines are Anya, Yuki, and Zara. The named girls nodded. They were not totally surprised by this arrangement. For the wives, we have Sophie, Neko, Esther, Illyra, and Elizabeth. It made sense. The wives were those who had deep, long-standing relationships with Noah or who had sacrificed greatly for him, just like Neko and Esther. For Illyra, there is no need to explain. Without her, this very meeting would not have been possible. And she had greatly supported Noah. For Elizabeth, she had dismantled the entire Church of Light for Noah. The once holy organization no longer worshipped Justitia, but now bowed to an unknown divine, one more just, more real, but unbeknownst to them, that divine was Noah himself. So yes, these women had earned their titles. As for the concubines, they were new. Their feelings for Noah were real, but not yet as deep as the wives. Not yet. But they had potential. Then, the question everyone was thinking but hadn't dared to ask was finally voiced. What about you, Celine? It was, of course, Illyra who asked. Celine's lips curled into a confident smirk. Me? My position is unshakable. There will never be another like me. You can think of me as the leader, or more accurately, the head wife. A ripple passed through the group. I will be the one to manage this harem. To keep things in order. To make sure everything runs smoothly. Then her smile turned cold. And I sincerely hope you don't make my job difficult. The temperature in the realm dropped suddenly. Snowflakes appeared in the air. The atmosphere chilled. The message was clear. Everyone nodded in agreement. This concluded the first official meeting of Noah's women. This meeting permitted them to have a conversation with each other and to know what their place is. Now, each of them were determined either to raise in rank and be closer to Noah, or to make sure their place will not be taken by anyone. All in fairness. But amidst all this, one being remained confused. Why am I even here? That poor soul was Shadiva, our dear shadow. Elsewhere, at the academy, Eric stood alone in his training ground. Dusk had fallen, and shadows stretched across the field, creeping around the coins scattered across the ground. His eyes were closed. His breathing was slow and controlled. Then he exhaled. Instantly the shadows deepened. Then they stirred. He raised his hand, and in that moment, the shadows responded, swirling toward his palm like loyal soldiers. He clenched his fist. The shadows condensed and transformed into a sleek black sword, dark as a void, sharp as vengeance. Eric opened his eyes and smiled. Finally, I've done it. Since his return, Eric hadn't stopped training. For someone once labeled lazy, his dedication shocked everyone, but they didn't understand. They couldn't understand the thrill of it, of gaining something so incredible, a shadow bloodline, an affinity beyond SSS rank, a power he never imagined he would obtain. And I don't want to disappoint that monster. His voice was quiet, his smile subtle. He had been gifted something miraculous, and now, he would prove himself worthy of it. So, let's keep going. He closed his eyes again and continued. He still had many things to master. Meanwhile, while his women were having a meeting, and while Eric was training harder than ever to not disappoint him, Noah wasn't idle either. He had entrusted his mother to lay the foundation of his harem. And he trusted her completely. But there was another issue. The women were too scattered. Yes, they might be accepting each other. Yes, they were bonding, but they weren't together, and Noah wanted that. He wanted them to live in one place. They could pursue their own goals, their own paths, but at the end of the day, they would return to the same home. A shared space. A shared bond. Any ideas, system, you could create a realm. Like Illyra's White Realm. A place where they can live together. Noah's eyes widened. Damn. How did I not think of that? It was such an obvious solution. But then he frowned. Creating a realm. That takes a huge mastery of space. Can I even do that? You can always ask Illyra to create one for you. Noah shook his head. No. This will be my realm. A home I build for my family, so I have to do it myself, and for that, I guess it's bonding time. He smiled, but not just with one girl, with all of them. With all the ones he didn't bond with yet. Elizabeth, Illyra, Zara, Leona. He whispered their names. I want everything. Bloodlines. Physiques. Affinities, give me all of it. System, bond with all of them. A long pause. Then, ding, chapter 142, the progenitor. Ding, you have bonded with Elizabeth, Zara, Illyra, and Leona, applying the X10000 effects. First, the affinities. You have obtained the affinities: soul, transformation, space, time, mind, destiny, fate, corruption, curse, transformation, darkness, emotions, all at transformation rank. Crackle, the air itself cracked with power. The atmosphere became electric, trembling under the sudden release of immense power. But it wasn't over yet. Second, the physique. You have obtained the physique, dragon god of souls physique, only one, from Illyra. And third, the bloodlines. You have obtained the bloodline, voidborn apex draconic demon deity. You have obtained the bloodline, demiurge hybrid demon celestial sovereign. You have obtained the bloodline, sovereign of the paradoxi. A pause, the air stilled. The atmosphere turned heavy, suffocating. Time seemed to pause, and even space itself hesitated. Noah acted fast. With a flick of his finger, he layered 100 ice barriers mixed with sword energy atop each other. It was just a precaution. Because this transformation, this one was going to hurt like hell. He could feel it, and indeed, host, brace yourself, all transformations will occur simultaneously. Then, Ofu, Noah's body exploded into over 1,000 pieces. And yet, not a single drop of blood touched the ground. His blood floated in the air, too proud to fall. Too divine to taint something so ordinary. Then, the shattered pieces of his body began to pull together, fusing into a grotesque orb of flesh, eerie, pulsing with power. Inside, a metamorphosis that could shake the entire universe was taking place. Bloodlines never before held by any being, affinities far beyond mortal comprehension, a physique carved from divine soul and mythic power. This wasn't a transformation of flesh. It was a redefinition of existence. Noah was becoming something monstrous. Something never seen before in the whole universe. Something that could only be called an abomination, but a beautiful one. After a couple of seconds, the sphere began to shrink. From basketball-sized, to tennis ball, to something barely perceivable by normal eyes, it became just a glimmer of pulsing density. It compressed and condensed, threatening to collapse into a singularity. Then, blood appeared, though calling it blood was insufficient. It was pure white, shining like condensed starlight. It was as if all the colors known to the universe were fused together. It was perfect. Reality began to distort around it, shifting between frozen tundras, bleeding hellscapes, absolute voids, and realms of pure darkness. The scenery kept changing, fluctuating like a canvas painted by chaos. All of it reflected Noah's evolving soul, and then, the sphere expanded. Limbs started to form. Then a face, a body. A heartbeat. A spine, and in no time, a whole being. Noah returned, reborn. He was taller, his presence radiating pressure never seen before. Hair impossibly long, his silver eyes like galaxies caught in endless rotation. A robe of silver and purple adorned him, its very aura lethal to anyone below A rank. He exhaled, painful as hell. He muttered under his breath, eyes gleaming. He examined himself. Pale, lean, but dense with impossible power. And yet, I want more, Noah said, his voice filled with hunger. His form and appearance didn't change because of his trait, transcendent of self. But now Noah wanted something else, something more. He wanted unity. I want all my bloodlines to become one. And not different types of bloodlines that exist in me and I can embody. I want a bloodline that will be mine alone. A bloodline to pass on to my children. The same way all my talents have become one under omnipotence. So, a breath. A pause, take all of my bloodlines and fuse them into one. The command was given, ultimate fusion activated, a white dome surrounded him. Pain returned raw and merciless, but Noah endured it in silence. His body shattered again. His soul screamed silently. His nerves turned to fire, but his resolve was absolute. He was doing this for himself, but also for his future. For the legacy he will leave behind. Then, he began to change, this time, truly change. His irises became stark white, with rotating rings of shifting runes around his pupils, each rune representing an affinity now etched into his soul. His hair turned silver, weightless, threaded with the secrets of the universe. His hair moved like mist, like gravity didn't apply to him anymore. His skin became radiant, prismatic, refracting the light like starlight through crystal. It was like something untouchable. His very core shifted, becoming the embodiment of every concept within him. It was no longer a simple core. It was a concept core. Something unique to him. He was beauty. He was terror. He knew. Soon after, Noah stood tall, silent. The runes in his eyes twisted endlessly. Any being looking at his eyes at that moment would fall to their knees, crying, praying, or running in terror. A robe formed from his ice element wrapped his body, elegant and deathly. He exhaled. The air exploded. Shockwaves shattered the sky. All of this because Noah just exhaled, and then, the Akashic records appeared, but not with its usual chime. This time, it spoke. Noah Weaverheart, you are wonderful.
You are exceptional.
You are sublime, Noah. You have created a new bloodline, a bloodline that can shape reality itself and more.
You have created a race never seen before in the history of the universe, and you, Noah Weaverheart, are its progenitor.
The Akashic records paused. Then, you were a being who transcended his self, but now, you are walking a path that goes beyond even that. It's truly marvelous. Your existence is heavy, your existence is special, your existence is unique, your existence is going toward perfection, and what a glorious destination. For this, give us the honor to name you. Noah looked calmly at all these notifications before he smiled gently. Please, go on, he said softly. How could he deny the voice that had guided him from the beginning? His biggest supporter? He couldn't, and so, the Akashic records surged with excitement. Your existence is too vast for a single true name. You shall have two, one name for what you are, one name for why you are. You have received the true names, Nitherian, the breath before time, Ielvarithos, the name that names all, silence, the universe held its breath, and finally, you are. Nitherian Ielvarithos, the air froze, the world itself froze, then, the world of lay trembled. Chapter 143, the name of a race. This was something the Akashic record didn't expect. This was a development no one expected, because let's not forget, Noah held the title, the true anomaly.
He was someone who couldn't be seen.
Someone fate and destiny couldn't pierce through. He was outside the system, beyond the threads of inevitability, so every single one of his actions, they were his own, uncontrolled,
unmeasured,
unwritten, and now he had become something more. A new race had been born, and he had become a progenitor. A true one, something that, until now, only the rulers of ancient factions could claim, beings who had existed for millions of years, beings who had built empires across galaxies, beings who had long transcended the limitations of time, and yet, he was just 15, he was just a boy, he was just a child, but that child had achieved what others spent millennia trying and failing to do. He had done the impossible, and that was something the Akashic record deeply admired. Truly, genuinely. So when it came time to give him his true name, it didn't hesitate, it didn't offer one, it offered two, names never spoken before, names that carried meaning too heavy for ordinary reality, names that could shake the fabric of the universe if left unshielded. You were Nitherian Ielvarithos, the world trembled, the very name carried weight beyond comprehension. And if it weren't for the Akashic record shielding Noah in that moment, if it hadn't wrapped his existence in divine barriers layered beyond layers, the universe would have trembled under that name's gravity. But the record was merciful. Noah was still young. He was still in his growth phase. His foundations were still forming, and so, it covered him. Your true name has absorbed both of your traits. You are walking toward perfection, but you are still far from there. Integrate more power, more bloodlines, more affinities, more physiques. Everything, keep evolving. A pause. But the notifications didn't stop, so, as the first being of your race, you have earned the right to name it. What shall your race be called? Noah stood still, his silver hair cascading behind him like a trail of starlight. He looked at the notifications calmly, silently. He had created an entirely new race, an entirely new bloodline. He was now a progenitor, a founder, the first of his kind. A name, he said softly, his voice calm, thoughtful. This wasn't just a name, this would be a word that echoed across galaxies, across epochs. He had to make it meaningful, he had to make it grand. Noah smirked to himself. After all, this race, he didn't create it alone, he created it thanks to the system, thanks to the women who stood by his side, thanks to everything he had fought for and bled for. This bloodline was not just for him, it was for his children, for the family he would one day build, for the queens at his side, because now, Noah didn't just want to conquer. He didn't just want to dominate, he wanted to build something, a legacy. A home. Because, how lonely would it be, he whispered, if I stood at the very top, but alone, for all eternity. He didn't want that, he refused that, so not just for himself, but for the ones walking this journey with him, for the ones who would come after him, he would name this race a special name, and the name would be Elisiari, Alicia from Elysium, a paradise, a sanctuary for immortal beings, and the Re, from those who belong. Noah paused, he had searched deep in his memories from Earth, picking a name that held meaning, history, and soul, and together he smiled. It means those of eternal sanctuary. That was his dream, a sanctuary for his family, for his people, for his future, a dream that spanned eternity, a dream that was entirely his. Ding. Your race name has been recorded, you have received the title, progenitor of the Elisiari, your bloodline has been named, Elisiari bloodline, congratulations, Noah Weaverheart, current state of existence, 19999, next threshold, 20,000, the notifications faded, Noah stood tall with his new appearance, his white eyes gleaming with rotating runes, his silver hair weightless, vast, divine, he smirked. What do you think of my new look, dear system? It suits you well, host. Noah chuckled softly, show me the bloodline abilities, bloodline, Elisiari's apex form, your human appearance is not your true self. You are no human. You are a calamity. A beast. A Elisiarian. Activate this skill and become what you are, concept embodiment, you possess a concept core. Embody it fully, be the concept, Elisiari's roar, unleash a cry that can shatter worlds and universes alike when your strength allows it, Elisiari's visionary, all begins with thought. All begins with vision. Become that vision, and it shall be. But only if you believe it with no hesitation, no doubt, Elisiari's name, as the first of your race, you can bestow true names upon those who come after you. Elisiari's blood, you may transform another into an Elisiari. Noah's eyes widened slightly as he read these abilities. He whispered, aren't they too strong? My race will be unchallengeable, these abilities are exclusive to you, the progenitor, only a few shall pass to others, apex form, the roar, and concept embodiment, for concept embodiment it depends on their talents. No one else holds multiple concepts as you do. But some may have 2 or so, Noah smiled, that's already strong enough, he was satisfied, completely, with this bloodline, with this identity. I wonder, he whispered, eyes gleaming, how I'll fare against the champions now, Elijah. And the others, 5 years, he had 5 years to prepare, 5 years to get used to his new strength, 5 years to prepare his family for what was to come, but first, let's go to that dungeon, he said. And take back what Illyra wants. It was time. Noah disappeared into a puddle of blood, silent and sudden. The birth of the Elisiari might have gone unnoticed by the greater universe, but the world of Lay, it felt it. The very foundations of the planet trembled. Something shifted at its core. This was no ordinary event. The birth of a new race, especially one like this, only happened once in billions of years, and Lay responded, because with that birth, something started to form inside the world core. Lay had received something, a gift. And, holy fuck, Lay cursed violently, he felt it, the emergence of a power he wasn't meant to touch yet. Not this early. Not in this cycle, but it was here. Budding. Forming, and when that power matured, Lay would change forever, his core shook. The sky of his realm roared. The very dimensions around him buckled under the pressure of what was to come. He had met a condition, a great condition, a requirement to evolve into a higher-ranked world. Lay stood, weightless in the air, his eyes glowing as he summoned a screen before him. Noah's new form appeared, white irises wrapped in spinning runes. Silver hair that defied time, a presence too heavy and too unique for mortal to have. Lay was stunned. This is a new race, even sensing it, he could barely believe it, too powerful. Too special, more unique than even the Celestials. He whispered, that was no small feat, that was terrifying. He smiled wide, truly, you're my lucky star. Then he laughed, no. Fuck that, you're more than that, because with Noah, he wouldn't just survive, he would evolve. He would ascend, all he needed now, was a core from another world, and, you'll give it to me, right, Noah, he said while grinning madly, after all, you are now the leader of this world. Chapter 144, The Birth Cry. Noah reappeared before a swirling vortex of mana, a massive, humming gate pulsing with cold power, a dungeon gate. This was the one Illyra had told him about. The one with ice at its core. He floated before it in silence, watching as pale blue mana coiled and spiraled like a storm trapped in a mirror. The sheer cold radiating off it would have frozen an ordinary person solid from a distance. But Noah was far beyond ordinary. As he gazed at the gate, Illyra's words echoed in his mind. This dungeon was one of the reasons she had chosen him, because it wasn't normal. This place held something deeper. Something ancient. It had an ice-based theme, frost-touched terrain. Beasts of pure winter, and one critical secret. Inside lies a fragment, she had told him, a shard of the origin of ice itself, a piece of the original concept. Something not meant for mortals. Noah's silver eyes narrowed. A dungeon formed by the residue of a origin concept, and I'm supposed to just walk in and take it, he smirked. Sounds fun. He glanced around. We're not even at the end of the first semester yet, which meant no one was supposed to be here. Not for months, and at that thought, Noah couldn't help but reflect, How much had he already changed this world's future? The truth, he had no idea. He hadn't just stolen women from Elijah.
He'd stolen timelines.
Stolen fate and destiny. Events that should have happened didn't, wars that should have erupted never began, calamities that were supposed to shake the world fizzled into silence. Echidna should have been more aggressive. She should have stirred chaos between demons and humans. She should have pushed this world to the brink of collapse, dungeon breaches, endless bloodshed, a war on two fronts, but all of that would have been Elijah's path to glory, a perfect storm for him and his harem to emerge as heroes.
To become icons. To gain power.
And through him, Justitia would rise, but now, Elijah had lost those chances. Even Shadiva, one of the most powerful beings Noah had met, was supposed to be found by him on one of his scripted adventures. Another piece of the puzzle, another power meant for him, and Noah had taken that too. Now, this dungeon, this fragment, another thing Elijah was meant to have. Noah's smirk deepened. A fragment of the origin of ice, huh? He placed a hand to his chin, thoughtful.
First time I am hearing this.
I'm curious now. He stepped forward and pressed his hand to the gate. Instant resistance. Mana surged against his palm like a living will, rejecting him. He frowned.
Ah, right.
It's supposed to be for those below S rank. This gate, this dungeon, wasn't meant to be entered by someone like him, by someone who had surpassed S rank. But that didn't matter. His true name may have merged into his being and absorbing his trait. But it didn't erase it, it elevated it, and with it, I am without limits. Silence fell, then the gate shuddered violently. It trembled, the swirling vortex of mana convulsing like it was in pain, but it was useless. Noah stepped forward, and the dungeon yielded. It had no choice. He vanished into the light. The moment he reappeared, he stood in a frozen land. A world of endless ice stretched around him in all directions, jagged glaciers, still winds, and silence that pressed against the ears like cotton. He hovered above it all, weightless. Below him, his senses flared, dozens. No, hundreds of beasts. He even sensed the boss monster immediately, an enormous frost snake of S-rank tier. Coiled and slumbered deep beneath a frozen lake, it radiated power.
Chilling, primal power. It would have been a challenge if I were still A rank, he muttered, but now?
As an S-rank being with the Elisiari bloodline, he exhaled. This is nothing, yet strangely, he felt something stir inside him, a tension. A restlessness, a craving, a desire to fight. It was new. Unfamiliar. And hungry. I've never really felt like this before. He narrowed his eyes. Is this the effect of my bloodline? Yes, host, your bloodline is too strong.
Too dominant. It was born to conquer.
Born to rule, it desires war.
Challenge.
Supremacy. Noah felt it surge again. It was like something had lodged in his throat, an itch that wouldn't fade. A scream that wanted to erupt. He needed to release it. Instinctively, he whispered, Elisiari's apex form. In an instant, everything changed. His irises, once flowing with runes, slit like a beast's. His body grew taller, broader, wrapped in cosmic elegance. Silver horns sprouted from his head, curving into a majestic crown. In their center, a silver flame flickered softly. Wings burst from his back, not flesh, not scale, but manifestations of his very concepts. A shimmering tapestry of power. A tail followed, ethereal and deadly. He looked draconic, but he was more. He had transcended the dragon's bloodline, and with that transformation, the pressure in his chest exploded. He finally understood why he felt blocked. Why the unease? He hadn't announced it. He hadn't given his bloodline the honor it deserved. He hadn't told the world that the Elisiari was born. So he opened his mouth, sharp silver teeth glinting. He inhaled deeply. The world stilled. The dungeon beasts looked skyward, sensing something ancient. Something primal. Then, so this is how it feels. His voice echoed across the ice, thunderous and clear. Every beast in the dungeon froze. Then, one by one, instinctively, they kneeled. Even the S-rank frost snake bowed, its massive head pressed to the ground. They didn't know why, only that they must. Their instincts screamed. This being was above them.
He was divine.
He was untouchable, a progenitor. And then Noah roared. Elisiari's roar, silence. Then, the sound wasn't just a roar, it was a declaration, a cosmic scream, the birth cry of a bloodline that would one day rule all. Space itself cracked. The dungeon trembled. Beasts exploded into blood, crimson stained the white landscape. The dungeon began to collapse. Noah hovered at its center, calm, as if the destruction had nothing to do with him. He raised a hand, and the souls of the fallen beasts floated to him. He clenched his fingers gently. You were witnesses to my birth, he said softly. You don't deserve death just yet. Then he turned, his beastly eyes pierced through the frost and stone, beyond layers of enchantments, and there, he saw it, a delicate shard, floating like a snowflake frozen in time, the fragment of the origin of ice, the core of the dungeon, the reason Illyra had sent him. He reached out his hand, and it flew to him, resting in his palm like a cold flame. It pulsed once. Noah smiled faintly. Well, that was quick. Chapter 145, The Fragment and the Void. Noah stared at the shard of ice floating above his palm, eyes narrowed with intrigue. The power emanating from it was overwhelming, pure, ancient, and cold. It pulsed with such a concentrated essence of ice that, for the first time, he felt it eclipse even his own ice affinity, something he hadn't thought possible. What is this? System, crack. Space continued to shatter violently around him, splintering like glass under pressure, but Noah didn't spare it a glance. His focus was absolute. This is a fragment of the origin of ice. Are you damn serious? I already knew that. I meant, tell me more than that. All affinities, all elements and concepts in the universe originate from somewhere, an origin. These origins are embedded deep within the universe's core, guarded by the universe itself. Because to control an origin is to control everything it governs. No one has ever truly wielded one, but sometimes, very rarely, fragments of these origins scatter across the universe. What you hold is one such fragment, even as a shard. It's enough to push your ice affinity to the transformation rank. At the very least. Noah absorbed the explanation in silence. Slowly, his lips curled. So even things like limitlessness or transcendence, they have an origin too. Everything has an origin. He grinned. Then theoretically, if I collect all of them, every origin in existence, and fuse them into myself. The system didn't answer right away. It paused. For once, it hesitated. Then you will walk the path toward perfection. Noah chuckled under his breath, eyes gleaming. Another goal for the list. Then, yes. Things were getting more and more interesting, and Noah's spirit was screaming adventure. But first things first, let's figure out why Illyra wanted this fragment. Then I'll build the realm for my women, solve Isaac and Albert's problems, and, of course, the Campbell family, crack, and once Sophie becomes empress, I'll make them my race. But for now, let's wrap this battle of throne, crack. Noah frowned, glancing around. The space had fractured so deeply now that through the cracks, he could see it, the void, dark, endless, cold in a way no ice could replicate, and, inviting. Noah tilted his head slightly, sensing it. He felt an urge to step in, yet his instincts screamed danger. A warning he didn't take lightly. How curious, he murmured softly. Then, without another word, he vanished from the collapsing dungeon. Far beyond that space, deep within the black expanse of the void, something stirred, a beast, gigantic, monstrous, covered in slick, glistening black scales. Millions of tentacles writhed across its massive form, and its eyes, endless and pitch black, gazed toward the collapsing space where Noah once stood. It had been watching him. From the moment the space cracked open, it had seen him. What a curious being, a voice purred low, sultry, and unmistakably feminine. One tentacle drifted lazily toward the dungeon's boundary, but it stopped, blocked by invisible forces, as expected. I can't enter, but she didn't mind. She had the coordinates now. I'll wait for an opportunity, she whispered. This is the first time since Ian she had seen something interesting, so she will wait. And when you're eternal, when you've lived through eons, patience is nothing. I must see that being again, yes. Noah had gained a stalker. Back in the White Realm, Noah reappeared in his human form, silver hair cascading down, and his ever-shifting white eyes filled with runes pulsing like living sigils. Instantly, three heads turned: Illyra, Shadiva, and Celine, and same reactions. Different voices. Noah sighed. Not again, ladies. Illyra blinked. Noah, is that really you? Where was the purple hair? The silver eyes. Celine rushed forward, cupping his cheeks gently. My sweet baby, she said, frowning. Why'd you change it? Now we don't match anymore. Purple and silver had been her signature. Now Noah had abandoned them. His lips twitched. Is that all you have to say, mother? She didn't flinch. Look again. Don't you feel any different? I can sense it. You've become something else. You no longer carry my bloodline. Celine's voice was calm, but something in her eyes shimmered with pride and a hint of loss. But Illyra and Shadiva, they could see further. Deeper. This is insane, Shadiva muttered. For the first time since she joined him, she looked truly stunned. Illyra echoed her softly. This is madness. because what they were seeing, what Noah had become, was not supposed to be possible. Illyra, the first and only soul dragon, felt bloodline suppression. Her, the being whose very lineage was unrivaled, whose parents and ancestors had never once surpassed her, now felt herself being suppressed. What did you become, my love? She whispered. Noah looked at all their faces. Their awe. Their disbelief. And he smirked. Something better. Later, they gathered, sitting together in the White Realm. Each woman stared at Noah as he finished his explanation. Elisiari, a race of his own making. His own bloodline. To say they were shocked was an understatement. How did you create such a bloodline? Illyra asked softly, then her eyes widened. That talent of yours? The EX unique fusion, she remembered, that day, when he asked for a drop of her dragon blood for Leona, when he revealed his fusion talent to gain her trust, he nodded. Yes. I gathered many bloodlines, and fused them, simple words. But the process was anything but. The women knew it, only Celine had an inkling of the truth. She knew her son could share the bloodlines of those who loved him. Truly, my son is the best. Her heart swelled with pride. Eventually, they all accepted it. Noah turned to Shadiva. It's been a while since we really talked. Are you settling in well? Shadiva smiled softly. Illyra and Celine are exhausting, but nice to be with, Noah chuckled. Then that's good. He reached into his storage and pulled out the shard, the fragment of the origin of ice. Instantly, the temperature dropped. The White Realm froze over in seconds. Celine, and our dear mother divine beast inside her, Luminara, shuddered. Their bloodlines screamed at them to seize it. The urge to take control was overwhelming. Shadiva's eyes locked on the shard. An origin fragment, indeed. My dragon wanted me to retrieve it. Noah smiled and offered it to Illyra, but she shook her head. Are you dumb, dear husband? I'm not even an ice user. That fragment was always meant for you. I wanted to give it to you, enhance your ice affinity to the transformation rank, then turn you into a dragon. A frost dragon, that had been her plan. Not for herself, but for him. To make him her champion, but now that I know you'll never accept the role of champion, take it. Do whatever you want with it. Noah accepted the shard. He looked at Illyra for a long moment. Thank you, he said softly. He meant it. But then, dragon champion? Celine asked from the side, and another round of explanations began. Chapter 146, Family, a Throne. So let me get this straight, Celine said, rubbing her temple. This world is basically a playground for divine beings who want to take control for their own gain. And the battles are fought through chosen champions. You, my dear son, were approached by both dragons and demons. Her voice dropped lower, and you rejected both. Decided to fight alone. Without the backing of a god, she stared at him, and not only that, you somehow made a deal with a demoness and convinced the world will itself to bless you, meaning, as long as this world isn't completely destroyed, you can't die. Silence. Then Celine collapsed back into her chair with a long, heavy sigh. Utterly drained, Noah's lips twitched. It's not that bad, mother. Why are you making it sound like I'm doomed? He offered a small smile, trying to calm her, but Celine's eyes snapped toward him in a sharp glare. My dear son, she said slowly. You mean to tell me that divine beings, creatures who could kill me in a blink, are now against you, because you want to protect this world? Alone, that was the issue. It wasn't that Noah was reckless or making enemies, it was that she couldn't protect him, not anymore, and that hurt. Since meeting Illyra, Celine had learned the brutal truth. She once believed she was powerful, that as an SS rank, she could do as she pleased. But after Illyra, after Shadiva, she understood SS rank meant nothing. Outside this world, there were beings who could erase her existence without blinking, and those beings were now looking at her son. I won't allow that, she thought, her eyes sharpened. Her aura dropped, cold and heavy. Noah, watching her, felt warmth swell in his chest. He knew exactly what she was thinking, and it only made him love her more. He walked over, leaned down, and pulled her into a gentle hug. Instantly, her tension melted. Illyra looked at the scene with quiet envy. Shadiva remained still, indifferent, as always. Or so it seemed. You don't have to worry, mother, Noah whispered. You must know by now, your son isn't weak. I can handle this. He pulled back slightly, looking into her eyes. And don't be too hard on yourself. You'll become strong, too. I'll make sure of it. Then, his gaze turned to all three women. But also, you misunderstood one thing. I'm not fighting them alone, he smiled. Calm. Confident. Radiant. I'm arrogant, not a fool. I have all of you here. I am not alone. His words were simple, but the warmth in them, the absolute conviction, shook even Shadiva. So we'll get through this together, because from now on, we're a family. That word family carried more weight than anything else. That's why Noah didn't hide things from them. Not even the deal with Echidna. No more secrets between him and his wives, except the system. That was special, but everything else he would share, because he was determined to make this work. This wasn't just about power anymore. This was about building something real, permanent, and hearing that, seeing the honesty in his eyes, the women couldn't help but smile, joy, pride, love. Then Noah tilted his head, which brings me to my next question. How did the meeting go? He'd given them space, time to get used to each other and build rapport. It went really well, Illyra said. Yes, everything was smooth, Celine added. They conveniently left out Anya's peculiarities. Noah would find out soon enough anyway. Good, he said with a small grin. Another meeting's coming soon, and this time, I'll be there. But first, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, Isaac and Albert appeared before him, their eyes shut. Unconscious, I've made them sleep for now, Noah explained casually. Contact Emily and call Sophie. It's time to finish this. Royal Castle. Rome sat at his study desk, a dark cloud hanging over him. His face was pale, his hands trembling. Days had passed. No word from his sons. He had even contacted Illyra to have some information, but no reply from Illyra. Nothing came back. Where are you? He muttered. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. It was like a net slowly tightening around his neck, suffocating him. Even now, in his chambers, he felt it, watched, as if he wasn't alone. Clack, the door creaked open, snapping him out of his spiral. Emily walked in a graceful and steady way. My emperor, she said, voice smooth. I bring good news. Rome jumped to his feet, eyes wide. Hope bloomed like a dying flower catching light. What news? Where are they? Are they okay? Emily looked at him, and for a moment, she felt something close to disgust. Is this what an emperor looks like? He was pathetic. A ruler should not tremble like this. Should not beg. Should not fall apart at the first sign of loss. If he felt trapped, why was he just watching it happen? Rome wasn't fit for the throne. But then again, what could you expect from a man who killed his own brother for a woman? Still, Emily buried her thoughts. She had a role to play. I have news about Isaac and Albert, she said smoothly. Rome rushed to her side. Where? Are they safe? They're fine? I'll show you. She began setting up a video projection device. Calm, methodical, Rome sat down beside her, too frantic to question anything. Then she paused, just before activating it. Are you ready for this? She asked, flashing him a smile. It was odd, a little too pleased, but Rome didn't even think twice. Yes, I'm ready, he answered like the fool he was. Emily smiled, then turned the device on. The screen flickered once, then stabilized, and what appeared made Rome and Emily both freeze, but for very different reasons. Isaac and Albert knelt on the ground, heads bowed, hair darker than night, their forms eerily silent, and sitting before them was Noah, calm, regal, ethereal, so beautiful it almost didn't feel real. He looked straight at them. Hello. How are you all doing? Rome nearly had a heart attack, and Emily, holy mother, her legs nearly gave out. The sight of Noah was enough to send a shiver down her spine. A degenerate reaction, absolutely, but could you blame her? Noah had that effect now. Chapter 147, Truth. Emily hadn't expected this. She hadn't seen Noah since the day she'd stepped into Weaverheart territory, since she'd been blackmailed, dragged into a game she couldn't control, and now here he was, his hair now silver, his eyes now deeper and more matured, his hair and eyes. She thought absently, but she shook the thought away. Not the time to be distracted. Emily, she screamed inwardly. Click, her fingers snapped. In the next instant, chains erupted, fire, lightning, shadow, earth wrapping around Rome, binding him where he stood. Not just one spell. This was a coordinated ambush, a premeditated strike by more than just her. Rome's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to Emily, and saw the mask was gone. The woman who once stood by his side with a gentle smile now looked at him with open disgust, like he was filth, something worthless. He trembled. Emily. His voice wavered, fragile, as if hoping, begging. This wasn't what it seemed, but Emily's eyes were cold. Don't ever speak my name again, she said with a voice like winter steel. Rome froze. The chains digging into his flesh barely registered. All he could think was, why, he whispered. What did I do? His voice cracked as he clung to some fragile thread of logic. Didn't I treat you right? A pause,
Didn't I give you everything you ever asked for? His voice rose, rage beginning to creep in. Didn't I forgive you for cheating on me? And then, he snapped, did I not fucking kill my own brother for you, and now you betray me? Me? Emily? Answer me. The chains rattled violently as he struggled, bloodshot eyes blazing. Clack. Clack, he fought to break free, to do something. Anything, but Emily remained expressionless. I don't give a damn, she said quietly, her voice cold and final. I don't care what you gave me. I don't care if you treated me like a queen. Then her voice changed, deeper and sharper, the voice of long-held fury, a storm nurtured in silence for years. And why are you acting like I owe you something? Her words cut like a knife. Why are you acting like I asked for this? Like I told you to give me everything? Like I told you to kill Caesar, Julius Caesar Castria, Rome's brother. The one he murdered. Why? Emily demanded. Why are you rewriting the past? Rome growled. It was him or you. I chose you. I killed him for you. Because I loved you more than anything. Emily laughed, not a laugh of joy, but a hollow and docking laugh. You're embarrassing, Rome. You didn't kill him for me. You killed him because you were afraid, because you were jealous, because you've always had that pathetic inferiority complex. She took a step forward. You killed him because he was better than you. You were only crown prince because of your mother. Because she was the official wife. And because Julius was a concubine's son, you didn't earn anything. You were handed this palace, this crown. She gestured at the opulence around them with disgust. You hated him because he was more talented, more beloved, stronger, smarter, and when the chance came, you took it. You killed him in cold blood without remorse. Her voice dropped. So don't you dare talk about love. You don't even love yourself. How could you love anyone else? Emily's voice became venomous. You are a filthy coward. Rome flinched, her words slicing straight into the core of everything he tried to hide. His mask shattered. I am not. Enough. Noah's voice silenced the room. Rome's mouth snapped shut. I understand now the truth behind all this. But I don't have time for this pathetic performance. Noah's eyes drifted off screen. Just beyond the projection, Sophie stood, silent. She wasn't meant to see this, hair alive with crackling lightning. A crimson thunderbolt tattoo glowed on her forehead like a brand of power. Noah hadn't expected this much evolution from her, but she'd exceeded everything. He was proud. In awe, even. That's why. Noah turned back to the screen, Rome and Emily. Isaac and Albert kneeling in the background. Time to finish this. You don't need me to explain it. Noah said calmly. You have eyes. You saw your sons. They've gone to the demon continent and made a pact with a demon. Not any demon, it was a demon lord, all to win the throne. He let the silence hang. Do you know what will happen if this gets out? Rome's lips trembled. He had seen the truth, seen the unnatural darkness in Isaac and Albert's eyes. He knew. He'd heard of others, humans who sold their souls for power, slaves to demons. But to see his own sons fall to that, did I fail them? Did I fail? As a father, even now, all he could feel was the weight of uselessness. Did I ever do anything right? His voice was hollow when he asked, What do you want? Noah's expression didn't change. I'm not here to force anything, Rome. I'm not asking you to hand Sophie the throne. I want just one thing. His eyes glowed, white, runic, divine, a battle. Your two sons versus Sophie, both of them at the same time, if they want. I don't care. If she wins, she takes the throne, not because you gave it to her, not because I gave it to her. Noah's voice lowered. But because she earned it. That was his goal since the beginning. He would not insult Sophie's journey by gifting her power. She had worked for it, bled for it, suffered for it, and she would claim it with her own hands. Noah turned his head toward her. And there he finds Sophie looking at him with her eyes wide, lightning in her veins and love in her soul. Noah smiled beautifully. You ready, my empress? It's time to take what belongs to you. At these words, Sophie's feelings for you have reached 100%. Chapter 148, Crimson Judgment, Grateful. That's what Sophie felt toward Noah. As she looked at him, at his serious, beautiful face, she couldn't help but fall even deeper. Thank you, she whispered in her heart, a silent thank you. The most sincere thing she had ever felt. While Sophie stood immersed in emotion, Noah was watching Rome, waiting for his answer. He didn't need to wait long. I accept, Rome declared, without hesitation, and he accepted for one reason: this is perfect. Sophie is no match for Isaac, let alone both of them. This way, I can protect the royal family's dignity. Yes, Rome had vastly underestimated Sophie. He had no idea how much she had changed. This wasn't the same girl who once begged for his approval to join the battle for the throne. No, that girl no longer existed.
and Sophie was about to show him why. At Rome's words, Noah smiled. Perfect, he said. Let's watch this on live, shall we? The click, with a snap of his fingers, Rome and Emily were transported into the White Realm. Effortlessly, Noah's space manipulation had reached near Illyra levels. Then, Illyra expanded the realm and conjured a small arena at its center. There stood Sophie, calm and still. Her aura concealed, to a casual glance, she was just a young girl, with a flickering lightning weaving through her hair. Very peculiar. Before her stood Isaac and Albert, their bodies still tainted by demonic corruption. They glared at her with pure resentment. You stand there with pride, Albert spat, but the only reason you're here is because of Noah, he sneered. Tell me, what can you do without him? Nothing. You are nothing without him. And the worst thing is that even if we win, he won't let anything happen to you, their eyes seething with fury. Noah's presence made it feel like their victory wouldn't matter. But even so, we'll cripple you, they both thought. We'll break you, they bared their demonic fangs, but Sophie remained calm, her eyes icy. Then she spoke. Her voice was quiet, steady. You know, I always considered you both my brothers. My family. She glanced briefly at Rome. I wanted the throne, yes. But not at the cost of your lives. I wanted to win fairly. She paused, but you chose a different path. You didn't train. You didn't master your bodies and mind. You didn't push yourselves to grow stronger, no. You chose the easy way, you sold yourselves to demons. She stared at them, utterly disgusted. So tell me, how can you be worthy of the throne with that kind of mindset? When faced with hardship, they didn't fight. They surrendered. They enslaved themselves. How? She asked again. How can someone like that rule a whole domain? She took a breath. You are not worthy, and then, you may begin. Noah's voice echoed. The match had begun, a match Rome was certain his sons would win, and oh, what a delusional fool. The very instant the battle began, within a fraction of a second, crackle, a massive red lightning spear materialized above the arena. It hummed with impossible energy. Red lightning cracked in all directions, electrifying the very air. The realm vibrated from the sheer pressure. Crackle. Crackle, Isaac and Albert froze. Rome's eyes widened in horror, and Noah, he smiled softly. Quietly proud, Sophie's eyes had changed. Nothing remained but red lightning. Her crimson lightning tattoo blazed across her forehead. She lifted her right hand skyward, her gaze fixed on the two figures before her. Then, she spoke, her voice thundered like a storm rolling over the earth. I once hesitated about your fate. Should I kill you? Or imprison you? She paused. I didn't know what to do. But now there was no room for mercy, no room for pity, not for the ones who would have torn her apart a million times if they had the chance. She had once been foolish enough to consider sparing them. Not anymore. There will be no mercy. There will be only one thing, judgment. So, the world froze. Rome's voice broke the silence as realization hit him like a dagger. Knew, but no one listened, because in the next moment, Sophie's voice echoed like a divine decree. Crimson Empress's skill. Her hand fell. Isaac tried to run, but his knees buckled from sheer fear. Albert opened his mouth to scream for help only for his voice to be drowned by red spear of judgment, and the red spear struck like a goddess's wrath. It wasn't just heavy, it was annihilation incarnate. The arena was engulfed in a blinding storm of red lightning, destruction. Smoke, red arcs, and electric fury choked the realm. When it cleared, silence. Sophie stood calmly. Not a single scratch on her, where Isaac and Albert once stood. There was nothing, no bodies. No ashes. No traces, gone. Rome dropped to his knees. His legs couldn't carry the weight of what he just witnessed. His sons were erased. How? He whispered, eyes empty, soul broken. Emily walked over and crouched in front of him. Her expression was cold. Unfeeling, she didn't even blink at the death of her so-called children. They were nothing to her, only Sophie mattered. You have no one to blame but yourself, Rome. Her voice was quiet. Cutting, it's because of you this happened. You forced yourself on me. Used your power to make me marry you. You murdered the man I loved. You raised your sons weak and spoiled. It's all because of you. She leaned closer, lightning gathering in her hand. So open your eyes wide and look. Look at what you've done. From beginning to end, you've been nothing but a disappointment. She stood and raised her hand. Blue lightning wrapped around her fingers. Then, without pause, she drove it into Rome's chest, straight to his heart. As he gasped, choking on the pain, she looked him in the eye. Die, Rome. We won't miss you. He turned his head weakly. His eyes met Sophie's. She looked at him without emotion. Cold. Indifferent, and in that final moment, one question returned to him, was
I wrong? And the answer was obvious, yes, he was wrong about everything, because in the end, he lost, and if history has taught anything, the loser is always wrong. Rome Castria died, chapter 149, the Divine's Day, Rome died, just like that, a death no one would mourn. A death that wouldn't change anyone's life. Silent. Humiliating, a death undeserving of someone who once called himself an emperor, and that's the thing, if you ever wish to be the villain in someone's story, make sure you're the greatest villain they've ever known. At least that way, you'll be remembered. Maybe even respected, but Rome, he wouldn't be remembered, not with honor, not at all. Emily and Sophie stood before his lifeless body, unmoved. Unshaken. Indifferent, Emily felt something she hadn't in decades, freedom from that man. No one could ever understand how sickening it was to share the same bed with someone you loathed. To be forced to lie beneath the man who murdered your love. To be stripped of choice, night after night, in the deepest shadows of the palace. She had hated him, and now that he was gone, peace. A calm unlike anything she had ever felt, but there was still one piece missing, the ones who sold her to this monster in the first place. The Campbell family, you're next, she thought coldly. Her resolve unshakable. Her vengeance far from complete. While Emily relished the closure, Sophie felt nothing. In fact, she looked at the corpse that used to be her father. The man who had denied her again and again. The man who saw her as a tool. As lesser, just because she was a woman. She had once asked herself, why wouldn't he let her join the battle for the throne? Why mock her dreams of becoming the first empress? Why treat her like she didn't belong? But now, none of those questions mattered anymore, because she had stopped expecting anything from him long ago, because someone else stood behind her now, someone who believed in her. Someone who fought for her dreams like they were his own, someone she had chosen to give her heart and loyalty to. Noah, he was everything her father wasn't and more. So, without a second glance, Sophie turned away from the body and walked toward Noah, who watched the scene with a composed, unreadable expression. He had no stake in this judgment. He was a spectator, like Illyra, Shadiva, and Selene, but when Sophie approached, his face softened. You're happy now? He asked gently. You'll become empress, because you worked harder than anyone for it. Then he embraced her, arms wrapping around her with quiet strength. I'm proud of you, he whispered. Sophie smiled, a radiant, heartfelt smile, and returned the hug. I love you, my dear husband, she said, the words rare, but deeply true. I love you too, Noah replied softly. They parted, still holding the moment between them. Then Noah turned to Emily, who stood nearby, watching them. Well, dear mother-in-law, he said with a smirk. It's been a while, miss me? Baitum. Emily's heart skipped. How is this level of beauty even real? It was a fair question. Noah's beauty defied logic. It was unfair, and that's why Emily's feelings for you have reached 60%. What? Illyra and Selene noticed instantly. They exchanged a glance, reading each other's thoughts without a word. Emily had fallen. Sophie noticed too. She wasn't blind, no way, she thought silently, but Noah? He ignored it. He had no time for distractions. Not yet, he had a family to secure before any additions were considered. You remember our deal? He asked Emily. She nodded, regaining composure. You promised Rome's death, and the annihilation of the Campbell family. There was no hesitation in her voice. No one flinched at the idea of erasing an entire bloodline. They simply didn't care. The first is done, Noah said. Now for the second, I'll handle it myself, Noah replied coldly. What's the strongest rank among them? S rank. If they had reached SS, they might have rivaled your family. Understood, then he smiled. Wanna come with me? Emily grinned darkly. Gladly, Noah turned to Shadiva. My dear Shadow, I miss you dearly. That was all he needed to say. Shadiva melted into shadow, reuniting with Noah, and his shadow returned at last. Good, wait for me. I won't take long, he told the others. I have something to create for you all, so call back the girls as I'll need their insight on this. Then Noah vanished, taking Emily with him. Illyra and Selene stood in silence. She's fallen, hasn't she? Illyra asked. Selene sighed. Yes, what now? Nothing, Selene replied. My baby made a promise. He won't move unless I'm aware, and unless I agree. She turned to Illyra with a smug smile. Do you have that privilege? Illyra's lips twitched. Do you want to train, Selene? She asked, changing the subject. With what's coming, we need to prepare. Selene's smirk faded. Are you threatening me because you're stronger than me? Illyra smirked. So what if I am? Selene glared. Weakness is truly a sin, and she couldn't afford to be weak any longer. Meanwhile, high above the Campbell territory, Noah and Emily appeared in the sky, looking down on the black and red castle sprawling across the land. So, Emily asked, the goal is total annihilation? Yes, Noah studied the vast stronghold. What power should I use? He mused aloud. He had too many options: sword, emotions, nothingness, blood, ice, lightning, soul, mind, fate, destiny, and now his new bloodline. He grinned. Let's use that. This place is the perfect training ground. His presence remained undetectable, a perk of his bloodline. There is one ability in particular he wanted to try, Elisiari's visionary, believe, and it shall be. All it required was unshakable belief. A sword materialized in Noah's hand, silver and violet, glowing with quiet resonance. It was the sword Ren had forged for him. This sword can kill every single being of Campbell blood, no matter where they are. He believed it without any doubt. Because in any case, he can kill all of them with only this sword, no matter the way. But by activating this skill and believing in this, the result was fantastical. The sword shimmered, cloaked in divine light. Noah raised it high into the sky, and slash, a simple motion. But in that instant, the whole world paused and the sky above the Campbell's estate dimmed considerably. Then, death. Across the entire Campbell territory, and beyond, every bearer of Campbell blood collapsed. No wounds, no cries, just silence. Even those far from home, at academies, on missions, hidden away, died as if a god had spoken their names. That day, the world would remember, the Divine's Day. The day when the Campbell family was erased, simultaneously, without resistance, as if they had angered a god, and from that day forward, it became a day of reverence, a day when people prayed to the divine, not out of faith but out of fear, so they wouldn't be next. Chapter 150, The Birth of a Home. 1. Noah and Emily floated in the sky, silently observing the Campbell territory below. Bodies fell one by one. It was quiet and absolute, yet, not all perished. Those untouched were not Campbells, so they lived. But it was exactly these persons that will spread the word about this event to the whole world, and even start to worship this day. Because they were witnesses. Noah lowered his gaze to the sword in his hand just as it began to crumble. It disintegrated, vanishing into dust. The energy Noah had channeled through it was too overwhelming. That it survived long enough for the slash was a miracle in itself. Emily looked down at the lifeless figures below, her family, all of them gone, and with that, a great weight lifted from her shoulders. She was free. Truly free. Rest in peace, Julius, she whispered silently. From now on, I will live for myself. I won't be shackled by the past anymore. She lifted her head and looked at Noah. A soft smile touched her lips. Yes, from now on, I won't hold myself back, and as if acting on that very thought, she stepped closer to him, her face now just inches away from his. She smiled again, beautiful, gentle, and almost innocent. Noah was genuinely surprised by this sudden closeness and smile. He never imagined Emily could smile like that. I don't know how to thank you for all this, she said softly, placing her hand gently against his chest. Noah raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You don't have to. This was a deal between us. He took a half step back, attempting to create some distance. She was Sophie's mother, after all, his mother-in-law, but Emily didn't let him escape. She closed the distance again, unrelenting. I insist, she said with a hushed voice. I never gave you anything meaningful that helped with the Saintus. You did it all on your own, so far. I'm the only one profiting from our deal. And that's not fair to you. She traced slow, delicate circles across his chest with her fingertips. Let me make it up to you. Noah's lips twitched. I said I don't mind. We're family now. You're my mother-in-law, so take it as a gift. For raising such an amazing daughter, it was a smart and tactful reminder, a boundary, gently but firmly drawn. But Emily had no intention of backing off. A gift, she repeated, smiling mischievously. Then can I ask for another? Noah's instincts stirred. Something felt off. Still, he nodded. Ask. He didn't see harm in simply hearing her out. Emily looked him straight in the eye and pointed at his heart. I want this, she said. I want to be inside. A pause. I mean, you don't mind, right? You already have so many women inside your heart. Surely you can make a little space for me. I'm not asking for much. Just a small place. I don't care if it's narrow or wide. I just want to be there. Her voice was soft. Honest. Almost pleading. Noah stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. This was awkward even for him. He had told himself not to pursue anyone else for the time being. But refusing her outright would bring shame, maybe even hurt someone important to him. So, he made the most logical move. Prove yourself. Emily blinked. Yes, Noah continued, calm and composed. Not just to me. To all of them, my women.
Gain their acknowledgement. I will never accept someone they do not accept, and most importantly, gain your daughter's blessing.
Without her approval, even if all the others agree. I won't, that was the line. Emily didn't flinch. She smiled. To her, not being rejected outright was already a victory. To gain their approval? That was nothing new. She smirked. Did you forget I used to be an empress?
I manipulated everyone in the royal palace under Rome's nose. You really think I can't earn a few acknowledgements? Noah smirked in return.
We'll see, but good luck, you'll need it. He snapped his fingers. In an instant, they were teleported back to the White Realm. The girls were already there. When Noah arrived, every eye turned to him. Their expressions lit up in joy, surprise, and curiosity, drawn to the changes in his presence, his aura, and his beauty. Noah, my love, dear husband. They rushed to him in waves, showering him in affection, each one waiting her turn to feel his embrace. Esther didn't waste a second. She immediately slipped into his shadow with Shadiva, enjoying their exclusive privilege. Neko transformed into her small black cat form and perched on his head, purring contentedly. Elizabeth, Yuki, and Sophie looked on, visibly jealous, though not the only ones. Even Zara and Anya wore sour expressions. Dominique laughed. Celine sighed, wishing she had their powers. Each girl had her own way of reacting, but there was one thing that Elira and Celine both noticed: the harmony. The moment Noah stood among them, the chaos turned calm. He was like the glue that held them all together, and it was beautiful watching them wait their turns, talking, laughing, bonding. In that moment, a single thought echoed in both Elira and Celine's minds. It's starting to form. Yes, their family was starting to take shape. An hour passed, filled with warmth, cuddles, affection, and joy. Eventually, Noah spoke. I called you all here for a reason. His voice settled the room. I know some of you are wondering how this family will function. We each have our duties, our lives, our missions. I've thought long about it, and I realized the answer is simple. A home you can return to after a long day. A place of comfort. A place filled with the people you love, and that home. I will create it as a realm for us. For our family, a place where we can all be together. He smiled, a beautiful, soul-stirring smile. So tell me, what do you want in that realm? The girls blinked in surprise. A realm just for us, a place where they could live with Noah, where they could see him every day, bait him. Hearts skipped beats. All at once for one single reason: fuck, I'm getting horny again. Damn, I thought I was the only one. I said dip first, girls. I'm going in first. Don't worry, I'll tell you all about it later. You wish. I'm going first. The girls began bickering, voices overlapping in mock outrage and gleeful jealousy, until, why don't we all go at the same time? The room fell silent, every head turned toward the culprit, and of course, it was our beloved horny succubus, truly, the legendary degenerate of the group.